Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1, A Dream. The city life was always full of lights. The night sky is blanketed by a shade of clouds and dust. Winston Heath stood atop a building, a cover of metal fibers above him. It was constantly raining in this city, perhaps an attempt at washing away the corruption and filth that accumulated for years. The city called out to him like a cheap escort, it did not want him, but it needed him. A damp and despondent feeling crept up the environment like a fluttering flame slowly burning away at a forest. Winston sighed, his sleeping robes feeling especially cold today. He quietly gazed at the rainy sky and the wide array of roads below. The hundreds of lights moving about the city gave him a restless feeling. He slowly twirled the glass of wine he held in his hands and gazed back towards the bedroom. Among the mattresses, a gorgeous woman of German descent slept quietly, her smooth hair sprawled all over. Winston's gaze was one of melancholy and solitude. With a sigh, he gulped down the wine and kept the glass aside on a table. Eddies of wind swept past him, prompting him to cover his body further with his robes. Blowing out a breath of warm air, he walked back into the room. This was the life of Winston Heath, a top-tier theoretical physicist and an MIT graduate in engineering. There was very little time he had for himself where he could silently ponder and contemplate about his life. Most of his nights were accompanied by beautiful women of all kinds. His net worth was well over $1 billion. He led humanity on one of the most important projects of interstellar travel and also on particle physics. It would not be wrong to say that it was the life of a dream, something anyone would wish for. However, there was always a creeping feeling at the back of his mind. A profound sense of loneliness and isolation. Even when he was surrounded by colleagues, or when he was making love to various women, it was something always on the back of his mind. A cold sensation up his spine that he couldn't take care of, an itch on his body he couldn't scratch. He was surrounded by all, but truly known by none. An old man on a lighthouse shines the light, guiding explorers of the crashing waves. Sailors gratefully regard his presence, but no one ever stops or stays. Without a light, many would perish, yet, here he spends his days with no one to cherish. With a sigh, he took off his robes and climbed back into the bed. The gorgeous women stirred up in the bed, wrapping her arms around his well-built figure. With a small smile at her antics, the man closed his eyes and drifted off into sleep. A large expanse of a rainforest was before him. The tiny droplets that made their way to the bottom, through the dense canopy made for a light drizzle on his skin. Winston closed his eyes, feeling the sensation of water pouring over him. He looked in front of himself as he stood over a large cliffside. The gigantic forest extended on towards the distant horizon, the dark clouds bellowing above it all. The rain poured down with a light intensity. Mountains arose in the distance, with the forests covering a large part of them. Rivers and lakes littered the landscape, painting a beautiful picture of nature. The smell of wet soil, the soft feeling of droplets on his skin and the breathtaking view, it invited a smile to his face. It felt so refreshing. Even thought it was only a dream, Winston reveled in it. He sat down on a nearly stone, his naked figure getting wetter and wetter in the drizzle. The humid air was not hard to breathe, and the chirping of birds behind him alleviated his stress. Pitter-patter some time passed in stillness. Just then, a small book appeared before Winston. The book floated up into the air. Winston widened his eyes at the display. He was surprised. He was a very accomplished lucid dreamer, able to make all kinds of things in his dreams. It was one of the things that led to his success. Visualization of his goals was the key. However, this was the first time since he mastered lucid dreaming that something he did not intend for had happened. Without his will, the book opened up before him. The slightly yellowish paper appeared old and damp. It was completely devoid of any letters or information. Just then, letters started to appear on the book. You have 3 spin chances. Beginner's luck has been activated. Your luck will be enhanced. Winston looked on in confusion. Spin chances? His inner thoughts somewhat echoed in the surroundings. Spin? As his words fell, a small wheel materialized onto the book pages and began to spin. It spun for about 10 seconds before coming to a stop. When it stopped, the wheel disappeared and a vial with a rainbow fluid appeared. Congratulations. You have gained, Lord of the Mysteries 3 pathways, and what would this be? He thought in interest. As if answering to his inquiry, more letter appeared on the book. Lord of Mysteries 3 pathways, you get access to the abilities of the 3 pathways of the Lord of Mysteries: the Fool, the Error and the Door. You gain the ability to ascend to godhood. Through meticulous acting, you can ascend from sequence 9 to sequence 0 and beyond, simultaneously on each pathway. That seems overpowered? As someone that read a lot of pieces of fiction when he was about 19, Winston was somewhat knowledgeable about these things. Sequence pathways from the franchise Lord of Mysteries was one of them. Having all the abilities from the 3 pathways of Lord of Mysteries. It's overpowered for sure. He thought as he read the entire thing again for good measure. He had read the first book of the Mysteries series from Cuttlefish in his free time. It was, in essence, one of the greatest pieces of fiction ever written in his eyes. At least in terms of web novels. Hey. I wonder how stressed I am, to be unconsciously materializing such things in my dream. Winston gave a self-deprecating laugh. Extending his hand, he touched the small vial diagram on the book. A bright light that seemed to be made of 1,000 colors suddenly flashed, and the same vial materialized before him. Winston's reflexes kicked in as he hurriedly took a hold of the vial before it could fall. Now let's see. He said as he inspected the vial from all angles. I am supposed to drink this, right? He thought as he removed the cap and poured the contents into his mouth. He had expected the fluid to have some sort of taste. However, there was only a slightly cool sensation on his tongue. Well, can't be hoping this much from a dream. He thought and once again looked at the book. You have successfully consumed and assimilated the triple pathway sequence 9 potion of Lord of Mysteries. Congratulations. You are now a seer, an apprentice and a marauder. Your soul had been made anew. You have 2 spin chances. That oddly seems like something I would really like as a teenager. Winston muttered under his breath. Remembering the type of material he used to read and the type of fantasies he used to have as a teen, a small smile appeared on his face. I was so immature back then. Always thinking of impossible stuff like second chances. He laughed heartily, although his expression was one of melancholy and sadness. Spin. The wheel on the book began to spin once again. This time, after it stopped, an image of a golden monkey-like human came into view. Congratulations. You have gained Instinctual Fighter. Winston touched the image of the human, which made it disappear. He held his chin in contemplation. What is this supposed to be? Just like before, a description of the reward came into view. Instinctive Fighter, you are naturally adept at fighting. Combat and ways of martial arts come naturally to you. Through proper training and years of experience, martial arts can be copied through sight alone. Heightened resistance to stress and diseases. From the description it was clear that the second reward was also very, very powerful. It wasn't anything that his first reward wouldn't allow him to achieve, but just a great starting buff. His first reward was something that would take time to accumulate strength after all. This would have helped me in my wandering years. You have one spin chance. Spin. The wheel once again began to spin. This time, as it stopped, the image of a perfectly smooth sphere appeared on the book. Congratulations. You have gained Spherical Soul Crest. Spherical Soul Crest, a spherical crest that resides in the soul. Converts the soul into a perpetual motion machine that is always in a state of equilibrium. The soul will never reach a state of equilibrium, making the soul effectively immortal. Winston marveled at his luck. Wow. Any one of these things would propel any person to the top of the world. He spoke happily. What a weird dream. The book continued to float in front of him mysteriously. Looking at it for a moment, Winston Heath decided to stop dreaming for now and wake up. Closing his eyes, he simulated the sensation of falling. And then, darkness overtook him. The next day was one of transcendental surprise and sorrow. For one of the greatest minds of the human race, one of the most intelligent and qualified theoretical physicists had been found dead in his bedroom. The post-mortem reports say he died mysteriously, without any ailment, disease or physiological disorder. The death day of Winston Heath was triggered a worldwide movement of sadness in the populace. Chapter 2, A New Sensation. Winston Heath. See the childlike state of a grown man, one that would propel his species to the stars, a gift that he himself could never hope to get. He lights the fire in the scullery, shedding light onto the outside fields, torn and covered with rags of snow and dirt beyond which stand tall redwood trees that harbor a last few wolves. His eyes travel to the sorry figure of his father, a man supposed to be a teacher, yet one that failed to teach his son anything. He cannot read and he cannot write. Every day he carries farming tools to the fields to plow incessantly the ground, through which the final grain could land onto his plate. 12 years ago, his mother had passed. The virtuous woman who had spent 9 months, protecting in her own bosom the one that would chase her off, was reduced to nothing more than a spectral figure in his mind. The father does not say her name, the child does not know it. He has an older brother to name, one that ran off with a rich old lass that whispered seductive promises of glory and money into his ears. His own figure is thin and malnourished, his cheekbones protrude out and the ribs are visible. The father does nothing. At 13 he runs away, his mind harboring a taste of violence that will get him through. He boards a boat that travels at night with bulbs alight, seemingly entire cities afloat on an insurmountable body of water, carrying lost souls to their final rest. He sits among the people, all diffident in their own respects. He gets into a fistfight at the back of the deck and leaves his opponent in a pool of blood. For the first time in a long while, his pockets are not yet empty. The ship breaks off the float and he gets to the ground. The money and power he holds in the weight of his fist is intoxicating. Cheap whores call him out. He gives in. At 13, he gets the first touch of a woman, one he paid more, to do just that, than what he would earn working for an entire month. He drinks a bottle of beer and lies at the edge of the street. A year goes by. The child has grown into a dangerous boy, his fists are big and the arms have picked up meat. His reputation precedes him in these parts, as does the fear of his name. The authorities deal with him, he goes away. Then again they do, he moves. A vicious cycle. Traveling at the ships earns him greatly. In the day he sings and rests, trying to learn the languages and the art of reading and writing. At night, he descends like a fairy tale beast, fists swinging, ready to take life for the money or have his taken. The boy becomes 15. And an old man meets him at the docks. His face is a mosaic of wrinkles that run from everywhere to everywhere. Just yesterday, the boy had been shot in the back by a sailor. The old man takes him in. On the cot, Winston lays. The old man speaks. Your name? Winston. No last name? None that I am aware of. Then you got a problem taking mine? Winston stares at him expressionlessly. Heath. Call yourself Winston Heath from now on. The old man pinches his nose slightly. His face was a blend of the warmest colors Winston had ever encountered. "Why are you wandering around like this?" "I have nothing else to do." "Have any experience of study?" "I do." "You do?" "Sometimes. I know how to read now." Winston smiles. The old man smiles back. "Then I guess you will be under my care from now on." That was the instance that changed Winston's fate, that would otherwise have him prowling like a deranged beast in the shipping docks like a starved tiger would in the woods, had been changed to something far more. However, as much as he despised the past of his, it taught him an important lesson. Violence endures. He speaks. Winston jolts awake, his entire upper body naked while his underside is covered by nothing but an underwear. His built body lies along the stone-cold ground, the dirt getting into his hair and dyeing his fair skin. He gets up and looks around. All around him is a large cave, there is nothing else that could be described. It was dark, yet somehow he was able to see. Suddenly, a stream of information flooded into his brain. It was the 3 Sequence 9 potions, working their magic. Sequence 9 of the Fool Pathway, Seer, providing enhanced memory, spiritual intuition, divination abilities, enhanced spirituality and finally, access of ritualistic magics. Sequence 9 of the Error Pathway, Marauder, providing enhanced dexterity, strength and agility, night vision, mastery of theft, superior observation on the border of mystical and finally, agile hands which provides mastery over combat. Sequence 9 of the Door Pathway, Apprentice, providing mastery over spirit vision, ability to open doors inside of walls and other objects, effectively allowing a person to go through them and finally, ability to lockpick any non-mystical and some mystical doors. All 3 combined, although did not offer an instant power-up, made way for an increasingly annoying combo. It could be said that even at Sequence 9, the Beyond of the Cowardly Trio pathway were particularly harder to kill than any other pathway. Again, he looks around. Nothing but the dirt, the stone and the darkened walls of a god-forsaken land. He did not where he had ended up at, but he knew everything was very much real. As someone that had mastered lucid dreaming, he knew the feeling of a dream. The clear distinction between a dream and reality was the difference between night and day for him. If he couldn't tell, he wouldn't expect anyone to. He did not know how, but the contents of the dream had not only been contents. They had somehow turned real and transported him to this place. It was surreal more than anything. Stranger than the black nights of the darkened hell he lived and thrived in, and more eerie than anything his transcendent imagination could ever hope to come up with. Getting up, he felt his body. It was strong. The strength he felt coursing through him was unlike anything he had ever felt when he was still back home. He balled his fists up and punched the air. A slight whistling sound gave out as the punch fell on empty air. Winston turned back and punched again. Then with his right fist, and again with the left. Each punch left a whistling sound hanging in the air, the slightest of hum buzz that would normally be hard to pick up on. He breathed. Then, with a tremendous effort of the legs, he began running. His legs carried him faster than he had ever run before, a speed which he felt was equivalent to about 36 kilometers per hour, or 10 meters per second. Stopping just before a wall, he punched the solid stone. Bam! A crisp sound ran out, with a depression appearing at the spot of impact. He pulled his arm back, his fist bruised from the impact. The wall before him had a large prominent crack running down from the place he had just punched, with various secondary cracks running along like the tributaries of a river or the branches and roots of a tree. Winston nodded to himself. Physicals have been enhanced tremendously. I am quicker on my feet and strength is above human terms. My observation skills have also been tested. Winston looked back. The slightest footprints that would normally be invisible, the little rocks he had kicked up while running, the strange layout of the cave, the way the wind moved in the space, everything was visible to him. His entire body became an observational machine, perfectly optimized to notice any changes, ticks and things he would find advantageous in the environment. Now, the only thing left to find out is the spirit vision and the door openings. I can't check ritualistic magic about now due to lack of materials. Winston mused. Without wasting any time, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to concentrate. Winston roughly remembered the concepts of cogitation and how it helped concentrate and utilize spirituality. And being an apprentice and seer, he had the instinctive advantage while trying out such things. Turning his mindscape blank, he imagined a perfectly round ball. A black sphere of unimaginable mass that strangely enough, curved inwards to the top, yet it didn't. A non-Euclidean geometrical shape. The first step of cogitation was to focus the mind and direct the energy seepage to a single point. As he did so, a plethora of colors unfolded before his eyes. The staggering mosaic of unimaginably high colors that twisted and turned within his mind, like sardines in a school, rendered him unable to think for a moment. Focusing his spirituality, Winston overtook the task of a trigger. He smacked his left thumb and ring finger together over and over again, associating it with the activation and deactivation of spirit vision. Then, finally, he opened his eyes like the enlightened Buddha. The stream of colors were swept in his eyes, drawn towards a gigantic figure that dwarfed any megastructure of the modern age by far. The large behemoth, the tremendously gigantic figure of a billion different colors blended together into the surroundings, making way for a dazzling sight unlike none other. The colors, like a million will-o-wisps rendered free to roam, centered around, cuddled and bellowed to form a large door. Winston's eyes shone with curiosity, however, he soon squashed the curiosity. In such matters, curiosity was fatal. He had not yet judged, known or theorized about the things that might lie behind the large door. He could not yet hold the luxury of being reckless. Forcibly tearing away his eyes from the door, he looked at his own figure. More specifically, the colors displayed by his astral projection and the ether body. The ether body, the part of the soul most connected with the physical body, exuded a deep white color, almost making his entire body invisible. A sign of great health. As for the astral projection, it exhibited the colors of green and blue, a sign of calm and peace and one of thought respectively. Winston could not help but morph a small smile on his face. This is interesting. For the moment, he decided to familiarize himself with the new skill set he had been provided. Chapter 3, The Door. Winston dreamt of a god. A god so large that he could not be seen in the clouds from the waist up. The god walked towards a tower and walked atop it. His arms were equally gigantic as his body. He held them out. The tower expanded, and then some more. It kept expanding beyond what the human mind was truly capable of comprehending, eventually overtaking an infinite cosmos. Then, a door appeared to close off the tower, covering everything beyond it like a mist. Winston jolted awake once again. His eyes were unfocused as he thought over the contents of the dream. As a seer, and one with particularly higher spirituality due to the influence of the Marauder and Apprentice potions, dreams were not meant to be ignored. Most, if not all the time, dreams held deeper meaning, as it is the spiritual intuition giving a revelation or warning about whatever it is to come. What is the symbolism behind the dream? I saw the same door in the dream. Winston thought about it for a moment, coming to various conclusions on the get-go. The door leads to a tower. Perhaps the tower might be a symbol for something else, possibly a rise to power considering the figure of a god atop it? A power ladder that allows one to become a god? He mused. I already have a way to ascend to godhood. However, most of the acting required for it needs to interact with other people and get their feedback. Only then can I progress in sequence. Winston shook his head. Whatever it might be beyond the door, it is somewhat clear that it's a path to power, or at least something close to it. Winston completely trusted his spiritual intuition. In the series Lord of Mysteries, Klein's intuition rarely ever failed to deliver, although that too was partly because of the buff of the Sapphire Castle, but as someone that had 3 sequence 9 potions worth of spirituality, he wasn't far behind Klein's intuition. In fact, he might even theorize that he was somewhat more spiritually sensitive. He sighed. His arrival at the space, which was marked 2 days ago, give or take, had been particularly mundane. He had simply appeared. But everything that came with it wasn't. He had been practicing his powers all this time, getting more familiar with it. Along with that, he had practiced cogitation at practically every free instance he got. And since he couldn't stay here indefinitely, which would entail starving to death, and finally having an idea of what was beyond the door, he concluded that there was practically no reason to staying in this place. Winston got up, his eyes turning muddled as he activated his sight, unveiling the secrets beyond vision. The majestic door that spanned hundreds of meters high and hundreds of meters wide appeared in his eyes. Walking forward, he placed his hand onto the ethereal door. Not being physical, it was impossible to touch it normally, save for at the expense of spirituality and using his apprentice powers. The door didn't budge. He concentrated. He used the door opening's abilities of the apprentice pathway to the absolute limit of what his spirituality would allow for. Alas, the conceptual power of a sequence 9's abilities could only get so far. Winston sat back down on the surface of the cave, quietly overlooking the door still. He contemplated. I can't open the doors as of yet. How am I supposed to get in then? He looked around. The cave only extends so far. Even if I use door opening, it only leads to a wall of stone. Meaning, there are no other air pockets at least 50 meters from here. Just as he was thinking about his next choice of action, the door suddenly trembled. The surrounding colors dimmed and scattered as a deep crevice opened within the door. And inside lied an even blinding light than anything the door could ever hope to produce. Winston had the instinct to close his eyes, lest he went blind from the intense light. However, he knew that doing so might make him miss the opportunity, alongside the knowledge that his spirit vision wasn't inherently connected to his physical body, but instead it was information supplied directly to his spiritual body, or the astral projection. The crevice enlarged, now large enough for an entire person to pass through. No brief moments of hesitation passed him, which might have been indicative of his spirituality warning him. Hurriedly getting off the ground, before the door could close as it was already motioning to, he jumped through the narrow gap into the light, closing off his spirit vision while doing so. Soon, the door closed and the surrounding spiritual colors returned to their usual rest. A lonesome light shone high up above, amidst the spinning mist and the racing winds. The long stone hallways, supposedly untouched for thousands of years, hosting murals of strange imagery and unknown individuals that marred the walls, supposedly unviewed for ages, the entrance to the first floor had finally gotten a visitor. Winston Smith, the enigmatic man, opened his eyes. His upper body was still completely naked with his underside covered only by undies. He propped up his chest and looked around. The murals on the walls, the long, seemingly infinite hallway that extended both ways and a ceilingless space which had a lone light shining from above gave him the impression that it had not been probed in for centuries. Which would be correct, a sign of his enhanced deduction from the Marauder potion. He got on his feet and looked around again. Suddenly, a voice called out. "Oh ho! Another irregular. The tower hasn't received such extensive visits from the outside in centuries." A sing-song voice, a deep monotone, said from the side. Winston's sight darted to the speaker, there finding a figure too eerie to describe in any form of beauty or majesty by human standards. It was a humanoid figure, standing at a height of an astonishing range between 180 to 185 centimeters, save for his propped-up ears, which when added made him look about 240 centimeters. He had a pure white skin and an elongated face, which stood almost featureless if not for a singular slit that traveled lengthwise on the lower part of the head. The back of this slit held clear crystal blue eyes and the front held an almost unnoticeable row of sharp teeth. His arms were unusually thick for his body structure, at least by human standards, and he wore a purple spandex-like garment. He twirled and twisted a golden staff with crystal balled ends in the air, masterfully displaying tricks with it. Winston readied himself to use spirit vision, wanting to get a clearer picture. However, his thumb accidentally met his middle finger instead of his ring finger. Seeing that, he instantly got rid of any thoughts that still harbored or had yet to arise about using spirit vision on his rabbit-like humanoid being. He distinctively remembered Magos from Low TM, the one that gave the readers PTSD on pregnant woman that harbored an evil god in her womb. At that moment, a critical detail about spirit vision was understood in the novel. Do not look directly at God. Who are you? Winston asked, throwing to the back of his mind the fact that he had nearly gotten himself killed just a moment ago. The rabbit-like figure didn't notice anything. He again spoke in the same sing-song voice. I am Hedn, the guardian of the first floor of the tower. The tower? Guardian? Tower indeed. What you are inside is the Tower of God. He spread his arms across, as if to take the world into his arms. What do you desire? Money and wealth? Honor and pride? Authority and power? Revenge? Or something that transcends all these? Whatever you desire is here. His staff pointed up. Everything is at the top of the tower. Anything can be achieved at the top. The tower is such a place. Winston looked on. As for me being a guardian, each floor of the tower has a guardian assigned to the specific floor. I am simply the guardian of the first one. Winston nodded. I see. How many floors are there in total, may I ask? Hedn smirked, displaying his front teeth openly. That can only be found as you climb the tower. Do you have what it takes? He asked. Winston quieted down for a moment. It doesn't matter how I got here or how I ended up inside this tower. What matters is I won't survive back in that cave. He looked at the rabbit. As of right now, I need only enter the tower. The rest can be figured out with time. Are there any inhabitants in the tower? Indeed there are. Each floor harbors millions of inhabitants. And they all climb the tower? Not all, no. Only the ones I select. And I take it that I have also been selected? Hedn's smirk widened all the way to his eyes. No. You were not chosen by me. You came in on your own. He pointed his stick at Winston. You have chosen yourself. The only question from here is whether you are willing to climb or not. Winston contemplated for a moment. What does that mean? You can find that out on your own. He nodded. From his words, I can at least deduce that the people from the outside are few to name. And as of right now, there might have been another visitor before me, or even multiple of them. And supposedly, they might just have some advantages or disadvantages because they have chosen themselves, as opposed to everyone that it chosen. And it suggests a culling mechanism. Not everyone that gets selected can reach the top, meaning there is a competition underway to the top. That means danger. Winston gazed at Hedn, who was smirking at him. How do you climb the tower? You must take a test on each floor to reach the next one. What might be this floor's test? I beginning to like you. The first floor test. Let's see. He scratched his chin. Then behind him, the scenery underwent a change. What was previously a darkened hallway that had no end, a large cage door appeared in its place. A green hue emanated from the air beyond the cage, and water-like waves filled the air. The waves rolled and tumbled in the air, like currents in an ocean. And in the waves, a predator lurked. A gigantic fish-like creature with a long tail and two appendages floated silently in the air, swimming in the waves. At the center of the cage, some distance from the door of the cage, some shards of a dark substance were lying there. Slowly, they disappeared and a lonesome door appeared in its place. The first test is simple. Walk through the door, and you pass. And what of that monster? That is a white steel eel, a creature found in the tower. It hasn't eaten anything for some time, so it's particularly aggressive. Winston looked at Hedden in silence, unsure if the rabbit-like figure purposefully wanted to get him killed. I reckon if I don't take the test, I will be thrown back out? That right. Then that leaves no choice. He steeled his resolve and walked towards the cage. Either he died here from the beast, or went back and died from starvation. It was obvious what he was going to pick. Chapter 4, the second floor. Before the cage opened for Winston to walk through, whether to his impending death or a great opportunity yet remaining to be seen, he was stopped by Hedden. The rabbit-like guardian propped up his staff before him. I almost forgot to ask, but what is it that you wish to achieve? The same deep monotone voice called out, echoing in the hallway. What do you mean? Everyone has a path to follow in the tower to get to where they wish to. People desire all sorts of things, wishing for all sorts of things, wanting all sorts of things. What are you after? Winston thought for a moment. Purpose, I guess? Oh? A rather philosophical goal you have. Does it matter what goal I have? Does it make a difference in climbing the tower? Winston asked impatiently. Hedden chuckled. I suppose not. Everything can be fulfilled at the top after all. He removed his staff. Then there is one last thing I have to give you, he said. Winston turned to look at him. Hedden, out of nowhere, pulled out a spherical mass, a deep black ball that floated in the air. This is a pocket. Something that is widely utilized in the tower. It will allow you to understand the language of the tower, Mixothian, he said. If he hadn't stopped me just now, wouldn't I have been unable to understand the tower's language? Winston felt distasteful but didn't voice out his thoughts. As the sphere approached him, a steady stream of information invaded his mind. You make the pocket invisible by saying invisible mode, Hedden said. Invisible mode. Winston repeated and the sphere turned invisible. Interesting, he mused. Then, let us proceed with the test. The door. Hedden smirked and pointed his head ahead towards the cage. Winston didn't speak, only walked towards the cage entrance, which slowly opened like the deep entrancing maws of death. As Hedden turned to be behind him, no longer in the field of vision, Winston tapped his left thumb and ring finger together twice. Immediately, his spirit vision became active and he saw waves. Insurmountable waves, too large to perceive clearly, too many to number, too numerous to count, too beautiful to move his head away. It was a blend of waves that moved about in the air, like a water stream moving down the river. And amidst the waves of water was the behemoth-like being that was the white steel eel. It floated with the help of the waves, following their direction and sometimes manipulating them to his liking. Winston was entranced for a second before he walked into the waves. Immediately, he felt a great pressure on his being. It felt like he was submerged at the bottom of a 7-meter deep pool, something he had previously experienced. Yet, weirdly enough, it was not hard to move as it would normally be under all the resistance. It felt like he was moving through pure air, yet there was an abnormal pressure that surrounded his body. It did not feel uncomfortable, nor did it feel wrong. It just felt strange. This feels strange, Winston thought as he moved his hand through the waves. Just then, before he even got to fully analyze the situation, a deafening roar sounded. Winston looked over at the large titanous creature that was hurling through the air. The gigantic creature, larger than any other he had ever seen, moved with a frightening speed for its stature. Winston's eyes threaded into needles. Hurriedly, he dashed out of the way and rolled to the right. The white steel eel smashed the ground, creating a deep crevice where Winston's relatively tiny figure had previously stood. The eel stabilized itself back into the air as Winston regained his footing. Winston looked at the target of the test, the door. At the moment, the door was 54 meters away from him, a distance he could reach in 4 seconds. Without wasting any time, he began running towards the thing. The eel, with its large eyes, looked at the running figure of Winston. Why such a large creature would dash for such a tiny one for the sake of eating was beyond him, for there was no way for a creature of such size to get any sort of sustenance by eating him. However, Now was not the time to dwell on such things. Winston felt the waves in the air behind him move, and at the same time, looked at the unusual flow before him. He could not look back to see, since Hedden stood at the base of the cage doors, watching him still. At that moment, his sight would turn him into a bulbous mass of flesh that did not perceive anything. And he did not have the luxury of turning it off, since noticing the waves in the air gave information about the eel's irregular movement patterns. Without his spirit vision, prediction could only be left to his spiritual intuition and natural senses, something that he did not think would keep him alive in such a highly stressful situation where time was the key. Jumping to the right again, he upheld his footing when he saw the waves moving towards him. Immediately dropping down on the floor, he flattened out his body and tried to appear like a sheet of paper. Whoosh! The giant eel passed over him like a truck, almost throwing him off the ground and dragging his body with him like ragdoll flowing in the wind. Winston stood up as the eel passed him, and dashed towards the door. The door lied 28 meters away at this point. The eel turned back after passing the gate, it opened its maws to let out a piercing screech and dashed back at him. The enormous wingspan of the beast covered a staggering 50 meters. And this time, with its body close to the ground, it let no room for the previous trick to be played. Winston's muscles tightened. He couldn't avoid the beast. It had come too close. If he jumped towards any side he would be hit by the wings, and then devoured. He kept running at the large sea creature. When the eel came within 5-meter range, he jumped. The maws of the eel opened at the same time. Winston turned his body in midair, narrowly avoiding diving headfirst into the mouth of the eel. His body impacted the hard scales of the eel, scraping off it like a piece of paper rolling across a table. A sense of pain flooded his mind as his background was scraped by the scales. He did not stop, and immediately upon landing, he dashed again towards the door that lied all but 9 meters ahead. Getting to the point in less than a second, almost the time it took for the eel to turn back, Winston immediately activated his ability, door opening. Of course, his intuition and ability to lockpick mundane and mystical doors had already made him well aware that the door would budge with his current strength. It was a trap from the start. Hence, utilizing the door opening ability, the door opened smoothly. A dark black wave of a liquid-like state enveloped him, rushing out of the door at speeds imperceptible to the human eye. And just like that, he disappeared. The white steel eel smashed down on the ground where the door had previously stood, its mind in disarray. Well, I suppose that was a bit too easy. Hedden clicked his tongue, feeling a bit regretful. Truthfully, he had not expected the man to complete the challenge so easily, for if he had, he would have kept a barracuda, the most fiercest beast in the entire tower, instead of a measly white steel eel. Well, what is done is done. His slit opened up, revealing the razor-sharp teeth underneath. His crystal blue eyes seemed to peer into the unknown beyond, gazing directly at the figure of Winston who was being transported. Welcome to Tower of God, Mr. Winston. An abstract blend of colors greeted him. Winston's sense of balance was in shambles. There was nothing to stand on in this strange space through which he was evidently being transported to the next floor of the tower. It was a chaotic dance of spiritual energies and colors of 1,000 types, so many in variety that it was impossible to classify them under the traditional blend of color theory. Winston hurriedly turned off his spirit vision, just in time for his feet to find a ground to stand on. He staggered a bit and then regained his footing. He looked around. Everywhere he looked, there was a sea of gold. Large pastures and fields of ripe wheat and aged grass littered the environment, jutting out of the ground as if the earth itself had decided to fill the space with the gold of the ground. Far in the distance, somewhere between 1 to 1.5 kilometers lied some hills and small rock formations that sloped gently, enough for a normal person to climb up them with ease. And rarely, he saw some figures moving amongst the crowd of wheat and grass. Although the sod broke most of the view, it was quite clear that many people were in the same situation that he was in, observing their surroundings. The gentle breeze blew across the fields, swaying the upper tips of the giant gold bounty. Just then, a voice sounded. Mic test. Mic test. 1 2 3. Is this working? The voice said, reverberating across the land. Winston looked up at a small box-like object, the thing which had boomed with such a large volume. All right. Attention all regulars. Welcome to the start of your journey, the second floor. The voice continued. Here, you will be judged to be worthy of climbing the tower or not. Let us move on towards your first test. Suddenly, Winston's gaze tightened and he activated his spirit vision. A blend of colors appeared momentarily and then, the world exploded into waves. There's are currently 400 regulars in this area. The test is simple, bring that number down to 200. The voice said. The test starts now. Immediately, Winston felt a change in the waves around him. They seemed to have taken on a darker tone, along with an overall raging feeling, quickly turning into tides. It seems everyone is ready to kill here. Winston thought as he looked on at the combat happening in the distance through the wheat fields. And the people in the tower are called regulars. Good to know. As he was engrossed in his thoughts, he saw the waves around him shift. Winston stepped back, and just then a man wielding a large broadsword jumped out of the grass in the side, slamming down the sword at the space he has previously occupied. Without missing a beat, Winston drove his fist right into the other party's guts. Bam. Qua. The man's grip on the hilt weakened slightly, and that was enough for Winston to simply slap away his wrists and get the sword for himself. The man staggered back, his eyes widening for a moment. He tried to stabilize himself and go on the offensive, yet Winston was all too quick. Shing. With a quick slice from the sword, the man laid in a pool of his own blood. Chapter 5, Battle Royale. Winston looked at the fallen man's clothes, which had all been soaked in blood. He shook his head, regretful at having wasted a set of clothes. I could have worn them for myself. He looked at his almost naked figure. I need some sort of protection, even the most basic clothes will do. He eyed his surroundings, waiting for the most subtle shift in the waves around him. I guess the fighting I did in my teenage years is starting to pay off. He smiled slightly. Well, it might also be the result of that instinctual fighter thing I got. He looked around with his spirit vision still active. The tumultuous waves were nowhere near the level that the white steel eel exhibited, making it comparatively harder to pinpoint the change, but it was becoming increasingly obvious the more he looked on. It would seem spirit vision is something broken in this world. Feeling a point object blazing through the waves, producing a noticeable hum, Winston ducked into the grass. Whoosh! An arrow flew right past his head, a second too late at catching him. Winston looked towards the distant hill where he could see the rough silhouette of a humanoid figure. The figure held a bow in hand. Without a second thought, Winston began to dash through the grassland, rushing straight at the distant rock hill atop which the Lone Ranger stood, all too blissfully ignorant at what was quickly approaching. Seeing a crevice rushing and elongating in the sod, the archer quickly fired in a state of panic. The arrow flew again, finding no target to land on this time too. Seeing the waves in the air seemed to become almost second nature to Winston. His eyes scanned the archer, overlooking his clothes and other equipment. Worth robbing, he thought offhandedly. As the thought arrived in his mind, the simultaneous realization that he was beginning to think like a marauder now dawned on him. He chuckled a bit, quickly reaching the base of the hill. More arrows were fired from the bow, and so they were dodged. Winston moved with a frightening manner, with an unpredictability in his next moves like an insect. The archer, seeing the man reaching the base of the hill he had kept for himself, began running down from the slope. Just then, something grabbed him from the back of the neck. Bam! And then, a rough fist drove itself into his stomach. His eyes almost bulged out of his sockets and spit flew out from the now open jaw. Urgh! He gave out a rough cry of pain. His stomach burned with unending amounts of hair. His grip on the bow loosened and it fell down on the ground. Winston stood behind the man, his broadsword on the ground and his fists ready to pummel him to a near-death state if necessary. He held up the man from his collar and gave him another punch right to the face. The man passed out and Winston took his clothes for himself. Having stripped the man almost naked, Winston cleanly sliced open his throat and ended his life. A bit too tight for my liking, he thought as he stretched the sleeves and the collar of his now ranger-like garment. In more ways than one, it made his range of motion somewhat limited due to the tightness. Then again, the outfit belonged to someone of a shorter and skinnier stature. Without wasting any time, he flung the bow and the quiver to his back and picked up the broadsword. Then, he swiftly climbed up the slope of the hill, like the gentle and concise movements of a mountain leopard. Reaching the top, he looked out. The waves in the air were calming down, no longer as tumultuous as they had been just a couple of minutes ago. The air blew across the land, carrying with it a rough smell of iron. Everyone is ready to kill here. Winston's eyes were serious as he called forth his pocket. Because of Hedon's mention, the fact that the pocket provided necessary information and was widely used in the tower was deeply remembered by him. As such, it was only rational to think that such a used tool would show some important information in the middle of the test. Because as he understood it, the tower inhabitants did not need any pocket to translate the language into Mixothian, because well, it was their own language. If not for the usage of a translator that it served for him, the obvious function would be. The spherical ball appeared beside him, the number on it ticking down rapidly. 347. 331. 328. The number kept ticking down, the pocket floating still in the air. In front of a test that would determine one's worth to ascend to godhood, any casualties were merely reduced to a number, a name on a list, a loser and a failure. Winston didn't speak anything and closed off the pocket. Now, the real question is, what potion should I go acting towards? He thought. As he understood it, digesting any one of the potions would result in the simultaneous digestion of the other two, which would in turn make him able to ascend to a higher sequence in all three pathways. Or at least that was how the words in the dream made it seem like. Just as he was thinking, the waves around him turned somewhat chaotic. He heard someone walking up behind him. Winston turned to look. Right in front of him stood a tall man, almost 7 feet in height. The man had dark brown hair, propped back using a headband. His eyes were of a deep shade of crimson, and the strangest thing about him was undoubtedly his skin color. It was a bright shade of red, as if the blood was shining clean through his skin. Another strange deformity about the man was the fact that he had 2 sets of arms. On his chest, he wore a simple cloth in a cross formation, barely providing any form of protection or fulfilling the goal of covering his body. Below, he wore a small loincloth. In his upper pairs of arms, he held 2 scimitars. Well, what do we have here? The man, nay, the thing wasn't a man. It was of some other species that inhabited the tower, some species capable of slanderous acts of violence and depravity, as such was the visual impression that his figure brought him. His face was a maniacal grin, just that, along with a mashed-up sneer somewhere in there among the slightest muscular movements of his face, at least that was what it looked to be in Winston's eyes. And considering his marauder observational skills, he was confident about being right. Such an obnoxious brute. The bright red horrible that stood before him held on his body the clothing stained by the blood of the people that previously crossed his path. "Bad luck to you, pal," the creature said, his scimitars readying for action. In response, Winston snorted coldly. "It seems that you have received some brain damage. You should die already. Every moment you spend breathing is an insult to the intellectually gifted," he said, a scowl marring his face. As soon as his words landed, the red man, at first adopted a confused expression. Then, an angry expression appeared on his face. "You!" he yelled, and then without stop, he rushed at Winston, his scimitars held high and ready to strike. Winston readied his broadsword in response, adopting a stance. The red brute swung his swords at him. He stepped back, almost towards the precipice of the hill. His figure staggered back a bit before stabilizing itself. The red brute smirked, his confidence gaining a sudden boost. Using his longer arms as leverage, he again swung his scimitar in a horizontal sweep. As the swing approached, Winston smirked. With a tremendous effort on his legs, he jumped from the precipice, right over the sword swing and stabbed with his broadsword. Skhhh. Arg. The broadsword embedded itself into the left shoulder of the man, narrowly missing his eye, which was the intended target. The brute had realized at the last moment the consequence that would be of his momentary loss of reason and his blind charge into an enemy, and so, had adjusted accordingly to get the least possible damage. Tap. Winston, with his broadsword somewhat lathered in blood, landed behind him, and no sooner did his feet touch the ground than he started to run down the slope. The brute turned back, his lower right arm holding the disgusting wound as his shoulder. His shoulder blade had been completely pierced through, leaving a crevice-like hole throughout. The muscles were damaged and the arm seemed to have been rendered limp as the upper arm dangled down. The scimitar that was previously held in the same arm had already been moved to his lower left arm. "Get back here, you bastard!" he yelled, again charging in a rage. Brutes. They never learn. Winston thought in disdain. Just as the slope broke off beneath his feet, Winston turned and, gripping the broadsword like he would a spear, he threw it with as much strength as he could muster. His feet slid back a bit due to the momentum he carried, and the sword whizzed forward with a noticeable howl of the wind. As a Sequence 9 marauder, although his strength had not been enhanced to a terrible degree as one would see in cases like a beyonder of the Red Priest pathway, coupled with his already well-built physique and exercised muscles, it proved to be barely enough to throw such a heavy object as a projectile. The brute's eyes widened in shock and he tried to lean back. The sword passed by him in the air, slashing a small part of his neck as it did so. Stabilizing himself, the brute looked at Winston, only to find the comparatively smaller man pointing a bow at him. The bow was loaded with an arrow pointing straight at the four-armed red brute. And then, Winston said something. "Tough luck," he said, and the arrow fired. Whoosh! As quick as his reflexes might be, the man couldn't dodge the arrow aimed at his throat in time. Spurt. Gore. The man fell down on the hot stone, his throat pierced by an arrow. Blood poured incessantly from his wound, and as the blood filled his windpipe and eventually his lungs, he saw the cold look of the man he had deemed as an easy prey. His eyes began to glaze over as tears began to appear inside them. They flowed in a steady stream, as if the brute, no, the man, was pouring out all of his past traumas and fears out into the open before the one that had relieved him of his biggest treasure. And then, darkness consumed him. Winston looked annoyed. He covered his nose to block out of the scent of the man's urine. And then, after climbing up the hill once again to pick up the broadsword, he was on his way, this time through the fields. Staying on an elevated height might prove to be beneficial to a ranged fighter, It was even preferable for the melee fighters in such situations like this. However, Winston felt that there were stronger opponents still in the area. Just because he had met people that could not fight properly and were beaten easily, did not mean he could openly display himself like so. Hiding under the hill was also not a great option. Such high grounds were ideal for predators to spot prey in the distance. As such, he did not doubt that many people would be heading to the stone hill, just as the red man had done. Chapter 6, Teammates. As Winston moved through the grass, he spotted a group of individuals traveling. Evidently, they had banded together to survive in the test. When they saw Winston, their very first instinct was to attack. Without having to state it out, they were all killed without a second thought. Winston's ability to read the strange waves in the air, coupled with his natural instincts as a fighter, proved to be more than a match for some half-baked warriors. If they hadn't provoked him, Winston might have let them go, but alas, they had done so. This is a lot more comfortable, thought Winston, admiring his new clothing. One of the people he had taken care of among the group had a similar body shape to him. Along with that, his clothes were rather comfortable and modernized. A simple t-shirt and pants. However, Winston still chose to wear the Ranger's open armor bands above the clothing, not only to hold the quiver, but also for protection. One might never know where even the smallest of protection can play a role. Just then, his spirit vision detected a shift in the waves. Immediately, he grabbed his broadsword and got into a stance. Two people, one from the right and one straight ahead. He surmised. The rustling of the wheat and sod came from the right. Winston turned, his keeping the other side in his vision. Rustle, 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 rustle. As the grass rustled, something came out. It was a large behemoth, a figure that could barely be described as a human. The figure had 2 arms and 2 legs, a mouth and a head. However, on its pale oval head, which was as yellow as its body, not a mounds of hair was visible. Instead, numerous eyes littered the top of its head in a horizontal line, all around in a circle. The underside of this strange creature was covered by a brown loincloth, save for which it was completely naked. Each of the creature's arms was as thick as Winston's waist, appearing extremely powerful. However, the overall demeanor of the humanoid cyclopean-looking figure was lethargic and non-violent. As soon as it stepped out into the view and Winston became visible, it stopped. Then it quietly stared at Winston. Some time elapsed, sweat began to accumulate on Winston's temples because of the heat in the environment, coupled with the tenseness of the situation. Then, the second figure that was still yet hidden came into view. With the rustling of grass, a cocky voice sounded. "I would put down the sword if I were you." The voice spoke. It was the voice of a male, one that seemed particularly pretentious and arrogant. Having spoken, a young man in his 20s walked out of the cover of wheat. He stood at a height of about 5 foot 11 inches, a bit smaller than Winston, who was 6 foot 1 inches. His hair was wild, sprawled all over and jutting out into the air, overall looking quite absurd. It seemed to be one of the instances where anime hair seemed to fit in the anime, yet failed to be appealing in the real world. His hair was of a dirty brown color with shades of black in them. His eyes were brown, mimicking the color of his hair. His overall demeanor was of a hardened warrior, which was well told in the matters of his body. His lean but packed muscles suggested untold hidden strength. His upper body was covered by a tight shirt of primarily white color, yet riddled with red streaks diagonally across. Along with that, he wore protection straps which were also red in color. On his legs, he wore loosely fitting pantaloons, which looked more like pajamas. He has a spear swung over his left shoulder and appeared arrogant. His chin was held high, eyeing him with interest. "What do you mean?" Winston asked cautiously. "Their kind is mostly peaceful. They don't attack unless provoked first." The man glanced at the creature. "However, they do hold great capacities for violence." Having said that, the small clearing that they stood in again descended into stillness. After a bit of thought, Winston calmly put down his sword and relaxed his figure, never taking a moment to look anywhere else than the 2 figures. The large creature staggered for a moment, before again continuing to walk. The creature descended into the grass and walked away. Eventually, even the rustling caused by him stopped. "See? I told ya, didn't I?" the man said. Winston pointed his sword at him. "And what do I make of you?" he asked. Hey, no need for that." He held up his right hand, his spear still flung over his left shoulder. "I wouldn't want to kill someone if it was avoidable." "I hold the same sentiments," Winston said. "But there's nothing stopping anyone here, is there?" he continued. The wild man laughed with a maniacal grin. "Damn right there ain't," he continued, "but I am not looking to make any enemies here. Especially people like you." Winston raised an eyebrow. "I can practically feel that you're strong." The man pointed at his head. "Anyone that can't tell that isn't actually a warrior. Your stance doesn't suggest that you're a beginner. You might not be too accomplished in the art, but you're definitely skilled enough to defend yourself." And you want to team up then? Winston asked, reading the man's intentions. Bingo. The man snapped his fingers. Then, before Winston was able to say anything, something spoke all across the fields. Attention all regulars. The voice said. Stop fighting. The test is now over. Anyone still fighting after the announcement will be eliminated. Just as the voice sounded, Winston saw the subtle shift in the waves all around, which calmed down completely, now appearing like the gentle tides that impact the beach. Great. Now, on to the next test. To climb the tower, personal strength alone is not enough. So, you must make teammates. Make 3 teammates in the duration of 5 minutes. Anyone that doesn't have 3 teammates by the end will be eliminated. To signify that you have a teammate, you must be touching the people by the end of the 5 minutes. Winston turned to look at the man, his expression turning thoughtful. They must be trying to test our adaptability and flexibility. Making friends with people you just tried to kill. And with the short time frame, finding someone else in the field would surely be a challenge. As such, people have no choice but to befriend their immediate enemies. Quite a sadistic method, but extremely practical. This way, even the people that have hid during the entire battle royale will be forced to come out and partake in the test. Winston shook his head and looked at the man again. So? Wanna team up? Winston nodded. I don't see any reason not to. With that they shook hands. Their bodies were still positioned in a manner through which they could defend if the other party tried something, even though the voice had made it plenty clear that those that do not follow the rules would be eliminated. It was simply a form of caution. One must never be too trusting in such a situation. Winston Heath. He said. Zarhan. The man replied, the same smile plastered on his face. Winston motioned with his head. Let's go and find our third member now. The man nodded and they departed from the clearing, in search of their third teammate. The young man runs until his legs can't anymore. His pursuers are all too far behind, or perhaps they're approaching rapidly. He couldn't know in any way. He huffed and laid on the ground. His life was no longer just his own. He remembered his partners laying in a pool of blood as the authorities killed them all so mercilessly. Why is this happening? All we did was steal some food. He weeps under the wooden table, over which the sky itself cries down a torrent of raindrops. Snot runs down his face, he covers his eye, shielding himself from all the dangers and fears of the world. And then, a god appeared before him. Shea-a-a-a. Bathed in a golden light, rising from nothingness like a transcendent figure of his wildest imaginations. The white god appeared all-encompassing, the small rocks on the ground stretched out their shadows into thin lines that spanned innumerable distances in front of his radiance, and one of his own appeared behind him, stretching on for miles. The white razor teeth of the radiant god were hidden under the black slit that extended to the back of his head. His glory couldn't be described in mere words. Oh, how glorious he was. I will give you a chance to be something bigger. Tell me, what it is that you wish for. The voice of the god boomed in the surroundings. The young man's eyes were clouded with tears, yet no more flowed. The sky, as if mimicking his own state, had stopped the incessant rain that just before poured down like a broken tap. I want to be free. The young man yells. The god smirks. Then, you will have the chance to climb the tower. And with that, the young man appears in a sea of gold, grass and wheat all around. Then, a strange box that floated in the air spoke the words. And then, the killing began all over. The young man cowered in fear, and then ran for his life. He knew where he was. The floor of tests, the place where the journey of a ranker began, the journey to a better tomorrow. But I can't do this. His hand trembled as he held a knife stained in red. Another young soul, younger than him, laid motionless on the dirty ground, his throat cut open by the weapon he currently held, and at some point was held by the same one who had been delivered to death's door. Huff. 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 The young man hyperventilated. He ran and ran, away from the ones that chased him and away from those that wanted to kill him. Eventually, he hid behind a rock formations, shielded by a large stone hill. There he sat, silently weeping, muffling over his own voice, as the box once again delivered the words. It was something about finding teammates. The young man laid there silently for about a minute. Time passed in the same stillness, the once sound being the rustling of the grass in the breeze. Sniff. I need to go. He spoke, and got up. The young man walked in a random direction, letting the wind take him to his destination. He sniffed and whimpered. Eventually, he heard someone walking through the sod. Rustle, 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 rustle. 2 men walked out, one with dark black hair, wearing a white t-shirt, and the other with dirty brown hair wearing tightly fitting white shirt having red streaks diagonally across. Hey, look! A potential teammate. The one with brown hair exclaimed. Chapter 7, Regulars. Winston and his new teammate Zarhan walked for some time, not finding any person to get into their team. Within this short time frame, Winston had deeply analyzed Zarhan's astral projection and ether body. His entire astral projection was bathed in a red glow, a color that meant passion and extraversion, along with a secondary color which was yellow, symbolizing happiness and extraversion. However, within, it held a tinge of blue, which meant coldness and stillness and that one who is in thought. Seeing this, Winston felt both relieved and wary. Relieved because his new teammate wasn't simply a mindless brute, someone that doesn't think before acting. And wary because of the same. On the outside, the man appeared quite rambunctious, and truthfully, he was. But within, somewhere he held a calculating personality as well, however small it may be. Winston nodded imperceptibly to himself. Man. We're not gonna find any teammates like this. Zarhan yelled while summoning forth his pocket. The pocket held a timer that ticked down, no counting 3, 43, 42, 41. Seeing this, Winston's eyes narrowed. Not getting a teammate means failing the test. Though I won't be thrown back into the outside, there's always the possibility that I wouldn't be able to re-enter the tests. Although he wasn't too knowledgeable about the modus operandi of the tests, Winston felt like not taking any chances. Immediately, he deeply scanned the airwaves. Then, finding nothing worthwhile, he stabbed his sword weakly into the ground. Wait. He said softly. Huh? Zarhan looked confused. His eyebrow was raised as he looked at the silent figure of Winston. Closing his eyes, Winston repeated a phrase 7 times. The person closest to us. The person closest to us. The person closest to us. Although he was somewhat doubtful about divination, since he somewhat remembered about using specific languages to utilize divination, which he didn't know, he couldn't help but try in the common language of the tower, Mixothian. Even if he remembered incorrectly, and divination could be used without any specific language, it was better to try. Imagine him failing to get a teammate because he kept thinking that dowsing rod seeking needed Hermes language, when in fact it didn't. He wouldn't be able to show his respect to the fool. Praise the fool. He yelled in his mind at the end and let go of the hilt of the sword. The sword stood still for a moment before pointing slightly to the right. The surreal sight of the sword hung midair without falling over was strange to say the least, but then again, it was possibly the least strangest thing he had experienced in these days. Winston grabbed the hilt of the broadsword and motioned for his teammate to follow him. This way. He said simply. Whoa. What did you do just now? Is that some special Shinsu art? Are you a Shinsu user? Zarhan yelled, hurriedly following along. Shinsu? Winston expressed his doubt in his mind, but didn't dare voice them out. Having the marauder's sense of observation was transcendently helpful. From the short sentences, he had deduced the fact that Shinsu might just be something that was commonplace in the tower and was mundane knowledge. And the way Zarhan had spoken about the so-called Shinsu users, Winston felt that they might just be something special. Who knows? Winston smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Maybe you will find out in the future. He continued. Zarhan looked at him weirdly. Can't you just answer the question? He thought in confusion. Indeed, Winston was well suited to be a beyonder of the coward trio pathways. Speaking of, the fact that divination was not in need of the special languages was a deep relief for Winston. Obviously, it could also be possible that Mixothian itself was capable of doing the same at a smaller scale, but Winston doubted the fact, considering how commonplace the language supposedly was in the tower. Actually, won't I receive some mystical knowledge at some point in the Marauder pathway? Or was it the Apprentice pathway? Winston mused while walking through the grass. Just then, they walked into a smaller clearing, about 2 meters in diameter. At the same time, Zarhan yelled with fervor. Hey, look! A potential teammate. Winston looked at the figure of the young man that had appeared before them. The young man stood at a height of 6 foot 1 inch, just as big as Winston himself. He had dark black hair and eyes of similar color. He wore a beige robe, loosely fitting on his thin and lanky figure, making him look somewhat comical, if not for the large stain of crimson blood that marred the entire front section of the robe. His eyes were a little maddening, constantly shaking and were a little red. Streaks across his cheeks suggested that he had been crying. Bro. Are you alright? Zarhan asked, gazing at the newcomers strangely. Why you guys? Will you please be my teammates? The man yelled, stuttering in between the words. Winston narrowed his eyes but didn't say anything. Zarhan looked back at him. Visible mode. Winston said, and a spherical ball appeared beside him. His pocket. The pocket still counted down on the timer. 0, 57, 56, 55. The time's running out. We won't be able to find anyone else. We will just have to make do with what he got. Winston said, almost whispering. Zarhan nodded. Then, a silly smile appeared on his face. Well. You're in luck today, little man. We just happen to lack a party member. Zarhan said, He walked towards the young man and patted his back wildly, making him stagger. "Ah. Thank you very much." The young man yelled, flustered. "What's your name?" "Mine's Zarhan." "And my name is Amon." The man yelled. Suddenly, hearing his name, Winston's footing staggered and he almost stumbled down into the ground. What could he do? The name was all too familiar. "What's wrong?" Zarhan asked him, seeing him so stoked by the mention of the young man's name. "Nothing." He shook his head. "Just a familiar name, that's all." Zarhan somewhat narrowed his eyes, almost imperceptible, however, the change was caught in Winston's eyes. "My name is Winston Heath. You can just call me Winston," he said. "Of course, Mr. Winston," the man yelled. Winston didn't bother correcting him. He could call him whatever he so desired. It was not his job to bother with the young man. If he wanted to add a little bit of respect to his name, he would let him do so. "Foo. Man, I was almost worried that we wouldn't find anyone." "Glad we did," Zarhan said, sitting down onto the ground. "I wouldn't be so happy just yet," Winston thought, looking at the nervous figure of Amon. "We don't know his capabilities. Going forward, we would surely need to take tests as a team. When that happens, if he's a good-for-nothing, we will be under great disadvantage." He shook his head. There was no use thinking about it at this time. With only 10 seconds left, the only thing they could do was form the team. Thinking of anything beyond that was simply a waste of time. Before long, the time came and the voice began to count down from 5. Winston, Zarhan and Amon touched each other's shoulders, and eventually, as the countdown hit 0, a distant cry was heard. Winston couldn't quite hear it correctly, perhaps it was something about turtles. Anyway, with a flash of light, they were transported from their place to another. Winston closed his eyes for a moment, the sudden flash of light coming as a surprise. Before he opened them, he tapped his thumb and ring finger twice, turning off the spirit vision. It was always good to be cautious in such matters. He wouldn't want to accidentally see something that he shouldn't have and turn into a puddle of blood on the ground. It was always a quick and efficient way to kill oneself in the low TM verse. He opened his eyes and looked around. Where they had appeared, seemed to be some sort of hall, easily capable of hosting more than 500 people with more than enough room to spare still. The entire hall was sparsely filled with dozens upon dozens of other regulars, the other contestants of the test. At the far end of the hall, there was a slight splatter of stairs which led to a tunnel-like walkway, beyond which what light couldn't be inferred. Winston, seeing that there was no perceptible danger in activating spirit vision, tapped his fingers and the waves once again filled his eyes. Silently, he gauged the other contestants. The majority of the regulars were somewhat battered and bruised, some even badly damaged, a result of the fighting that had ensued downwards. "Whoa. This is what I am talking about," Zarhan yelled with a smile, the spear hung atop his right shoulder. Amon at the side also looked around in amazement and shock. "There's a lot of people here," Amon said meekly. "Those are all our enemies. Watch out, Amon. Keep keen observation," Zarhan told. Amon nodded seriously. Winston ignored them and continued to gauge the other regulars. Just then, his sight landed on something. A gigantic collection of brilliance, an epicenter of a tumultuous hurricane, the eye of the storm that flung the waves around itself like it were an adult pulling along splinters of paper. The large collection of waves seemingly took the shape of a sword-like bladed weapon, tapering at the top, jet black in color, which he could see with his spirit vision, even thought the sword was covered by cloth. The entirety of the glorious wave dance that seemed to be happening around the sword almost occupied half of the hall, appearing blinding even. It was to the point that Winston seriously considered himself having some brain damage, considering that he had not noticed such a terrible disturbance first. In fact, the entire thing was terribly hidden, right until he had casted its gaze at the one that held it. It was a weak-looking boy with innocent eyes. He had brown chestnut hair and the same brown eyes. His overall figure was seemingly petite and looked extremely weak. Winston's eyes widened in confusion and in shock. Then, the sword trembled. And with it, the waves too. Winston hurriedly teared off his eyes from the sword as he felt a slight irritation in his temples. He looked the other way, wanting to ignore the sword and its holder entirely. "I will scan the other side and turn off the spirit vision," he thought. As his eyes scanned the other side, his gaze fixated on another peculiar person. It was a lady, quite short in stature, green in color and yellowish-brown eyes. She had short brown hair and held a peculiar weapon in hand. It was a large hook-like structure, more like a fishing rod than a weapon used to practical combat. The weapon was slung over her shoulders. However, the peculiar thing was the same. A turbulent raging current of waves all around itself, forming a circle with it as the epicenter. The weapon trembled again, and with it, the waves too. Tapping his fingers hurriedly, Winston turned off his spirit vision. What the fuck? Chapter 8, Barrier. Winston felt his head spinning. Seeing two weapons of such a caliber that they could elicit such a profound power in the surroundings waves in the same hallway was particularly baffling. Is such a level of strength commonplace? He thought grimly. And so, the urge to rapidly act and progress in sequence arose in his mind. Just as he was thinking, a small commotion at the other side of the hallway overtook his attention. It seemed to be a fight between two of the contestants, one of which had had his arm badly wounded by the other party, and now was asking for compensation. Winston and his teammates looked on in silence. To the side, he heard Zaran speak. What idiots! He shook his head. As Winston was about to say something, a resounding voice boomed in the hall. I believe everyone was prompted to cease all sorts of fighting. It seems people don't take the words of a test administrator seriously, said the voice, the source of which was a tall man standing right before the hallway that led to some unknown place. The man stood at a height of 2 meters, with his hair a light color of blonde with bright golden eyes. His eyes held 2 black spots under them and his body was somewhat muscular, even clearly showing under his clothes. He wore a white lab coat with black trousers and gloves of the same color. My name is Laro Ro, your test administrator. Nice to meet you, the tall man said. Winston cringed inwardly at the display. At the far side, the two people who were fighting stopped, their attention riveted to the enigmatic man who had just arrived. Test administrator? That means he's a ranker? One of them asked dumbfoundedly. Ranker? Winston thought. That's right. Laro Ro smiled. The regular who had been making trouble backed off, making remarks like only letting you go because the ranker is here. With that sorted, the ranker spoke again. Then. Attention all regulars. First of all, congratulations to everyone that has passed the test. He continued. Before we move on to the next, there will be a short pretest that would be conducted by me. As his words landed, a wave of displeasure coursed through the crowd. All the regulars present publicly expressed their dissatisfaction, lampooning incessantly about not getting any rest and the rankers not having any patience. Seeing this, Laro Ro put his hands up. Now, don't worry. The pretest is very simply. In fact, I wouldn't even classify it as a pretest. It's more like a chore than anything. Another thing to mention is that fact that anyone that cannot make it through this test would not be eligible to partake in the next one. In essence, this is another elimination test. The gossip among the regulars started again, this time, even louder. Then. The ranker didn't care. He ignored them and stretched his hand out. Let us begin. With a shout, a transparent blue ball of water appeared in his hands. Without anyone having the appropriate time to react, the ball exploded into a mountain's worth of water, pushing away everyone in a glorious tsunami-like wave. Winston's eyes widened as he saw the display. Their team stood at mostly at the deep edge of the hall, meaning that the waves failed to reach them. The water splashed around in the air for a moment, pushing out the regulars to the back of the hall, crowding the otherwise open space. Winston felt the entire display eerily familiar. That's right. It was the same waves that he had looked at whenever he activated spirit vision. Is this Shinsu? Shinsu? Help. Wah! A wave of surprise swept over the crowd of regulars. Winston didn't miss the short exchange of the word Shinsu. That right. It's Shinsu. The test administrator spoke, prompting Winston to listen in carefully. I compressed the Shinsu to make a barrier and pushed you all out. Shinsu exists everywhere in the tower. It is what allows us to breathe and drink water. Without Shinsu, nothing would exist. Shinsu can allow one to have limitless power and glory, propelling people to the height of rankers. He continued speaking, as if a man of God was preaching a sermon to the uneducated and unenlightened masses. However, some people even use Shinsu as a murder weapon. It can be used to break an arm and do all sorts of miracles. But there are some that aren't able to deal with it well. Such people are not appropriate to be contestants in the tower. Laro Ro pointed to the veil of water in front. Anyone that can pass through this veil won't have any adverse reactions to Shinsu as well. In other words, they pass the test. If all the team members pass through, the team is considered to have passed. And those who don't fail. He smiled. Then good luck, regulars. Wait. Someone within the regulars yelled. What if a single person within the team can't pass through? Isn't it obvious? The entire team fails. Laro Ro said tersely. Winston's eyes widened. He sneaked a glance at Amon near him. Damn. What I suspected has come to fruition. We may not be able to pass through this. The regulars screamed at the ranker, talking about how unfair such a setting was. The ranker ignored them for a moment before he spoke up again. What do you think is the most crucial thing to climb the tower? He said. Feeling the silence permeate the entire hall, he smiled. It's luck. The luck of having a strong body, the luck of being smart, the luck of being rich. The luck of saving a teammate, the luck of escaping from death. The only reason you're here right now is because you're lucky. He spread out his arms. And here you say it's unfair to base the test on luck? Stop your mindless blabbering and take the test, you regulars. He said, quieting down finally. God damn it. Zarhan angrily slammed his foot on the floor, his eyes glancing at Amon in a not-so-subtle fashion. Amon, who was more unconcerned about the test, looked down at his feet. Now what? What are we gonna do? He asked him. As Winston was about to speak, a meek voice came from the other side of the veil. Excuse me, Mr. Laro. The voice spoke. The eyes of almost every regulars in the hall turned to the small boy that currently stood alone at the other side of the veil. I wasn't pushed back. Do I go back and re-enter? The boy asked the test administrator. Laro glared at the boy, who shivered. I am sorry. I will go back and re-enter. He said. That won't be necessary. Before he could move, he was stopped by Laro. Perhaps it was a mistake on my part, but this is also your luck. You pass. He said. Hearing his words, many regulars expressed their dissatisfaction, but it all fell on deaf ears. Winston glared at the boy, more specifically, his weapon. That boy is in no way ordinary. Such a weapon with such overwhelming power. What was it called? Shinsu? Winston shook his head and looked forward. He glanced at Amon again and began to rock his head, trying to think of a way to pass. Winston did not doubt himself to pass through. The moment the rancor had pushed the water out, he had activated 5 or more seconds to analyze the veil. The waves weren't as tumultuous as they were on the first floor where he had taken Heden's test. He could keep his spirit vision going indefinitely, but the presence of the weapons, with their gigantic wave hurricane, messed with his vision, making it practically harder to see anything useful. It was not a matter of not being able to, just a matter of displeasure at the presence of the two weapons. Amon said at the side. Don't worry, Mr. Winston. Mr. Zarhan. I swear I will pass this test. He said, his eyes filled with determination. Winston looked at him, finding his little bout of motivation heartwarming. Unfortunately, motivation isn't going to get us anywhere, he thought. Then, he began to walk towards the veil. Oh? Going already? Zarhan asked behind him. You guys come behind me, he said simply. As of right now, he could not see any way that could enable him to help Amon, even if he wanted to do so. All he could do was hope that he had what it takes. Winston passed through the veil without problems, barely feeling a breeze. To him, it did not feel at all like he had walked through a filter meant to provide restriction to the regulars. Walking cleanly through the veil, just after the green-skinned girl, Winston looked back at the veil. Zarhan held his spear and also walked to the barrier. Then, stepping forward, he also moved through the 5-foot-width barrier without issue. After walking through, he too looked back to the figure of their last teammate, who had yet to pass through the barrier. Amon steeled himself and walked forward as well. First, he poked the barrier with his finger. It offered no real resistance. However, when he tried to push his entire hand through it, it became solid and inertial, something like a non-Newtonian fluid, getting more solid when more force is applied. Crack. The Shinsu barrier cracked with energy as Amon's hand was pushed back. Amon winced a bit. He looked at Winston and Zarhan, who were both standing on the other side of the barrier. Winston gestured for him to come over as well, as did Zarhan in a more vocal way. Come on. What are you waiting for? He said, holding his spear above himself. Amon tried again, yet he could not break through the barrier. After about 5 tries from Amon, about 20% of the regulars had already crossed over, with more and more trying their own attempt. Between this, a regular was creating quite a ruckus on the other side, which made the rancor, Laro, teach then a lesson. Eventually, Winston, who had been giving Amon motivation from the other side of the barrier, sighed and sat down onto the stairs. With a serious glare, he looked at Amon, who was desperately trying to cross the barrier. Is it really no good? Winston looked at his feet in contemplation. Zarhan took a seat beside him. What do we do now? Wait for our deaths, I suppose. Winston said, a chuckle escaping his lips as he remembered the first few volumes of the second book of Lord of Mysteries. What? Are you retarded? Why would we die? You didn't damage your brain while fighting down there, did you? Zarhan yelled into his ear. Just for that, Winston could not help but contemplate how his enigmatic teammate would fare as a beyonder of the Red Priest pathway. Zarhan clicked his tongue. TCH. Just great. I have a retard and a useless man-child on my team. Winston's head popped a vein. Would you shut up? I am trying to think, you useless brute. Winston said calmly. Huh? You shut the hell up. Zarhan yelled in frustration. Calm down. Winston yelled in his heart, calming himself down. He held his head, trying to muffle out the shouts that Zarhan was directing right at him. Why did I choose this guy as a teammate? He lampooned inwardly. At the other side of the barrier, Amon, watching his teammates eventually sit down in frustration, clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth together. Am I really so useless? He thought to himself. Just then, a flood of visions appeared in his mind. Vistas of his time in the outer tower, scrounging for food and spending his days stealing and living off of thievery. And eventually, the visions of blood came to cover them all. No. He yelled in his mind. That will not happen again. With that thought, he plastered his body right onto the Shinsu barrier. The barrier offered resistance, pushing him back. Come on. Push through. Beyond the barrier, Winston glanced at the barrier, only so see one face planted on the other side. And just a tiny bit, his face was somewhat pushing through. Winston's fate lit up in hope. Amon pushed with his entire being, using his legs and hips to the limit. And so, pass he shall. Bam. Amon fell onto the ground on the other side, bruising his nose in the process. Winston and Zarhan got up, both rushing to the man. Good job, kid. Zarhan yelled. Way to go. Winston also expressed his excitement. Amon smiled at his two teammates. I made it. He cheered. Chapter 9, More doors. After the little pretest was over, all the regulars that has passed were taken to a waiting area. The regulars that failed, however, were ruthlessly rejected and failed the floor of tests before the tests even began. All regulars line up. The next test will be conducted on a first-come first-serve basis. A woman yelled, dressed in a yellow costume with black stripes on it. I am the test guide, Yellowy. She said cheerfully. For more instructions, please listen to the test guide robot. She pointed to the floating robot beside her. Yellowy? Seriously? Winston lampooned in his heart. Winston, Amon and Zarhan were standing in the line. They were somewhere in the 10 to 15 positions. Winston looked around himself, seeing all the different regulars in the place. In particular, his gaze kept drifting to the fragile-looking boy that stood with the overpowered weapon in hand. He was accompanied by a blue-haired boy and a crocodile. That's a member of the Kun family. Zarhan said from the side. Kun family? Winston narrowed his eyes. The Kun family? One of the 10 great families? Amon exclaimed, though only loud enough for it to be heard by his own teammates. Way to go, Amon. Winston cheered in his heart. That's right. Kun family people are all known for having blue hair and dark blue eyes. Zarhan eyed the blue-haired boy cautiously. Supposedly, they're also quite talented in matters of Shinsu manipulation in the form of ice and lightning. Then, he shrugged his shoulders. I don't know though. Just rumors I heard. Wow. There are such people climbing the tower. Amon widened his eyes in amazement before he adopted a serious expression. Then, he balled his hand into a fist and looked at it with a gaze of steel. Winston looked at him but didn't say anything. Instead, he focused on the blue-haired boy. 10 great families, huh? Interesting. Just then, a scream echoed in the air. Arg. A scream? Is the test so dangerous? That sounds painful. A plethora of comments echoed in the quiet hall. The regulars seemed worried for the most part. Winston narrowed his eyes and looked at the time on his pocket. 9:42, it read. There's an imposed 10 minutes timer to the entire thing. If you can't complete the test within 10 minutes, the regulars will fail. However, it must not just be a completion task. If it was that, there would be no screams right up until the end of the timer, which would mean that the regulars failed to complete it. Instead, it would be more accurate to judge it as objective task, in which a certain action needs to be completed from a group of actions. Winston remembered the group that went inside previously. If I remember correctly, the previous group completed the test in only a minute. Which might suggest that the right task that is to be performed is particularly easier than all the others. But that is all pure speculation. Time elapsed. More teams went inside and screams flew out of the test room. Some teams passed and some didn't. While it was happening, Winston noticed the same pattern. It happened again. Before long, it was their turn. The test will begin after you open the door beyond this one. I shall open this door for you. The woman said. With that she opened the door. As Zarhan pushed open the next door, they walked into a pitch-black dark room. There were 12 doors in total in both sides of the room. In the center, before what looked to be traditional Japanese-style shoji doors, a beautiful woman was seated with a teacup in hand. However, welcome regulars. My name is Hans Yu, your next test administrator. The voice of a man echoed in the room. Winston looked at him in surprise. He is a man? Hans spoke. The test is quite simple. The 12 doors you see on the sides, you need to choose the right one out of all of them. He smiled. If you find the real door and open it, you will pass the test. If you don't, you will die. He said tersely. What type of test is this? Zarhan yelled. Is it not to your liking? Well, can't do anything about it. The test starts now. He clapped his hands. Wait. At least give us some clues. Zarhan yelled again. The clues have already been provided. Hans replied. Hearing his words, Winston's mind went into a brainstorm. The clues have been provided? He ignored the tantrum Zarhan was throwing and Amon who was freaking out. The only clues I can figure out are the time limits and the scream. The test was not an objective task choosing, but simply a multiple-choice question. He looked above where a giant clock was erected. Then, he looked at the timer on his pocket. 1:23. With that, he compared the timing of the clock with his pocket. It's a 5-minute timer. Winston exclaimed in his mind. Just then, Zarhan grabbed his collar. Oi! Do something. Have I ever told you that between you and me, one of us is smarter than you? Winston asked him quizzically. Huh? Zarhan's expression turned confused. And then, it morphed into one of anger. What the hell did you say? I am not good at this shit. Solve it already. He screamed. Amon didn't say anything on the side, just looking around nervously, as if in deep thought. Winston went and put his hand on his shoulder. Don't overthink it. He said. Huh? Mr. Winston? He asked in puzzlement. Winston smiled and nodded mysteriously, then, he walked to the center of the hall. Hans, who was sitting from some distance to the center, quietly sipped his tea. Walking to the center, he grabbed Zarhan's spear from him and placed its butt on the ground. Just for confirmation. He smiled. Then, closing his eyes, he began to chant. The right door for the test. 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 Muttering it 3 times, he let go of the spear. Then, the spear stood still without moving. 5 seconds passed and the spear didn't move. Did it not work? Zarhan asked in confusion. It most certainly did, replied Winston, throwing his spear back at him. Then, walking to one of the doors, Winston placed his hand on it and pushed it open. The timer on the pocket showed 3:28. Then, all the doors became green and the sound of clapping was heard. Clap. 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 Congratulations. You passed the test. Hans said, smiling at them. Huh? Huh? Both Zarhan and Amon said at the same time. You pass. Hans said tersely. Then, he scanned the figures of the 3 regulars. The goal of the test was simply to open a door within the first 5 minutes. Although the time provided was 10 minutes. Even you has exceeded the given time limit, each door which would otherwise lead to the outside would turn into doors of death. He closed his eyes and sipped from the teacup. Let's go, said Winston, walking right out of the door. Wait for us, Amon said, running behind him. Zarhan took one last look at Hanyu before also running along. How did you figure it out? Amon asked, perching up behind him. Yeah. That spear trick didn't work. Zarhan spoke, surprisingly not shouting. It didn't matter which door I picked, it was simply a test of resolve and willfulness to act. As long as any door was picked within 5 minutes, we would have passed. Winston said. The administrator already said that. How did you reach that conclusion? Zarhan inquired. It was simply a matter of elimination. The administrator said that all the clues were provided, that being the time limit, the screams and the clock at the top. Any other conclusion could never logically be confirmed from the amount of clues given. He finished. I deduced something similar but wasn't sure to act on it. Amon admitted from the side. Then he scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. I got too nervous. Winston narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled. No worries. You will eventually learn to get through any test you can come across, he said. Then, he slightly gazed at Zarhan who was walking beside him, his otherwise silly and flamboyant expression now turned still. Both of them are somewhat logical thinkers. Well, one is smarter than the other. Winston nodded slightly, unbeknownst to his teammates. Amon smiled at Winston's reassuring words and didn't say anything else. Soon, Zarhan also returned to his cheerful temperament. What a ridiculous test. Even a kid could solve it, he declared. Both Winston and Amon laughed a bit. After the test was done for all the regulars, they were given a short rest, of about 30 minutes. All the regulars were gathered in yet another hall. This one had strange contraptions that looked eerily similar to vending machines. Winston stood in front of one with Amon. He quietly observed the variety of food and drinking items displayed on the machine. Do you have any points? Winston whispered. No. Amon whispered back. Is there a way to steal it? Winston looked around. Immediately, he could easily spot many of the things that could be stolen on all of the regulars' bodies. However, unfortunately for him, points were mostly a digital thing stored in their pockets. Momentarily, he marveled at the marauder's sense of thievery and the dexterity of his hands that itched to try something. However, he suppressed the urge. For now. What about Zarhan? He said he comes from a hunter tribe. They don't use things like points because it doesn't have any use for them. Winston nodded reluctantly at the explanation. He looked at Zarhan, who stood alone at one end of the hall, some distance from the vending machine they stood in front of. Just then, Winston sensed movement to his side. He turned and looked. It was the same boy with the sword. The boy looked nervous as he observed the contents in the vending machine. Does he have any points? Winston mused. The boy tried to tap on the vending machines like Winston had just 3 minutes prior, before being told by Amon about the points system. Ah, you need points for that, Winston said, trying to talk to the boy. The boy looked at him, his brown and innocent eyes reflecting the figure of a dark-haired man that had hazel-colored eyes. Points? He asked in puzzlement. It's a currency system in the tower. It is used universally to transactions. He replied. I am Winston, by the way. This is Amon. He pointed to Amon behind him. Ah. Sorry. My name is 25th Bam. It's the day I was born. Bam explained. Bam, huh? Since he doesn't know about the point system, does he also come from an isolated community? Winston wondered. Then, his gaze wandered slightly to the sword that was wrapped in bandages. He hurriedly tore off his eyes lest the boy noticed them. Nice to meet you, Bam. Nice to meet you. Amon said from behind him. Nice to meet you too. Mr. Winston. Mr. Amon. Bam exclaimed with a pleased smile. Winston looked at him with a smile. Is he really so trusting, or is it simply expression control? Winston wondered, not understanding the boy. His expression was too honest and trusting, appearing somewhat eerie in a place such as the floor of tests, where everyone could potentially be your enemy. It must be deception. Winston concluded. As they were talking, someone appeared beside them. It was a normal-looking person with dimples on his cheeks and close-cropped hair. He wore a purple jumpsuit and appeared to be about 180 centimeters or 6 feet high. Chapter 10, Crown Game Money Mode. The man said. His pocket appeared beside him and he tapped on the small screen that was before the vending machine. The screen turned green. Ding, and with that, the drink Bam had tapped for went down. The man picked it up and handed it to the boy. Here's the drink you were getting. He smiled. Hey, buy us a drink as well. Winston lampooned with a sour expression. It seemed to him that they would not get along well. The name's Shibizu, he said. Seems that you passed as well, lucky boy. Then he turned towards Winston and Amon. And so did you guys. Nice to meet you. Winston nodded at him. A pleasure. My name is Winston. You can call me Amon. Amon said from behind Winston. Shibizu nodded. You want drinks as well? They bonded quickly. After getting the drinks, Shibizu talked to Bam's teammates. Winston and Amon went back towards Zarhan, who wanted to snatch some of Winston's drink. Give me it. He yelled. No way. Get your own, you broke eye. Winston said in a mocking tone. You. Please stop. Amon also yelled from the side. As their antics continued, a familiar person arrived into the hall. Attention all regulars. Laro said, entering the room. His declaration managed to stop Zarhan from obsessing over a canned drink as their team turned to look at the ranker. I come bearing good news, he said. Good news? A voice asked among the crowd. That's right. We will give you all a chance to partake in a game. Laro smiled. No. That's not advantageous to us at all. Shibizu replied from the other side of the hallway. Any extra tests will only be disadvantageous. Laro shook his head and chuckled. You misunderstand. You are free to not take the test. There is absolutely no penalty for you to do so. Then, his eyes scanned the regulars. However, the winning team of the game will be allowed to ascend to the next floor without taking any of the tests that would be conducted later down the line on the test floor. As his words landed, silence descended onto the hall. Every regular's attention was piqued, looking intently at Laro. So, does that seem advantageous? Laro smiled. Before long, everyone that wanted to partake in the test was taken of their respective rooms, each of which was further connected to a collective hall that was at least 70 meters in diameter. Winston, Amon and Zarhan stood in their own cell, overlooking the hall that the game as Laro described would be conducted in. The entire hall was painted a thick color of yellowish gold, the like morning streaks of light that scattered across the infinite sky into 1,000 more shades. The golden color was deeply reminiscent of the sun that shone with the color of steel as it rose from oblivion, the place where ground and sky connected into one. At the center of the hall, a gigantic throne was erected, also plated in a thick golden color. Atop the sole seat of the throne, which seemed to be capable of holding at least 10 people, sat a lonesome golden crown, too majestic to tear one's eyes off of. Now that you have all been transported here, I will explain the crown game to you. The tall human, the ranker Laro said, taking the crown from the throne. It was unknown at which point he had ended up there, or perhaps he had always stood at that place, one couldn't tell. The crown game, in short, is a game to steal the crown. He continued. The team that holds the crown at the end wins the game. That might appear simple at first glance, but the rules are complicated. The first is the time limit. He put the crown atop his head. The game will be conducted in 5 rounds, each 10 minutes long. Only 5 teams can participate in a round at once. Once a team succeeds in holding the crown, they pass the round and proceed to the next one. In the next round, 4 teams will enter and will compete for it with the team that passed the previous round, which will now defend the crown. The team that manages to hold the crown in the last round, wins the crown game. Laro spread out his arms. Also, there is a way to finish the rounds early, which is to sit on the throne with the crown on your head. His hand pointed to the crown he held on his head. He sat down on the throne. However, there is a movement in restriction. The member of the team that sits on the throne will not be permitted to stand up from it. If they do under any circumstances, their team will lose the round and the next would begin. If such a thing happens in the last round, the game will be terminated with no winners. FYI, the participation is on a first-come first-serve basis. There is a buzzer on the walls of each of your cells. He said. Winston looked at the red buzzer at the wall of their cell and nodded. Pressing the buzzer will get you your place in the round. Again, the participation is strictly on a first-come first-serve basis. Laro smiled. He took off the crown on his head and kept it back on the throne. Then participation in the early rounds is clearly disadvantageous. We should opt to steal the crown in the later stages. That would be easier. Amon said suddenly. That makes sense. Zarhan scratched his chin. Correct. Laro yelled. He heard that? Winston appeared a bit shocked. However, doing so would endanger your spot in the later stages. If you postpone participation because of the risk, you won't even be able to participate in the later game. Don't overthink it. You just have to steal the crown. Laro whispered, yet audible enough to reach their ears. Hearing the word steal, Winston's ears perked up. A chance to act. He thought excitedly. A crown. Certainly it carries value, I can tell just by observing from here. A marauder's sense of worldly belongings is really something. And considering all the spectators and even the ranker, it should serve as great feedback. Winston grinned, pleased at the possibility. Then, we will be beginning shortly. A 5-minute buffer time is given. Good luck to all regulars. He said. I almost forgot. A team from another test site will be joining the game. Winston's eyes narrowed to some extent. Another test site? Then, let us begin with the game. He said and disappeared. Which round should we go in? Zarhan turned to Winston and asked. I don't know, you tell me. Winston smiled at him. Zarhan and Amon adopted confused expressions. Winston sighed. He quieted down for some time, probably around 20 seconds. Zarhan and Amon didn't say anything, acutely aware that Winston was devising up a strategy. Either the 3rd round or the 4th. Winston concluded. Although going in on the 2nd one is also not too bad of an option. He smiled. But won't that endanger our winning chances in the long run? Amon asked. To the side, the spear-bearing man also crossed his arms and tilted his head. TSK. That's incorrect. Winston looked towards the throne. It's actually a trap. There's less chance for the latter teams to win than there is for the starting teams. Seeing their expressions still marred in confusion, Winston explained. Think of it like this. There's 5 hungry people in a room. One of them has something to eat. Only one person can eat it. Winston turned to them. The other people will not only have to compete with the holder of the eatable but also with the others that are willing to fight for it. In the same way, once someone gets seated on the throne, it isn't just a rat race any longer. They wouldn't want some other team to get the crown now, would they? That makes sense. That's why Mr. Laro said to simply steal the crown and not overthink it. Amon yelled in enlightenment. Zarhan's brows furrowed for a moment before he nodded. Then that means we should go in the 2nd round. He yelled. Fate is an elusive lady. Winston said suddenly. We never know when an opportunity may arise. For now, information is needed. It seems Winston had still yet to master the true artistry of being a charlatan. Before long, the crown game officially started. Laro counted down from 5 and upon reaching 0, the 1st round began. Trrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Winston smashed his ring finger and thumb together, vying to get a better gauge of the participants. Wait. That's... Winston's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at the whirlpool of Shinsu that centered around the dark green hook. The holder of the weapon, the green-skinned lizard girl, Anna, calmly walked in front of her teammates in long strides. Shibuzu's team. One said. Indeed. Anauk, Hatsu and Shibuzu walked towards the other team of regulars without a care in the world. Anauk said something to her teammates and strode forth by herself. Her teammates didn't follow. She's going to take them on herself? Winston's interest was piqued. One of the regulars from the other team rushed at her. Anauk, simply using her palm, smashed his jaw. Bam. Whoosh. Quiet. The entire hall quieted down. The regular, after being hit with Anauk's palm right in the jaw, flew to the other side or the hall and slammed himself into the wall. A feat of strength that was unlike anything that Winston could personally hope to mimic, at least not at Sequence 9. Winston looked wide-eyed at the spectacle. What absurd strength! That sort of strength is something I can only hope to achieve at the mid-sequences. Without delay, the remaining two regulars rushed at her. And that was when Anauk unfurled the strength of her weapon. With a swing of her hand, the green hook in her hand elongated like a metallic whip, ruthlessly smashing right into the other regular. Whip. Smash. With a smash, the regulars was sent 10 meters into the air and then slammed right into the ground. The other regular, taking advantage of the distraction, punched her right in the temple. Bam. What the? The regular's surprised voice echoed in the hall. He had managed to hit her right in the temple, however, he had failed to cause any sort of discomfort, or even movement of her head. Anauk turned her head and looked at him. So the lizard has a rock for a head. Zarhan whispered from the side. My hand. The regular screamed as he clutched his bald hand, right before getting flicked in the face with the green hook and thrown back. Get the crown. Follow me. The regular that had been smashed into the ground got up and tried to run for the crown, as did his two other teammates who had also gotten up. Without any trouble, they quickly passed Anauk. What is she doing? Winston muttered imperceptibly to himself. However, just as they got close to the throne, someone jumped atop it. Holding the green hook in her hand, it extended beyond the throne and she spun it around with great strength. Bam. 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 The whip-like weapon hit them all square inches the chest, throwing them back and knocking them out for good. Then, without any reason and ignoring her teammates, the lizard sat down onto the throne and adorned the crown onto her head, appearing like a princess sitting atop her throne. Chapter 11, Crown Game. As the lizard girl, Anauk, sat onto the throne, the first round of the crown game came to a conclusion. There was some discourse among the team members of the winning team, and Shibuzo argued with the test administrator about the rules, subject to whether the switching of people who wore the crown within a team was allowed. Such things were obviously stretching the rules a bit too thin, and so it was denied. The lizard girl is on the throne now. It's our chance. Zarhan yelled from the side, screaming right into Winston's ears. Winston scowled at him and shook his head. No. Now is not the time. He said. Why? Although her weapon can extend, she clearly won't be able to fight us freely now. Hearing his words, Winston glared at the one seated on the throne. More specifically, he glared at her weapon. You don't understand. We should still wait. Yes. We must wait. A smirk made its way onto his face. Only then can I steal the crown and digest the potions. We're gonna have to go into the field at some point. One said, fidgeting nervously. Winston nodded at his words. For some reason, amid the tests, Winston, as the most intellectually sane, had been tactically deemed to be the leader of their group, or at least the one whose opinion held the most weight. Winston smiled at them. And that we will. He glanced again at the weapon, and then his eyes drifted to the crown atop her head. We shall steal the crown right under everyone's eyes. For that, we must wait. As Winston understood it, the true might of the weapon had not been unleashed as of yet. Although he felt that in the hands of a stronger being it might prove to be stronger, it stood to reason that Winston was cautious. It was better to be as such, than to suffer the consequences after underestimating the other party's capabilities. For Winston, overestimating his competition was considered better than underestimating them. Then. The second round will begin shortly. Press your buzzers by the time I count down from 5. Laro Rose announcement rang out, echoing in the hall and in the cells. 5. 4. 3. As the countdown continued, none of their participants rose to press the buzzer. Winston, Amon and Zarhan calmly observed the hall, looking for the teams that would be participating. 2. 1. Tai. A sharp alarm rang out and the doors opened up for the next batch of teams. 4 teams walked up into the arena, each containing people more eccentric than the other. One of them has a single red eye atop a stone-like head, the other had bat-like wings on his back. One of them slept in a full bed mattress and the other had 2 sets of arms. Amon and Zarhan moved closer to the gate where Winston was standing, opting to get a better look at the game. At first, there was some discord among the participating teams as they contemplated whether they were to simply attack without plan or collude together for the taking down of Shibuzu's team. Team up? Hey. Yeah, right. Winston guffawed in his heart, lampooning together as he did so. In a game such as this, where the stakes were the ascendancy to the next floor and where life and death were on the line, no one was willing to trust each other. It was basic common sense. One wouldn't want to share their worldly riches with others, no matter how much in need the other person was. And when the need becomes universal, the ground that one stands on becomes a battlefield. There is no rest for the wicked. There is only the next battlefield in the tower. That much was already clear to Winston, to someone who had not entered the tower a day ago and someone that had yet to figure out the intricacies that went along with climbing it. As expected, 2 of the 3 teams that participated began to fight among themselves, while the other 2 swarmed the 2 fighting members of the winning team, Hats and Shibuzu. Shibuzu got the team with the sleeping man, making things a bit easier for him as he wasn't facing a 3 versus 1 situation. For Hats, it was still manageable because of the gap in strength and skill. Subpar at best. Zarhan muttered from the side. Both Winston and Amon glanced at him from the corner of their eyes. Zarhan's eyes were deeply riveted to the fights going on, intently scanning each and every single participant. Just 2 people are troublesome here. He whispered to himself again, yet it was still heard by the other 2. His grip on his spear tightened. In the arena, Shibuzu was quickly overwhelmed by the 2 members of the opposing team and was then saved by Hats, who had taken care of his own opponents. However, something peculiar happened very quickly. The sleeping man who was enveloped by the mattress began to get up, propping up his chest and sitting with the throne on front. Then, he gently held out his hand in front of him. Winston's eyes widened in shock and expectation. Without delay, he tapped his ring finger and thumb together twice in succession, activating his spirit vision. Immediately, his vision was filled by waves that existed everywhere. In the hand of the sleeping man, a bright ball of light began to gather. And then, with a glorious speed, the light rushed towards Naruko, who was sleeping quietly on the throne. Shia-ah. Woo-oo. The light enveloped the tiny figure of Naruko, or was at least supposed to. The green lizard jumped atop the throne, the crown still adorned on her head. As she landed, she tried to glare at the perpetrator. Only to be met with another attack right there. Shia. This one hit her head on, enveloping her without any room to escape. Naruko. Shibuzu yelled as he ran towards the throne, following behind the 2 members of the opposing team who were vying for the crown. The lady and the guy with the horn jumped to attack Naruko, who had emerged from the attack mostly unharmed. A wave controller? Amon said quizzically, which prompted Zarhan to nod. Wave controller? Winston mused. Contemplating for a bit, he linked the term wave controller with the term Shinsu user he had heard before. He was not sure if they were quite the same, however, since the sleeping man had used the waves around him, Shinsu, Winston felt that they might largely be the same, albeit having some differences, hence, the need for having different descriptions. If they manage to snatch the crown, we will have a harder time competing for it. Amon quipped. Winston narrowed his eyes, deciding not to comment on a topic he was not sure if he had sufficient information on. Back in the arena, a soft voice echoed. Unlike you, I can use Shinsu to attack, meaning I don't have the limitation of distance when facing you. The man said. Give up. There is no competition. I can attack the throne from anywhere. He declared with a voice high and mighty, yet laced with a lazy undertone. Naruko clicked her tongue, a glare marring her childlike face. At the moment, she seemed more like an acolyte of rage than anything else that could be useful for her description. Attack the throne from anywhere, you said? She quipped. Then, she twirled the gigantic green hook in her hand into the air. Winston turned off his spirit vision, feeling the glow of the weapon getting brighter still. Ignition. She whispered, her voice reaching the ears of every regular present somehow, blossoming a strange sense of foreboding in their hearts. An ignition weapon? Zarhan screamed, holding the railing in front of him, almost wanting to jump out of the cage. Ignition weapon? Amon inquired, never having heard to the term. Winston cheered inside his heart at Amon's question. Alas, they would not get the time for a discussion. Just as they were wondering, the situation in the arena changed drastically. The weapon in her hand, which had stood at a mere 3 meters in length before extended to a staggering 50 meters, towering over everyone like a gigantic behemoth. Naruko held a crazy smile on her face, her lips stretched from ear to ear with teeth fully showing, appearing incredibly psychopathic. She swung her weapon, slamming it right into the ground where the sleeping man had previously say. What the hell? Zarhan yelled. Amon stood flabbergasted at the display, his eyes widened to the extreme. Winston himself did not fare any better. How the hell am I gonna steal the crown from that? His eyes narrowed and his lips turned a bit dry. Sweat appeared on his forehead at the relentless barrage of attacks that was being thrown in the ring. Naruko with her gigantic weapon slammed into the ground over and over, trying to hit the man covered in the bed mattress. The man in bed, strangely floated into the air, flying about everywhere dodging her attacks desperately. Even a single one could be fatal. His expression was a mixture of anxiety, surprise and concentration. Then, Anauk's green weapon again underwent a change. The gigantic hook which had been flailing around in the air split itself into dozens of other whip-like extensions, each seemingly with a mind of its own. It felt as if a living creature was writhing from the ground up, wanting to kill, destroy and swallow any living thing it could possibly get its feeling tentacles on. The weapon, like an instrument of destruction, tore through the air, rushing straight at the 3 other people remaining in the battlefield. Anauk laughed like a deranged fairy book beast, descended from the unknown beyond to purge the world from all life. The thing can split? Winston looked on, getting increasingly shocked from the battle. At that moment, even Zarhan, who exclaimed at the battle since arrival, was quieted down, opting to simply observe. Amon nervously watched, unwilling to make a comment upon seeing the concentrated gazes that his other 2 teammates had on the battlefield. However, just when it felt as if it was the end for the other team, something clicked. Anauk stopped, the weapon automatically retracting itself into the previous 3-meter hook. She turned towards one of the cages abruptly, simply staring at the air as if bewitched. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, the team rushed out, reaching back to their own cage. By the rules, return to their respective cage meant elimination from the crown game. Way to go! Shibazu cheered, looking at the figure of Anauk who stood at the top of the throne still. However, just as he was doing so, Anauk, who had been quiet, leapt from the throne towards the cage. Boom! Unknowingly, relief washed over Winston as he remembered the rules. Leaving the throne for any reason whatsoever means elimination from the crown game for the team. Chapter 12, Crown Game 13-month series? Jihad's daughter? Black March and Green April? Winston muttered inside his brain, failing to comprehend the topics and falling behind in the conversation that was being carried out. Strangely, even though the cage Anauk had bombarded was at the other side of the arena, Winston and his teammates were able to hear them without problem. Winston secretly stole a glance at the expression of his 2 other teammates, who seemed more surprised than confused. So she's a princess of Jihad. No wonder she was so strong. Amon said aloud. Zarhan quipped along, and she has the Green April no less, one of the weapons crafted personally by Ashal Edwardu and bestowed by King Jihaz himself to the princesses. He said. Inwardly, Winston became more confused than anything. King Jihad? There's a king to the tower? And this Ashal guy. Interesting. Winston nodded to himself. But isn't the 13-month series weapons only meant to be bestowed to ranker? How could a regular on the floor of tests have it? Amon inquired, looking towards Winston. I knew it was weird for an ignition weapon of such caliber to be on the test floor. Zarhan screamed from the side. That's what I was wondering. Winston closed his eyes and nodded sagely. More importantly, he pointed. What about that boy who holds the Black March? Don't you think that's even weirder? Having listened to the conversation Anauk and the other team had, he had been made keenly aware that anyone else aside from the princesses of Jihad, much less a man, was not supposed to be able to get such weapons. Amon's expression turned thoughtful. Didn't he mention Yuri Jihad? Does she have a connection to Bam? He mused. Winston's eyes turned a bit misty. He didn't know who Yuri Jihad was. How was he expected to continue the conversation? Simple. He wasn't. That wouldn't matter now, would it? He glanced at the arena again. I think we will be participating in the 4th or the final round, Winston declared. Soon, the 3rd round began. Laro counted down from 5, and with that the 3rd round of the crown game officially began. Bam's team participated in the 3rd round. 4 other teams participated alongside them, all vying for the crown within haste. However, the blue-haired boy, Kun, as Winston had heard his name was, showed incredible wit and planning capabilities, effortlessly fooling all the regulars that participated. He's dangerous. Winston mused, narrowing his eyes. His eyes also wandered to the small bag he held in his hand, Manvarandena, it was called. Incredible feats of cunning and not too shabby in combat himself. Bam doesn't seem to be too troublesome, but his weapon might prove to be the most bothersome thing of all. Then, his eyes overtook the gigantic mass, the hulking crocodile that was in their team. Rakwraith Razor. Kun is adept at combat, yet his excellence is in his cunning. The crocodile is particularly hard to handle. His skill in handling the spear seems too troublesome to deal with. Winston racked his brain, trying to think of a viable plan for the situation. His eyes wandered towards his equipment, which included a steel broadsword and a bow and some arrows. He sighed. I might need to experiment a bit with ritualistic magic after this. Never know when charms could come in handy. He shook his head, focusing on the situation at hand. Logically speaking, with a team of their strength level, most competent teams would choose to participate in the last round. And as of now, only 6 teams are left for participation, meaning there's no trouble of not getting a spot in the last round. The general level of strength of the regulars can be handled. Regulars like the crocodile and then lizard seem to be rare exceptions. And since it will be the last round, all the teams will be agitated and fight amongst themselves. Suddenly, it all clicked in Winston's mind. If we manage to snatch the crown in the 4th round, holding the throne in the last one would be easier than snatching it amid the chaos. For a moment, Winston remembered Klein the fool who made use of chaos as an escape route. Hey, but there's no telling what might happen in such a chaotic situation. Too risky. I can't miss out on the opportunity. Winston shook his head and looked towards his teammates, who at this point were also looking at him intently, waiting for him to make a decision. We will participate in the 4th round. Winston declared as if a king commanding his subjects. A smile graced his lips. Finally. Some action. Zarhan yelled, spinning around the spear in his hand. On the other hand, Amon looked a bit nervous, his figure fidgeting under his clothes. And just in time, Laro Ro started the count. All regulars who wish to participate in the next round, press the buzzer within 5 seconds. Winston looked towards the arena with a smile, thinking of the possible courses of actions he could take to snatch the crown. However, at that moment, his eyes caught a strange detail. Kun took out a piece of blue cloth from his bag and tied his hair back, making a small ponytail out of his otherwise free-flowing blue hair. What? Winston, for some odd reason, felt weirded out. Kun had clearly shown himself plenty capable of combat without tying his hair back. Why would he do so now? At that moment, he felt something was wrong. The countdown reached 3. Seeing Zarhan who was about to press the button, Winston quickly leapt up and held his arm in an iron grip. Wait. What could be the reason? His eyes scanned Kun's figure once again, then, his eyes landed on the bag. Wait a minute. His eyes narrowed. It's possible for living things to be shrunk and stored as well. Remembering the blob-like being getting sucked into the bag, something clicked. What are you doing? Zarhan yelled, tearing his arm away from Winston's grasp. We won't be participating. Winston said, his expression dead serious as he looked at the leisurely Kun who sat alongside Bam on the throne. Why? Amon said. He had already taken out a short and was ready to fight if needed be. Just intuition. Winston said. His thoughts could be wrong. But things that could fire off the intuition of a beyonder were not to be ignored. Intuition warnings were hidden information from the surrounding spirit world, if such a thing even existed in the place known as the Tower. Winston didn't know. But he knew better than to simply ignore such a thing. If I am wrong, I am wrong. We will just participate in the next round, he said with conviction. Zarhan clicked his tongue in annoyance while Amon returned the short sword into its sheath. Tai. The alarm sound rang out and the teams were taken out of their cages. 3 teams participated in the 4th round. The 3 teams, like the previous rounds, tried to collude together to take down the current team occupying the throne. However, something unexpected happened. One of the teams attacked the other. The other team, having not expected such things to happen, fell down quickly, putting up little resistance. All while Kun himself, along with Bam, sat on the throne in leisure. The remaining team tried to go for the crown, however, it seemed that they were plenty weaker than the crocodile, with all 3 of them having been defeated in mere moments. As the happenings in the arena concluded, Amon and Zarhan looked at Winston with widened eyes. How did you know? Amon asked in amazement. That's the neat part. I didn't. Winston smiled. What kind of nonsense is that? Zarhan expressed his doubts. Hearing his words, Winston simply shrugged. I have keen observation skills, he said. Yeah, right. Zarhan snorted, his scowl clearly expressing his thoughts on the matter. Winston could do nothing but shake his head. It was truly due to his keen sense of observation and derivation of information that the Marauder potion provided him that he had been able to even notice the small signs of strangeness with Kun. As for how his mind could even cook up the exact situation with such accuracy, Winston could not say. Perhaps it was the surrounding spirit world or whatever passed for that here helping him with the revelations. Intuition is a scary ability, he mused. Soon, the other team headed back to their cell without any want to fight with Bam's team, making them progress to the final 5th round. Well, that's our cue, Winston said. You sure? Zarhan quipped sarcastically. Positive. Winston chuckled. And then, as Laro Ro announced for the teams to press their buzzers, his hand moved towards it. 5. What's our plan of action? Amon asked suddenly, his disposition a mix of nervousness and conviction. 4. Winston pressed the buzzer, still having his eyes glued to the arena. This time, he didn't sense any sort of discomfort. However, there was a sense of foreboding he felt. Simple, he said. 3. Use the chaos to your advantage. With the small fishes gone, the sharks will be arriving at the last stage. He smiled. 2. The more fighting that ensues, the better will be the chances to steal the crown. Suddenly, He looked behind him at Zarhan. "Can you take the crocodile?" he asked. "1." Zarhan grinned. "Damn right, I can." "Tai." With the sharp sound of the alarm, the door to their cage slowly swung open, spraying some smog into the cage. "You guys." Winston continued, walking out of the cage. The steel broadsword was flung over his shoulder and the bow and the quiver was attacked to his back through a cloth strap. With eyes flashed for a moment as he tapped his ring finger and thumb twice. "Just need to make an opening." A cold expression appeared on his face as his eyes met that of Khan's. Winston smiled at him in challenge. "I will steal the crown myself," he declared. Laro Ro sat in his lighthouse that floated atop the entire arena, quietly overlooking the crown game. The inside of his lighthouse was bathed in a golden glow, deeply reminiscent of the evening sun. His eyes were focused as he looked on at the participants of the current round. A princess of Jihad, an irregular and an unknown regular all together in the same team. Then there's Khan and his two teammates. And finally, as his words drifted, his eyes riveted themselves to the figure of a tall young man with black hair. Winston Heath. That boy gives me a strange feeling. I can't quite put my finger on it. As he observed the man, suddenly, he felt something click as he walked into the arena. There it is again. That feeling. That strangeness. Suddenly, he shook his head. The tower is indeed a large place. Many regulars with strange abilities can arise. He continued, speaking to himself. Then, how far will this match go, I wonder? He said. For some unknown, inexplicable reason, he suddenly remembered a quote from a certain friend of his. A very frivolous princess to be precise. Everything in the tower, I say. Everything in the tower is subject to change. That is the only thing that will last forever in the tower. Unconsciously, a smile blossomed on his face. Chapter 13, Crown Game Silence. Silence reigned in the arena for a moment, deafening to the point that even a pin drop could be heard. Rak and Kun stood at the two sides of the throne, ready to leap at a moment's notice in protection of their third teammate. Winston looked around, reading the flow of the waves with his spirit vision. Zarhan moved before him, spinning his spear in the air. This time, there was no team left that wanted to collude. Every other team that held less ability had already been eliminated. Winston's eyes scanned his competition. 3 people in cloaks stood at the opposite end of the arena. Another team stood to the right, consisting of a woman in a mask and a tight spandex and 2 other men, one with 4 arms and the other with a single crystal for his eye. And finally, to the right of the previous team, stood another team of regulars. Time stood still for a moment. Nobody moved. And then, something clicked. Whoosh! Winston and Zarhan rushed forward, the wind breaking behind them. Amon followed from the side, going towards the left. At the same instant, the woman in the spandex moved with precision. The metallic staff she held in her hand, seemingly heavier than 20 kilograms, was twirled around effortlessly in the air as she moved towards the other team to her left. Winston's eyes dropped on the staff colored in gold for a moment, his marauder powers instantly calculating the value of the staff. Then, his figure approached Rak. Ra-ah-ah. The gigantic crocodile screamed with power as he smote down his red spear towards us, aiming to impale us in a single swoop. Winston quickly jumped to the right, avoiding the attack altogether before it could even reach them. Zarhan propped up his spear before him and deflected the spear to the right. To the side, Winston having rolled over came face to face with Khan. Shung. The sound of metal clashing was heard as a giant sword was pulled out from his bag, Manbarandana and smashed wildly into Winston's broadsword. Winston felt his arms twist for a moment, before he realized what was happening. Quickly, he jumped back. He's well versed in sword fighting. Twisting the opponent's strength against them to open up a striking point. Interesting. Winston smiled in delight. To the side, the woman in the spandex had already taken care of the other team. With that, her and her teammates rushed towards the throne. The crocodile was quickly surrounded by Zarhan and Amon. Although Amon wasn't able to help much considering the gap in strength, his weapon still proved to be a nuisance for the crocodile, allowing them to hold him off. Winston rushed back at Khan, this time in anticipation for his skills. A flurry of attacks was what followed soon after as both of them slashed at each other wildly, with none of them being able to get the advantage. Winston, with his spirit vision and instinctive fighting responses, was able to dodge all of his attack before they even got close. Meanwhile, Khan had his bag offer him protection. No matter how hard Winston seemed to hit it, it didn't budge a single inch. As they were engaging in their duel, Winston felt something jump over them, as testified by the change in the Shinsu. The woman in the spandex effortlessly jumped almost 10 meters into the air, flipping her body while doing so. Then, holding her weapon, she took a stance and smashed wildly onto the unassuming figure that sat atop the throne. Bam! Bam! Khan screamed, a brief moment of distraction. And with that, Winston did not miss the mark. Taking his leg back, he embedded it deep into Kun's abdomen, throwing him back towards the throne. Black Turtle. The crocodile yelled, throwing away both Zarhan and Amon with a single sweep of his spear. However, just when the strike was about to connect, some metallic sounded. Clang. A giant disc, orange-black in color, floated soundlessly in the air, blocking her attack and throwing her nimble body back. She slid on the ground some distance from the throne and looked at the perpetrator. Rak, who had been rushing at the throne to save his teammate, was intercepted by the other two teammates of the spandex woman. In front of the spandex woman, a figure clad in a dark brown cloak suddenly appeared. Evidently, the figure was that of a woman. "You shouldn't take on someone in your own dimension, don't you think?" she said in a melodious voice. The masked woman didn't speak, only adopting a combat stance. Winston, on the other hand, while rushing towards the throne, was intercepted by a gigantic hulking mass, a figure clad in a brown robe, its face somewhat visible, which revealed dark red teeth, perhaps another mask underneath the cloak. The figure, wielding a cleaver in hand, smashed it down right onto Winston's figure, who was almost too slow to dodge. Shit! He cursed in his heart. Zarhan appeared behind him, stabbing with his spear. Clang! His spear slid off of the cleaver of the giant regular. However, at the last moment, he pushed his body forward and at the last moment, kicked the gigantic regular in the side, making his footing stumble for a moment. "Go! Get the crown!" he screamed. Without wasting any time, Winston ran. Without a second of delay, he had already reached the crown just in front of the last elevation. With that, the situation came into view. Have they banded together? Why would they do so? Did that guy carry another team in his bag? Winston wondered, looking at the team of cloaked individuals protecting the other team. But the team with that masked woman is still with us. We can win. Winston cheered. Kun appeared before him, in his hand a short sword. Winston raised a brow and quickly began to counter. Just then, he realized something. If this goes on like this, we will quickly run out of time. From the time the final round started, 4 minutes have already passed. Then, for some inexplicable reason, he remembered the test administrator, Laro Ro, and a sleeping bag man, who had used Shinsu for their attacks, and the process for which he had seen completely with his spirit vision. It was support from his intuition. Compress! He yelled internally. Then, utilizing the basic principles of cogitation, his mind instantly stepped into a state of transcendent focus. And with that, a bright light flashed. Shie! A blinding flash of light illuminated the entire arena, momentarily blinding all the regulars. Kun, who was standing in front of him, closed his eyes. Winston looked beside him. A ball of Shinsu had materialized, taking the form of a soft ball of light. For a split second, barely longer than the time it took one to blink their eyes, Winston felt something. A strange power flowing through him, filling him with strength unlike anything he had felt. It was something different from the sequence potion powers, something more malleable? Was that the right word? Then, as that feeling ended, he broke out of his short stupor. His eyes turned furious and then the ball of Shinsu moved. Shaya! Boom! Without any delay, the ball of Shinsu moved to hit Kun. However, because of his unfamiliarity with the ball of Shinsu, the ball impacted Kun's bag, throwing him back dozens of meters with a great explosion. Everyone's eyes turned towards Winston's figure for a moment, widened in surprise at the presence of a Shinsu user. At that moment, Winston could have sworn he heard Zarhan yell, "I knew you were a Shinsu user." In the background. At the back, taking advantage of the cloaked woman's distraction, who had, at this point, revealed her face, the woman with the mask jumped with all her strength right towards the throne. At the same time, Winston, who had no one to block him now, dashed at the throne, right towards Bam's figure, who was looking towards the cloaked figure towards his right. "Got you." Winston grinned, extending his hand. Then, the spandex woman landed to his right. What? Bam. The metallic staff was blocked by his left arm, staggering him for a moment. "Turtle!" The crocodile yelled from behind. The masked woman didn't stop, wildly swinging her weapon towards the cloaked figure. Strike! The head of the cloaked figure was grazed, throwing off its cloak to reveal a young girl with freckles. Winston didn't stop and leapt forward without issue. However, just as he was about to grab the crown off of Bam's head, the waves around him grew restless. "Rachel!" he yelled, abandoning the throne and throwing himself towards the young woman. He left the throne. Winston's eyes widened as he adjusted his direction. His hand grabbed the crown off his head, just in time for him to intercept the metallic golden staff with his head of all places. Bam! And just as that happened, Winston felt something click inside of him. As if something was dissolving inside him, quickly transforming into beads of light that surrounded his soul and merged with it soon after. But Shaya! Juo! With a brief moment in which he relished in the feeling of a potion digestion, the Shinsu in front of him changed suddenly. He ignored the masked woman's strike that was coming right for his face. His eye widened. Spurt. Blood spurted from his hand and from the face of the masked woman, each having been seemingly slashed with an invisible blade. A gigantic golden light enveloped them, centered around the boy who had just fallen down. Damn. Did the weapon react? Winston cursed in his mind, completely forgetting about the digestion of the potion and the crown entirely. Throwing himself back, he leapt out from the light, landing on the ground. Quickly, he turned off his spirit vision because of the huge blend of colors he was constantly seeing moving in front of him. As the light finally subsided, there was silence in the entire arena. The masked woman clutched her right eye with her hands, sitting motionless on the floor. While Bam, the brown-haired boy, laid there atop the blonde-haired young girl, his hair stained crimson of his very own blood. Nobody moved, too shocked by the events that had just transpired. Attention all regulars. Then Laro Ro's voice broke then out of their thoughts. The crown has been destroyed. And so, with the destruction of the crown game is also terminated. His words landed like a bomb atop their heads. Winston looked at the ground, where supposedly, the crown had been accidentally dropped because of his hand injury. There was nothing there, only empty air. Then, he looked at his hand. There was a deep gash, running from the middle of his middle and ring finger to somewhat into the middle of his hand. The adrenaline had blinked out the pain, making him not feel anything. Well, there goes that. He sighed. Chapter 14, Digestion. The morning scintillating sun rose over the horizons. The glorious blazing ball of light illuminated the surroundings with an incandescent yellow hue. The gigantic building of the test floor floated in the air, its shadow stretched across the wheat and grass fields below for miles on end. The fields below were covered by a faint white mist, scattering the light of the refulgent sun. However, as Winston had just found out yesterday, the sun was not, in actuality, a sun. Instead, it was simply a ball of light that floated high up in the artificial atmosphere of the tower, which too was made out of shinsu. Winston got out of the bed, his hair sprawled all over his head and his eyes dazed over slightly. The curtains of his room, which were wide open, solely because he had forgotten to close them before going to sleep, filtered the soft morning rays of light into the room. Winston yawned and rubbed his right eye. Then, he got up and stretched his body. As he did, he could not help but savor the feeling of his joints and muscles opening up after a good night's rest. Then, he sighed. The crown games had ended right then and there. In a series of events Winston had honestly failed to see, the crown was utterly destroyed. He looked at the bandages on his right hand in thought, his mind overtaken with the visions of the naive boy he had met. The 25th Bam. Enigmatic he was. There were very few people that would throw themselves into dangerous situation to shield someone else. At least, Winston himself was not one of them. Then, he remembered how the previous day had gone over. Due to his injuries, he was taken to the infirmary by his teammates and spent the next 3 hours there. After that, his teammates escorted him to his room, despite his repeated insinuation that he was fine. Well, it is what is it? He shook himself out of his thoughts and went to freshen up. Every regular that had passed the tests and managed to survive the crown game with their full teams were allotted their own rooms. Each room had all the supplies one could hope for while living, save for a kitchen, the need for which was fulfilled by the cafeteria. It was also worth mentioning that the teams had also been disbanded by the time the crown game had ended, meaning there was little chance that he would take the next tests along with Zarhan and Amon. For all he could think, the next test might be an individual test. After he freshened up, he walked out of the door to his room and headed for the cafeteria. It was still 2 days for the next test to go. There was plenty which he could do to prepare for it. The first of which was to better familiarize himself with his abilities and gain resources which allow for full utilization of them. Although he had spent all his time in the cave to train his abilities, there was little he could do with the lack of materials. As he was lost in his thoughts, he felt someone approach from his back. Intuition is indeed a very useful ability. He turned back without delay, only to come face to face with Zarhan, his old teammate. "Yo," he greeted, throwing his hand into the air. Winston nodded. "Good morning." He smiled. "How'd ye notice me?" "As a hunter, I make sure to be super quiet all the time," he inquired, getting closer. "Right." Winston gave him a judgmental stare for the slightest moment. "I just felt someone was behind me." Winston shrugged, a grin on his face. "TCH. Fine. Don't answer," he exclaimed, his face turning a bit sour. Winston nodded to himself, feeling a bit pleased. "Going to the cafeteria?" he asked. "Man's gotta eat," he said, tapping his stomach with a chuckle. With that, they both went towards the cafeteria, walking side by side. As they walked, they engaged in some small talk. "How's your arm?" "Feels fine. I guess it will be alright in a few days," Winston answered, feeling a bit unsure himself. As of right now, He felt no actual discomfort in his arm. To be honest, it felt as if he hadn't even been hurt. Does the Shinsu speed up healing? I will have to take off the bandages and see for myself. Winston mused. As they chatted, the cafeteria finally came into view. The cafeteria was a large hall, filled with various long tables and mundane decorations. The entire room was completely illuminated by lights on the ceiling, and coupled with the sunlight from the window walls, it left barely any room for shadows to be seen. To the far right, the food counter could be seen, operated by a yellowish humanoid behemoth with multiple eyes all around its head in a straight horizontal line. There were many people in the cafeteria at this point. Almost half of the regulars that had passed the tests and the crown game were here, making the cafeteria quite lively. As they walked to the food counter, someone called out to them. Mr. Winston. Mr. Zarhan. They looked towards one of the tables. It was Amon waving out to them. Winston waved back and Zarhan nodded tersely. Amon was already seated with a plate of edibles. And so, Winston and Zarhan took theirs and went on their way. Winston wasn't too knowledgeable about the cuisine, so he let Zarhan order for him as well. The cafeteria using points is a bit unfair for us. Winston lampooned. That's right. The cafeteria used points. Points were earned by passing tests and fulfilling certain quotas in them. Basically, a regular's performance determines how much points they get. Though it is practical. He shook his head, not thinking about it anymore. However, luckily for them, the crown game was not without its advantages. The participants, along with the starting number of points given to all the regulars, were given bonus points for their performance. Meaning they were not the previous completely broke them, but now, the present less broke them. Taking their respective plates, they went ahead and sat down along with Amon. Good morning. Winston greeted. Good morning. Zarhan boisterously declared. Good morning to you too. Amon said enthusiastically. With that, they engaged in some conversations about the tests and tower, the idle chatter among the regulars. However, to Winston, it was free information. As someone that came from the outside, information was a must-have. Wow. You're very knowledgeable about these things. Zarhan droned with a subtle expression. His eyes appeared a bit lost. Yeah. Amon said, stuffing his mouth with food. You can find all sorts of things on the box. Winston raised a brow. The box? Amon stared at him. You don't know about the box, Mr. Winston? He exclaimed. Winston felt that he had messed up here. I seem to have heard about it. Though I never bothered to find out about it. He replied with a relaxed tone. Oh. I see. He nodded. The box is a platform for all light bearers to sort through and share information about the tower. You can find practically anything on there. He explained. It's basically a blog for the light bearers. Winston appeared to be intrigued. How do you access this box? He asked. Just then, Zarhan broke out into a short laugh. PFFT. You don't even know how to access the box? Even I know that? He declared. You do? You do? Both Amon and Winston asked with a judgmental stare. Of course I do. It is accessed through lighthouses. Those floating cubes-like things. Besides that, it can also be accessed through pockets, but the information is limited. He screamed. At that point, their table received a number of stares from the other regulars. Winston ignored these stares, so did his other two teammates. The rest of the breakfast went without any other interesting things being shared, yet still somewhat informative. The best thing about it was the box Amon had mentioned. Mentally, he decided to check it out upon returning to his room. Finishing the breakfast, as Winston reached his room, he took out a small pin-like object, blue in color. It was something he had stolen from Zarhan's attire. Although the other party wore casual clothing, his shirt held many small pin-like objects, blue in color. They were pretty to look at but not of significant monetary value, something he gleaned from his Marauder potion ability. As he sat down onto the bed, he could not help but look at this potion digestion again. Damn. No matter how I look at this, isn't his a bit too fast? He exclaimed in his heart. Yesterday, as he stole the crown, all of his potions, the seer, the marauder and the apprentice, all of them had been digested almost to completion. If he had to put it into numbers, he would say that almost 97% of the potion had already been digested. He supported his arms with his legs and leaned forward in contemplation. In essence, it shouldn't be too out of the ordinary. After all, there were multiple people watching along with a ranker, a figure close to at least a high sequence, if not an angel. Winston concluded. Though it was hard to judge the level of rankers, he felt that they might be at the level of the demigods, with the upper echelons being at the level of angels. He sighed. The sequence 9 of the error pathway is called Marauder. In essence, it can be considered as a raider or a plundered. Meaning the acting method for the sequence 9 should be reliant on feedback from others. If it was something like thief, then I may not have gotten the same result, considering as to how thieves are associated with secrecy and silence. Hey! Stealing a crown in front of such opposition and spectators turned out to be the optimal condition for acting. To be honest, the only reason that I can think of that I didn't digest the potion right then and there is because I didn't consolidate the acting principles of any potion. Winston felt it was possible. With the discovery of his rapid potion digestion, he also discovered that digestion was shared across all of his sequences. Meaning, if any digestion occurred on the seer potion, it would occur simultaneously on the other two potions as well. Meaning, if at any point he hit a wall in the digestion of any one potion, he could just start on the digestion of the other potion, circumventing the problem altogether. Along with that, it also meant that he could act on all the three pathways at the same time, boosting the digestion speed exponentially. The last 3% of the potion, I can digest it by using the principles of the seer pathway that have already been established by Mr. Fool. Winston smiled in expectation of the future. It seems Sequence 8 will be coming sooner than I expected. Chapter 15, Promotion. Winston spent the rest of the day inside his own room, researching about the tower on a box that he had found out about. At one point, Amon came to look for him, only to be sent back by Winston, who did not wish to be disturbed. And in the end, it turned out to be the right choice, simply because of the sheer amount of information Winston realized that he had lacked before. Jihad, the king of the tower and the 10 great families that ruled under his empire. The top floor of the tower, the 134th floor, and a plethora of other information that he had not realized before. He could engage in conversations about them now. With the newfound knowledge, he was sure he would not appear too much like an oddball out of the regulars. And as he had found out, such a thing would be crucial for his own survival. Because he had found out about the existence of similar beings such as himself. Irregulars, as they were called, were beings that come from outside of the tower, opening the gates and stepping inside to climb. They went against the predetermined rules of the tower to rebel against natural order and universal law, climbing the tower even though they had not yet been chosen. Irregulars bring chaos to the tower, marked by great change and times of decadence, to create a whirlpool of destruction and power that pulls in everyone and everything around them, and pushing the fate of every being in the tower to usher in a new age, whether it be one of progression or regression could not be said. There were a variety of examples for the irregulars, the most common being the king of the tower itself and the lower ruling parties, Jihad and the 10 great families. They were marked as the first batch of irregulars to enter into the tower and propel the administration of the great structure to a new golden age. After which were the other irregulars, Yurak Mazino, the founder of Wolhuksong and the 4th-ranked strongest ranker in the entire tower, also hailed as the record holder for the fastest ascent up the tower, a time of 50 years. Then there was Enriu the Infamous, also known as the Red Tower. His infamy comes from the time he killed a floor administrator, shooting it down right from the sky like the mortals they rule over, causing chaos to spread over the floor the said guardian held dominion over. And then, the final irregular, presided as the strongest ranker in the entire tower, Phantominum, the killer of Jihad's royal guards. All of them, without exception, were part of the strongest beings in the tower. There was no irregular that could be considered weak, not one. Upon seeing such information, Winston's first instinct was relief that no one had found out about his state. And then, after relief, it was understanding. It was quite clear now why he was able to condense Shinsu into an attacking force so quickly. It was only expected from an irregular. Wait. What about the irregulars that entered before me? Winston contemplated. He distinctly recalled Head, the first-floor guardian, saying something along the lines of not receiving such extensive visits in a long time, meaning there had been some people that had entered the tower before him. I can't be sure of the time frame they might have entered before me. It might even have been a few years. At this point, they might already be far ahead of me. Winston nodded, feeling exceedingly sure of his guess. But I can't yet eliminate the possibility that they entered right before me. At the very least, I must be prepared for an encounter with an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Getting off the chair which he had kept right next to his bed, he stretched his body again. Time to digest the potion now. Thinking about that, he voiced out the main maxims of a seer. A true seer must possess reverence towards fate. He said. Almost immediately, he felt his spirit body churn and twist and bubble up in anticipation of an unknown event yet to come. One must help others seek out and interpret their fates, yet at the same time, constantly maintain fear and respect towards it. A seer does not become egoistical about his abilities to see through the web of fate, nor can he get too prideful and never believe blindly in one's own interpretation of fate. As he said the words, something deep within him bubbled as if put on a hot stove. He felt his core heating up and cooling down rapidly and felt something deep within him break into its most fundamental forms. And finally, he continued, divination is not all-powerful, he declared. And with that, he felt his spirit body undergo rapid change. Something broke down and came together, merging incessantly with his very core being. How he breathed out, then he stopped. The potion which had just come to the precipice of digestion had lacked just a simple push to shove it in the right direction, infinitely close to a complete digestion. Winston closed his eyes, feeling the almost interminable power stored within. As he stood upon the precipice of an inexorable event to come, he felt himself floating like a will-o'-wisp, a paper in the wind. With a smile, he declared one of the maxims of the Marauder potion, one he had established just a day prior to give himself the push needed. One must be fast in thought and bold in action. A true marauder takes action only when success can be seen, he declared. And with that, he felt the 3 potions rapidly digesting and fusing with his being, completely overtaking his spirit. Winston felt as if a weight had been thrown off his shoulders, a burden he carried without his knowledge had been put down. That feeling's a bit addicting. He chuckled. Just as he was getting used to the feeling of his potion completely having been digested, he suddenly sensed something. It was the next potion, comprising the sequence 8 of the Fool, Error and Door Pathways, Clown, Swindler and Trickmaster. Winston's eyes widened in surprise and amazement as he felt the sensation of the potion. It felt like it lied somewhere infinitely far away, yet somehow it surrounded him completely still. It was a surreal sensation. He felt as if he could summon the potion any time, should he desire to consume it no matter the time. A vicious grin couldn't help but make its way onto Winston's face. Then, he looked at his right hand which was injured and tapped his thumb and ring finger twice. The hand was covered in a white color, symbolizing good health. Nodding to himself, he sat down again and took off the covers on his hand. And from under the covers emerged his hand as good as new, seemingly never having been injured to begin with. Seeing that, Winston's eyes turned a bit thoughtful. What is it that's speeding up the healing process? Peering a bit further using his spirit vision, Winston discovered something strange. The waves of Shinsu, little wisps of power, were constantly rushing into his hand, nourishing it from the outside and from the within. Winston understood that the body was a machine that healed constantly. Under the right conditions, any injury could be healed so long as the damage was not permanent. And the Shinsu at the moment seemed to be supplying his hand with the most optimal condition for healing, along with a constant supply of energy to replace the lost cells. Interesting. Winston exclaimed, an excited grin on his face. He took his steel broadsword from the side and overlapped it with a layer of spirituality. Spirituality had a tendency to leak better from sharp edges and places with less surface area. It was a simple application of the principle by which corona discharge happened to electricity. Spirituality spread itself out evenly across a surface once it was applied to it, meaning there is a constant spirituality density at all points that hold similar areas. However, that meant that at the places where the area thins out, the spirituality density increases, allowing it to slide off of itself and leak outside, mimicking the corona discharge phenomenon with electricity. Concentrating, he overlapped the entire room with a layer of spirituality, shielding it from prying eyes and outside interference. He kept the broadsword back where he grabbed it from and sat cross-legged on the bed. Then, he exhaled. Winston extended his hands and willed for the sequence 8 potion to appear before him. And appear it did. There was no burst of light, nor any flashy sound, neither was there any sort of special effect that accompanied it. There it was, empty air. And then, suddenly, a transparent vial of an orange-colored liquid appeared in place. Winston quickly caught the vial just as it appeared, lest it fell to the ground and shattered, shattering along with it his hope to ascend any higher than sequence 9. As he took it in his hand, he gazed at it intently. It was an orange-colored liquid, yellowing at the top. It constantly bubbled and turned inside the vial, as if it was still in the process of concoction. Winston stared at it for a second, then, with resolute eyes, he opened the cap and downed the entire mixture in a single go. He drank the potion and wiped his mouth with his sleeves. Then, he kept aside the vial and waited. It didn't take long, not even a second, that the ascendance to the next sequence began to stir changes in his body. Winston felt his entire body rapidly heat up, reaching approximately 45 degrees Celsius and then cool down just after to almost 2 degrees. It repeated in a cycle, happening over and over and over and over again, all in the span of 2 seconds or less. Then, he suddenly felt his hands, arms, chest and everywhere else that held skin rapidly fire up with blisters and pores, through which a minute amount of blood began to seem out. Winston breathed, nay, whimpered, not screaming out despite his wanting to. Even though the wall of spirituality had been set up, solely because it was the first time he had done it, he decided to not risk the chance of exposing himself and kept quiet. The pain lasted an eternity, or was it a single instant? Winston's entire soul body was turned inside out and his body suddenly turned incredibly flexible. He felt an unscratchable itch inside his ear, one he didn't dare to try. And then, suddenly, it all ended. He felt his skin return to normal and body temperature balance out. The itch in his ear was all but gone at this point and he sat back up. He looked down. Ugh. Goddamn. He cried. The blood all over his body had rendered all of his clothes and the mattress of his bed into a crimson mess. He shook his head and analyzed the changes brought on by his promotion. First was the clown, the sequence 8 of the Fool pathway. First and foremost, the most obvious was the physical enhancement brought about by the potion. Besides the slight physical strength and durability increase that one gets at each promotion, Winston had never felt such a transcendent sense of control over his own body before. He felt as if he had control over each and every muscle fiber inside his body, barring certain internal organs like his heart. Besides that, his sense of three-dimensional observation and perception had just shot through the roof, making his balance become increasingly stronger. Winston suddenly jumped off of his bed right from the seating position and landed right on the backrest of the chair he had previously sat on. The chair didn't move an inch, as if nothing had happened to it. Winston stood on top of its thin backrest and stood on a single toe, adopting the stance of a ballet dancer. This is refreshing, he thought offhandedly. Along with that, both his Swindler and Clown potion further enhanced his dexterity, reaching inhumane levels. And lastly, he looked towards the table where a stack of empty papers were kept. He jumped off the chair and took one in his hand. Then, with a rapid movement from his arm, the paper disappeared with a howling sound of the wind. Whoosh! Winston looked on, seeing the paper pass right through the door of his bathroom. I probably shouldn't have done that, he mused, but then shrugged his shoulders. Then, he focused onto the error pathway sequence 8, Swindler. He had gained two things from this potion, the first being deception. He had gained the ability to be naturally charming in front of others and be more trustworthy, effortlessly being able to shape the conversation to his liking and mislead other people's thoughts. And then, the second thing he had gained was the minor mastery of illusions to trick and deceive his opponents. He focused on his spirituality and then, a fleeting figure of a man appeared in front of him. It was another Winston. Winston nodded his head with a satisfied smile. Though the illusion was hardly perfect, with it appearing ethereal, seemingly about to disappear at any moment, he felt that it would be extremely useful in combat. In the first place, the illusion ability was not so prominent at this stage. The only reason he was able to create his own image from an illusion was solely due to his spirituality that had been enhanced by all three potions. And then, dispelling the illusion, he moved on to his final potion. The sequence 8 of the door pathway, Trickmaster. As the name implied, the beenders of this sequence could utilize a variety of small-scale spells, including but not limited to, creating fog, creating a light burst of wind, creating light, freezing the target and so on and so forth. Converging his spirituality, Winston felt a breeze blow past his face and scatter the papers kept on the table all over the room. Flutter, flutter, the papers fluttered in the room due to the light gust of wind seemingly coming out of nowhere. Winston popped his neck. The last couple of benefits brought on due to promotion were a combined effect of all of them. Enhanced spirituality, a level which would not be considered natural for any beender currently at sequence 8. In fact, the combined exponential increase of the three pathways was so much that Winston felt like he would have had the equivalent spirituality as Klein at sequence 6. It was incredibly absurd. And then, moving on to his physicals, he felt that he could punch clean through a door. His muscles seemed to be packed with strength and power, ready at a moment's notice. And finally and most importantly, it was his spiritual intuition, which had been enhanced several folds. The spiritual intuition of a lone clown was enough to have some moments of precognition. Winston truly wondered how absurd his intuition would be at this stage. Hey! I feel bad for the regulars participating against me. Chapter 16, Swindler at work. The next day came without anything notable happening. Winston stayed inside his own room, experimenting with his newfound abilities, practicing cogitation, trying out the very basics of ritualistic magic, which included putting up spiritual walls and the interaction of spiritual energies with the surrounding spirit world, and finally and most importantly, he practiced with the Shinsu he could gather. And while doing so, he came across some very interesting things. As a scientist, it is my duty to find out about the intricacies of Shinsu. He had declared and gone headfirst into research. From what he could find out on the box, and considering the rancor, Laro Ro's description of it, he could not accurately define Shinsu to be a thing or even an energy. If anything, any description he could come up with to accurately describe the Shinsu came short of capturing its true unadulterated essence. What was actually Shinsu? And more importantly, how did it interact with all of his abilities, mainly spirituality itself? Having spent the entire day and the entire night researching on this, only taking a break on the time of lunch and dinner, he could not come to any accurate conclusion. His knowledge in either of the two subjects to name was not sufficient enough to come to any concrete conclusion. The best he could come up with, was the fact that spirituality and Shinsu seemed to be awfully close in nature, yet still seeming like polar opposites. Spirituality, although the prime resource for Beyonders of all pathways to utilize their Beyonder powers, was essentially not the root cause of the emergence of those abilities in the first place. On the other hand, Shinsu seemed to be a much more stronger resource to name, more versatile than anything he had ever imagined. The most important yet confusing fact was, spirituality and Shinsu essentially had no difference, at least none that he could pinpoint from his own observation and intuition, which, in itself was a testament to their similarity. At one point, he even suspected if they were one and the same, and he was just too stupid to see otherwise. However, even that he could not say for sure. And so, after having spent an entire night scratching his own head over them, he decided to head outside and not worry about it for now. He opened the door and stepped outside, yawning as he did so. With a new and improved physique from his promotion, his body felt unnaturally lighter and more energetic. That was the reason, that despite having spent the entire night without sleep, he did not feel sleepy, as contrary as that might seem because of the yawn. A yawn can happen even without the need or desire for sleep, as behavioral science would tell you. He headed for the cafeteria without needing to look around. His intuition was already enough for him to gather that there was no one around him at the time. As he reached the cafeteria door, a sudden scene filled his head. On the multitude of tables, a singular figure sat so early in the morning. It was one of the cloaked figures, the young woman who had fought with the masked woman. She didn't have her cloak on her and her beauty was bare for the world to see, a shame no one was in the cafeteria to observe it. She had short brown hair and yellow-brown eyes along with a fair face that no blemish would dare set foot on. She wore an orange-colored top draped over with a brown overcoat. Her lower body couldn't be seen as she sat on the tables quietly eating her food in boredom. Winston raised a brow and walked into the cafeteria, beginning to manipulate his own expressions as he did so. As he opened the doors, he noticed how the young woman's eyes briefly turned towards the doors, scanning over his figure and turning away as soon as she laid her eyes upon him. He observed her subtle action from his peripheral vision, his Trickmaster Potion's observation skills helping him take in her expressions and mannerisms. He turned away from her direction without sparing her a direct glance and turned towards the food counter. Then ordering one of the dishes he had found about just yesterday, the cheapest one to be precise, his eyes turned to catch her figure. His eyes turned the slightest bit wide as he looked at her. The woman seemingly noticed this too, from the way she subtly shifted in her seat. Damn. This observational ability is crazy. He thought in delight. I can get used to this. He walked towards the woman with a slight smile. Then upon reaching her table, he spoke. Good morning. He greeted. Do you mind if I sit here? He inquired. The young woman's eyes turned to him, roaming up and down his face as if she had just now took notice of another person in the cafeteria. Her eyes gleamed a little with interest. You can sit wherever you want. I has nothing to do with me. She replied, taking a sip from her drink through the straw. Winston nodded and seated himself opposite her. The small wisps of sunlight filtered through the glass and curtains, making a thin line of yellow glow on the floor. A young man with light blue hair sat beside a bed, atop which a boy with dark brown hair lay asleep. On his head was a wrap of bandages somewhat stained in red. The blue-haired boy read through a book he held in his hands, passing the time in complete silence. Conage Euro Agnes, the abandoned son of the Kun family, gazed melancholically at his teammate, his eyes a bit unfocused. He could not help but recall the exact moment when Bam had jumped off of the throne to protect the unknown girl. He sighed. Rachel, huh? As he was lost in thought, he heard someone knock on his door. Knock knock. He looked towards the door. Come inside. It's open. He said. The door opened, revealing a cloaked figure whose face was barely visible. It was a young girl with freckles on her face, her head covered in blonde hair. Good morning, Mr. Kun. The girl greeted. Kun narrowed his eyes, recognizing the girl. Who are you? What brings you here? He inquired. The girl took the hood off her head, her yellow eyes gazing intently at Kun. My name is Rachel. I am the one Bam's looking for, she said. And then, there was silence in the room. Kun's eyes scanned the girl's figure, narrowing in suspicion. You're Rachel? He asked for confirmation. She nodded in response. There's something I have to talk to you about, she said resolutely. Kun looked on in silence for a moment before nodding. Then, he grabbed another chair from the corner and put it down right beside the bed, some distance from his own. Take a seat, please, he said. Rachel didn't delay and took the chair without worry. Then, breathing in, she began. I don't know where to begin. Her eyes looked at the sleeping figure of the boy in sadness and regret. Did you know Bam? Kun asked suddenly. Yeah. I knew him since before I entered the tower. She looked at her legs. It's amazing how you two ended up being in the same testing zone. Kun smiled. Bam. He was a lonely boy. She continued. Before entering the tower, his only friend was me. I was all he could ever talk to. Maybe that's why, when I told him that I was going up the tower, he was devastated. I told him not to follow me. But he said that he would follow me no matter what. She looked at Bam again. So, when I recognized him during the crown game, I couldn't take the crown from him and wanted to help him win the game. Then, she smiled and pointed towards the fruit basket kept close. By the way, can I take that? Oh, help yourself. Kun chuckled. Rachel took one of the bananas and peeled off its skin. Then, she took a bite. I wish to go up the tower. But my existence is also something that blocks Bam from going up. Kun raised an eyebrow. Taking another bite, Rachel explained. Bam's only wish is to stay with me. If I stay with him he won't go up the tower. Her tone was a mix of sadness and melancholy. So, that's why. Can you not tell Bam about my identity? She smiled at him. What do you mean? You want me to hide the fact that you're here? Rachel nodded in confirmation. If he stays with me, he wouldn't let me go. And if I stay with him, he has no reason to continue on. Kun raised an eyebrow. If he wants to be with you so much, why not stay together here? Kun asked in confusion. Rachel smiled sweetly. Have you heard of the legend at the top of the tower? She asked him. The top of the tower? He continued. You mean the legend that one can see the infinite sky at the top? And the stars that shine within it? She nodded again. Yes. Since I heard about it when I was young, I had always dreamed about going to the top of the tower and seeing the beautiful starry sky shining overhead. Even when I close my eyes, I see the infinite sky shining with bright dots. Even in my imagination, it's so beautiful that it makes my heart pound every time I think about it. She smiled at him again. My one and only goal in life is to reach the top and see the stars. I really want to be with Bam, that's why I gave up the crown and stayed with him here. But even now. She closed her eyes and turned her head upwards. Even now, as I close my eyes, I can't help but imagine that glorious scenery. Such light fills my chest. Such beautiful light fills my heart. It makes me unable to sleep at night. Kun looked at her, and then back at Bam. His eyes turned a bit thoughtful. So, what's your name? Winston asked, stuffing his mouth with food. His eyes scanned the figure of the young woman before him with interest. He had his spirit vision activated at this point, allowing him to see her emotional colors. It was a chaotic blend of red, blue and green, symbolizing passion, thought and calmness respectively. The woman raised an eyebrow at him. Why should I tell you? She answered with a smile. That lies entirely up to you. Winston smiled without care. But don't you feel the breakfast to be somewhat dull without company? He said. I enjoy the quietness, I am an introvert. She replied. For a beautiful and flashy woman like you, being an introvert is the last thing I will expect. Winston shrugged. Well, whatever. You choice. He smiled internally, observing her mood lighten up and smile turn richer upon being called beautiful and flashy. Hey. So she's the vain kind, huh? Winston mused internally. Alright. If you're being so insistent, I will tell you my name. She twirled around the straw in her drink. My name is Starsea Jihad. One of the chosen princesses of Jihad. Remember this day, you might not get the chance to be seated at the same table as me in the future. She winked an eye at him. While for Winston, internally, he became somewhat shocked, not expecting one of the princesses of Jihad which he had researched about to be in his own testing zone. He had found out about Anauk being a princess when the bet happened, but he had certainly not been expecting not one, but two princesses in the same testing zone. However, none of that showed on his face. Nice to meet you, princess. The name's Winston Heath. He nodded at her. Chapter 17, Needle Jihad? Winston raised his eyebrows, staring at Starsea in faint disbelief. Seeing his expression, the woman in question's smile turned wider. Her yellow-brown eyes gazed at him intently. That's right. And what of you? Are you a member of the Pobaidaw family? Or perhaps the odd one out of the Eurasia family? She inquired, her eyes appearing increasingly disinterested. Pobaidaw and Eurasia families were two of the main ruling families of the Tower, part of the 10 great families. Both families were known for their prowess with controlling Shinsu, with the Eurasia family being known also for their love of sleep. Hey. Winston chuckled. Hate to burst your bubble. But I don't belong to any of the 10 great families. He took a bite out of his plate, feeling the different flavors in his mouth. Starsea stared at him with narrowed eyes, carrying a hint of shock. You're not one of the 10 families? She asked again for confirmation. Not to my knowledge, no. He replied. Starsea leaned forward, supporting her head with her hands, appearing outwardly interested. Oh? That's rare. Where did you learn to control Shinsu so well? It comes with experience, I suppose. Winston shook his head, not wanting to elaborate much on it. Indersea clicked her tongue. What a stingy guy. Can't you reply truthfully to such a beautiful princess? She exclaimed. Winston raised a brow. No. He replied tersely. A vein appeared on Indersea's head, and it went away as soon as it came. She breathed out. Well, whatever. It has nothing to do with me anyways. She pouted, taking another sip from her drink. As Winston finished his food, he looked at her in mild surprise, though none of it showed up on his face. She's pouting? Well, for a supposed princess, I'd have guessed her to be a bit more aloof. She's even playing hard to get. Winston could not quite understand the princess' thought process, even though he could understand her emotions through her face. Whatever, the bait has been planted already, he thought, shaking his head. In front, Indersea looked at him, shaking his head with a slight smile. Are you laughing at me? She screamed at him comically. Winston hurriedly put his hands in the air and made a cautionary expression. I am not laughing at you, princess. How could I possibly dare to laugh at such a charming figure? Indersea calmed down immediately and nodded. Yes. That's right. It's impossible for someone to laugh at me. A great princess like me deserves respect, she declared. I couldn't agree more, Winston said, taking his plate and getting up. Going already? She asked behind him, raising an eyebrow at the speed at which he had finished his food. I am a fast eater, he replied and walked off, leaving Indersea alone with her thoughts. As Winston walked out of the cafeteria, he could not help but think back on the encounter. Acting as a swindler, huh? I gotta use deception and trickery to deprive someone of their possession or something of monetary value. Or at least that's what it seems to be on the surface. As for the clown, it's all pretty laid out due to Mr. Fool paving the way for me. And lastly, Trickmaster. That's the one I have honestly no idea about. Am I supposed to play tricks on people and prank them? He wondered. Then, he shook his head. Well, I am sure I will figure something out. Kun stood outside Bam's room, lost in thought. Suddenly, he heard some movement to his right where the hallway turned. Kun looked towards it, finding a certain crocodile peeking over from the corner. What are you doing, crocodile? He asked with a deadpan stare. No. It's not that. I am not worried about the black turtle. I just came to see if my prey is okay. It's just food check. Rak replied awkwardly. Kun shook his head and turned to head inside. Come inside if you're worried. Don't stand there like a guy with a crush, he said, opening the door. It's not like that. I am cold-blooded. Rak yelled but still stepped into the room. After walking into the room, Rak immediately picked up Bam's unconscious body and began to shake him violently. Hey! Black Turtle. Are you dead? Say no. He yelled. Didn't you say you weren't worried? Kun sighed with a deadpan face. Sorry, Bam. He thought as he looked at the face of the unconscious boy. I promised her that I wouldn't tell you anything. I believe it's for your best. He nodded to himself. Hey Turtle. Wake up. Or I will eat you. Indersea walked through the darkened hallways of Evankel's mothership. The ambient lighting dimmed out in the long hallway to her room, making the entire structure feel old and somewhat haunting and eerie. As she walked, she held a soft smile on her face, prancing along with a hum in her mouth. Tap tap, the sound of her heels rang out in the hallway. As she walked, vistas of a particular person in the Crown Games came to her mind. Winston Heath, his name was. The second fully fledged person capable of creating a complete bang in their testing site. Certainly, it was strange. The sleeping man, Fonsicolor, was a member of the Eurasia family known all over the tower for their wave controller capabilities, so it was not so strange for him to be able to utilize Shinsu. However, for someone not of the 10 great families, it was certainly strange. In the end, there were only 2 possibilities for it to be true. Either the person was a monster in terms of natural talent, or he had some sort of Shinsu artifact from the workshop that allowed him to condense Shinsu. Either of the 2, Indersea could not be sure of. As she was prancing over to reach the edge of the hallway, she saw someone coming out of the room. It was a girl of relatively short height with brown hair styled into a bob cut. She had dark brown eyes and her skin was a deep shade of green, like that of a lizard's. The tail that extended from her skirt behind her solidified the imagery of a reptile. Propped on her shoulder was a dark-colored, jet-black needle, the handle of which held the image of 3 eyes overlapped on each other in a triangular formation. It was one of the 13-month series, the Black March. Hello. Indersea smiled, feeling a bit mischievous. However, without replying to her remark, the green-skinned woman, Anak, walked right past her. She ignored me. Indersea felt a hint of annoyance but persisted nonetheless. Turning back around, she began to follow the other party. Did you know who the owner of that weapon is? She asked, a smile gracing her lips. No. I don't care. Anaak's reply came without a beat of hesitation. Indersea's smile widened. It belongs to Hayori Jihad, the only princess of Jihad to be granted one of the 13-month series in the past 5 decades. She's a prodigy fisherman among the younger generations. She took less than a century to reach the ranks of a high ranker after her ascension to a ranker. And because of her irritable personality and vicious temper, most young rankers are afraid of her. She closed her eyes as she explained, seeming like a teacher explaining an important topic to her students. Tap tap, the voice of Indersea's heels echoed in the hall still. Anaak stayed quiet, not speaking anything. Eventually, Indersea spoke again. You didn't know that, did you? Her voice contained a hint of mockery. Don't act cocky just because you beat up a bunch of nobodies. I know who you are. She narrowed her eyes. You fake. Just then, Anaak stopped. Then, without warning, she turned around and punched with all her might, the air ringing out with a popping sound because of the force and speed behind her punch. Woo-bang. Her fist met a large disc-like object floating in the air. Indersea stood protected behind it, her hand in the air, directing the next move of the disc. Then, without attacking, she turned around and began to walk away. Don't say I didn't warn you. I was feeling kind today, that's all. She chuckled. The sound of her heels began to grow farther and farther, leaving Anaak by herself in the long hallway. Her grip on the sword tightened as she clenched her teeth together. Winston sat alongside Amon in the sun. The floating hotel-like structure that they were on, Ivankel's mothership it was called, had a variety of floors, each with their own balconies that had pools on it. At the moment, they sat on one of the balconies that jutted out from the side of the structure. Winston adorned blades shades on his eyes and laid silently on a beach chair, his body covered by nothing up a simple t-shirt and shorts. Amon by the side seemed to be doing push-ups, sweating profusely. Winston had a smile on his face throughout, feeling wholly satisfied by his rapid progression rate. However, at the moment, he was only thinking of making more opportunities to further his acting process. As he lay silently on his chair, suddenly, a vision overlapped with his sight. It was a green-skinned girl standing right behind the door to the balcony. At that exact moment, the door behind them opened up, revealing Anaak. Both Winston and Amon looked back at her figure, raising their brows. Anaak ignored their questioning gazes and walked over to Winston. In her hand, she held the Black March. Stopping right before him, she spoke. I want your help in something. She said. Help? Anaak extended the jet black needle towards him. I need you to talk to the Black March. Winston raised an eyebrow. You want me to talk to a weapon? He asked. Anaak nodded. Ignition weapons are weapons that have a soul. Although most are non-sentient, the Black March is a special case. I want you to talk to it and make it listen to me. Winston somewhat understood her point. He had read about ignition weapons on the box, and understood that they held soul but no consciousness. However, he was not knowledgeable about the unique nature of certain ignition weapons. Why do you want me to talk to it? Why can't you? It says that it will only listen to a male. She explained. Then why not your teammates? At this point, Amon had stopped his exercise and begun to listen to their conversation. I went to Shibuzu, but it kept shocking him. He is a woman? Winston exaggerated his mannerisms, though he was actually starting to suspect his own absurd theory. Anaak shook her head while Amon lightly chuckled at the side. I don't know why it didn't work. I figured it would talk to a better-looking one. She said. Ah, I see what's going on. The soul in the needle is. What was the word? A sim? Winston shook his thoughts away and smiled. And do I get in return? He asked with a smile. Anaak's eyes narrowed a tiny bit. I will pay up in points. Winston's smile widened, elated at the opportunity to swindle her for some money. Deal. He said. Anaak pointed the hilt of the needle towards him. Winston held it without any delay. Chapter 18, Positions. Just for clarification, I would get the points as long as I talk to the needle, right? Winston asked Anaak, his tone softening at the end. Anaak raised a brow. You need to tell her to listen to me. Then, I will give you the points. How much points are we talking about exactly? 300. Winston's eyes held a hint of surprise upon hearing her. He had originally wanted to swindle about 200 points out of her. However, it was beyond his common sense that Anaak would offer such a high price for it. One had to know, living in the test floor, there was an absolute deficiency of points for the regulars. Each regulars was like a beggar or an entertainer on the street, wanting for the test administrators to throw scraps at them for tricks they performed during the tests. And the starting points they had been given was a whole 700 points for each regular. As such, 300 points was not only a generous amount, it was also a very unfair one for Anaak herself. Looking at the girl's emotionless expression, Winston felt a tad bit wrong in his heart. 2 days had passed since the crown game and each meal, even the cheapest one, cost around 40 points to order. Meaning, if Nauk had taken all her meals in the 2 days, and further taking into consideration that she had eaten only the cheapest meals, that would amount to 240 points. Meaning, she currently had only 460 points, out of which 300 were being offered to him. That is of course in the case that she didn't have points prior to that to begin with, and for most regulars, they started off at the rock bottom except members of the 10 great families. However, none of the surprise Winston felt was being displayed on his face. 300, huh? Isn't that a bit too low? It's one of the 13-month series after all. Talking to it in the first place carries considerable danger. In fact, there should be a fee for even attempting such an act. He said calmly. His sense of wrongness? Sacrifices have to be made on the path to the divine. How much do you want? Well, I can't be too over the top since you might not have too many. How about 370? And 70 regardless for whether the communication succeeds. He said, a smile gracing his face. 320 if it succeeds. 360. With the same condition. 330. Nauk declared, her voice gaining a slight edge. How about 340 but with 50 points as a down payment for the attempt? Deal. Winston's smile widened just a tiny bit. Then let me try. Winston said. Wait. Suddenly, Winston said looking at Nauk. What? What's the guarantee that you will pay up? Nauk's expression turned a tiny bit uglier, but she seemed to erase that quite quickly. Then, she summoned her pocket. I will pay in advance then. Winston nodded with a pleased smile, seeing the 50 points arriving in his account. And with it, he felt his potion digestion feel somewhat softer. It had not yet digested in any major way. If anything, it had been turned less burdensome because of the deception caused just now. If he wanted to put it into words, he would say about slightly more than 1% of the potion had been digested. Amon still looked on in wonder, awed by Winston's communication skills. In truth, his commune skills were not all that impressive. If anything, he would admit that he wasn't too gifted in finding the right words for the situation and may say things that may be detrimental for the intended purpose sometimes. However, the entire conversation had went fabulously in his favor, solely because of his deception skills from the swindler potion. With the might of a sequence 8 potion, even mundane words without any sort of finesse or thought behind him would turn into weapons capable of deceiving any normal person. And that prowess would only increase as the sequence increases. Winston turned his attention to the Black March. I have wanted to study this thing in some way since I saw it. Perhaps now I will finally get the chance through communication? Winston concentrated his spirituality and calmed himself down. Unstable emotions were deemed unfit for any semblance of communication. Hello? Black March? He said. There was an awkward silence in the balcony for a moment before Nauk spoke up. Well, at least it isn't shocking you. She said without interest. It shocks people? Winston exaggerated his facial expressions. Then, he smiled and shrugged. Well, if I get shocked I get shocked. Nauk and Amon passed him weird states, feeling a bit strange at witnessing his eerily changing emotions. Winston ignored them and looked on the jet black needle. Hello? Black March? He kept on smiling as he called it out. He called it out a couple more times. And just as he was about to give up and utilize spirit vision to get a better look, he heard a feminine voice echo in his head. Aren't you the one that was rudely ogling me? The voice said. As the voice called out, the surroundings seemed to grow dimmer as the winds stopped blowing. The ambience turned eerily quiet, reminiscent of a quiet night. Winston's face stayed the same, smiling properly. However, inwards, he was somewhat amazed. So it noticed my spirit vision? Interesting. Are you the spirit that inhabits the Black March? He asked. His eyes turned to look at Nauk and Amon, who looked on in surprise. Is it finally talking? Amon asked. Tell it to listen to me. Naum repeated. Winston nodded, deciding to ignore them further on. That's right, you rude boy. Although I suppose I can forgive that. A flash of light occurred in front of Winston as a beautiful woman descended from above. Or did she ascend from inside the Black March? The woman wore deep purple robes and had bright blonde hair, shining in the sun. Her eyes were a bewitching golden color and her smile seemed seductive and alluring. Winston continued to smile as she appeared. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed how Naum and Amon looked somewhat dazed. I have wanted to talk since I saw you. Oh? Already making your move? The woman flew in closer, tracing her finger along his jaw. I can't say I dislike that. She chuckled. Winston chuckled along. It's just pure interest. Think of it as a scientist's curiosity. He shook his head. Is that so? That's rather disappointing. She dawned. Tell me, why were you calling me? She asked. Would it be difficult for me to ask you to listen to her? Winston pointed to Anuk. Her? Definitely not. The woman turned her head with a pout. I won't lend my power to women, she declared, then, her eyes held a suggestive glint. Though I wouldn't mind lending some of it to you. Winston chortled. The woman flew in close and whispered in his ear. Why don't you steal me from her? Her hot breath blew onto Winston's ears, however, it failed to elicit any special reaction from him. I'd like to avoid that. I don't want any trouble with your previous owner, Winston said tersely. Oh? That annoying woman? She was too troublesome even for me. A scowl appeared on her face. Anyway, why can't you lend your power to her? He asked. The woman floated over to her. I told you, she said, poking her cheek with her finger. I will only lend power to a good-looking man. Besides, she has the green April, she can't ignite us at the same time. Winston raised a brow at this information. In his research, he had not come across any information that suggested two ignition weapons couldn't be ignited at the same time. Is it a unique problem of the 13-month series? Why can't she ignite you two simultaneously? He asked. That for her to find out. She laughed. Winston looked at her for a moment. Is there anything I could do to make you lend her your power? Just once? Winston requested. The woman looked at his face for a moment. Damn it. He's good-looking, she muttered under her breath. Fine, she said. I will lend her my power just once. Tell her to use it wisely. Her eyes glowed for a moment. Remember, this is only because you're a bit handsome. With a phantom laugh that echoed in the surroundings, she disappeared into the black march. The colors of the surroundings seemed to get brighter as the sun regained its luster. The breeze picked back up and the ambience seemed not so airy anymore. Winston nodded, completely satisfied. Afterwards, Winston received the rest of the payment from Anuk. His swindler potion didn't budge, because it seemed that he had actually gone through with the deal instead of simply swindling her for money, which was opposite to his original plan. Well, can't have everything, I guess. He simply shrugged and smiled, thinking over the clown potion maxims. According to Anuk and Amon, he had simply stopped talking to them and began to look intently at the needle, which was unlike that he had witnessed. Soon, the evening came and every past regular was called to one of the halls of Evankel's mothership. They all sat in a rectangular formation along the edges of the hall. All the regulars, except for the ones that were injured, were called here to attend. The ranker, Laro Ro, and the test administrator stood at the front of the regulars with a smile. Long time no see, regulars. It wasn't very long, but I hope you spent it well. I can see that you all look very spirited, Laro Ro said with a cheerful smile. Very well. I hope everyone will do well on the test that will be beginning from today, he said. And then, the three cubes that were behind him formed a triangular formation that formed a screen, out of which an image was displayed. It was written positioning test. The test that you will be taking this time is the positioning test, he exclaimed. The positioning test? Winston whispered to himself. Which means? Shibazu said from the side. As some of you may have well noticed, fighting in the tower is usually done on a team. Your position displays the role that you play during these battles, he explained. There are a lot of positions in the tower, but the main ones are. The screen behind him changed, showcasing a man seated atop a large stone pillar surrounded by enemies. Behind him, floated various armed inventories, armament holders that floated in the air like pockets and made of the same material, suspendium. First is the fisherman. They disarm the enemy using the real inventory. As such, they are always at the heart of battle. They can also carry out various other tasks. The screen changed, now displaying the back of a wide man, holding a spear beside him. Next is the spear bearer. They use their spears to target the enemy from afar and finish off what they started. The screen displayed a woman seated in a clustered box-like container. Various screenshots flashed around her. The light bearer. They light up the dark tower and sends information and battle data to the scout. The image changed to depict a man walking across a dark cave, various floating orbs around him, lighting up the way. The scout observes the enemy movement at the very forefront using the observer and helping the fisherman in combat. Then, the image changed to form a woman with blue waves, light, fire, ice and all sorts of things floating around her. And lastly, the wave controller controls Shinsu to control the battlefield or overpower an opponent. They are known to dominate the battles that take place in the tower. There are more positions, like guides for example, but they are out of the scope of this discussion. Now, you will be assigned a position and trained to overtake your role for a month. Each class will provide a certain amount of points to the contestants. And only the regulars with the highest amount of points will be fit to take the next test. Laro Ro closed his eyes. For your reference, The position is assigned based on your performance in the tests so far, and grading in every position is held differently, meaning that different amount of people will pass based on their positions. So the position one is assigned is important. Just being paired up with someone overwhelmingly powerful can quickly turn into a disadvantage. Furthermore, the points one has after a month will be crucial to take the further tests. It will be wise to save up as much as possible. Winston mused with a small tug on his lips. What position do you think you will get, Mr. Winston? Amon asked. I don't know. Can't say. Winston scratched his head. But Zarhan will surely get spear bearer. Winston looked towards his teammate. Zarhan turned to look at him. Shut up. I will be a fisherman. He replied with a dead serious expression, his tone suggesting that he was not to be messed with on this subject. Winston replied tersely while Amon didn't say anything. Now, Laro said, drawing their attention to him. This table here shows the position that all of you have been assigned. The screen changed, displaying various names. Fisherman 4, Anauk Best Seed, Winston Heath Best Seed, Indersea, Kia Ang Han, Diod, Laro Locker. Spear Bearer 4, Rakwraith Razor, Ghost, Hyan Sung, Zarhan Zulazkale. Light Bearer 2, Kun Age Euro Agnes Best Seed, Michelle Light Best Seed, Lurong 3, Chung Chung. Scout 3, Shibazu Best Seed, Hats, Naroshinio, Amon, Pailjan, Katan, Chi-Chi. Wave Controller 2, Fonsicle Best Seed, 25th Bam, Huiun, Ho. Chapter 19, Fisherman. Excuse me. One of the regulars said, getting off their seat. What does the best seed behind some of the names mean? He asked. Laro smiled softly. Best seed is the title given to people that performed well in the previous tests. It provides extra marks throughout the tests and bonus points in the final selection. He explained. Hearing his words, some of the regulars were surprised. What? How come we only get to find out now? You should have told us something like this was going to happen. What the hell is this? One of the regulars, the woman in Lore's team, pointed to Shibazu. And how come he gets selected? She exclaimed. Yeah? What did I do? Shibazu exclaimed in agreement. Did I bribe someone? He muttered softly to himself. Laro shook his head. All results of the positioning test are fair and have been made according to all of your performances. His eyes turned into a sharp glare, quieting down the regulars. If you couldn't perform at your best in the face of failure in the test or even death, then there's no possible way any of you would be more motivated to perform better at the allure of best seed position. Now stop asking stupid questions, you regulars. As his words landed, there was silence in the hall for a moment. Nobody spoke, not wanting to enrage the ranker through bad conduction of their words. At that moment, Kun spoke up. Hey, Administrator Laro. What about the ones that are injured? How will they take their test? Winston looked towards him, not finding Bam with him. He's still injured, huh? Thinking over the peculiarity of the boy, Winston's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. When they are cured they will have to take the classes. However, points are given based on the attendance score, so missing any classes is a disadvantage. Laro explained. Isn't that unfair? Kun countered. The injured ones will obviously miss some classes. He said. Laro shook his head. It's perfectly fair. In the first place, it is their own responsibility that they stay in optimum condition. Injury can only be blamed on them. It is their own fault for not being careful. He said simply. It's obvious that people pay for their mistakes. Isn't it? He said. Kun didn't say anything in response. Well, that's it for today. Oh right. One more thing. He continued. There's some issues with the wave controller instructor, so their classes will start after 3 days. The rest of the classes will operate as per their schedules starting from tomorrow. For now, the position instructors will provide you with your schedules. Please follow the guides to get to where your instructors are. He clapped his hands together. Dismissed. With that, Laro walked out of the room. The regulars sat in silence for a moment before they too began to head outside. Winston looked at Amon, who seemed happy to have been given the scout position, while for Zarhan. So, your full name is Zarhan Zulazkale? He asked. Zarhan turned to him, his eyes filled with annoyance. Shut up. He yelled. Winston shrugged his shoulders. Hey, it's not my fault you didn't get fisherman. If you wanted that position, you ought to have enough sense to not carry around a spear with you. He said. Zarhan clenched his teeth in further annoyance. Why are you so mad over your position, Mr. Zarhan? Amon asked. Hearing that, Zarhan puffed out his chest and exhaled from his nose. Let me tell you about my family then. The pride in his voice couldn't be mistaken for anything else. His hand was pressed to his chest as he looked towards the ceiling as if in deep reverence towards his family. The Zulayscale family is a family with over 7,000 years of history. That's older than even some princesses of jihad. He boasted. The main branch of my family, which I hail from, has always produced fishermen, while the secondary branches have produced the other positions such as spear bearers, light bearers, scouts and wave controllers. Amon nodded in enlightenment. Then why not carry around an eel or a hook as a weapon? Amon asked in puzzlement. Aren't those the signature weapons of the fishermen? There is a single reason. Zarhan's expression turned serious. Because spears are cool. Winston and Amon looked at him blankly. You're not very bright, are you? Winston said. Amon chuckled at the side. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? He yelled in his face. Didn't your family tell you to practice with any other weapon? No. Why would they? So there's no family expectations to speak of. They're really all right with any position. It seems he's really just an idiot. Winston sighed. It seems that his initial judgment of Zarhan being somewhat intellectual was wrong. How many rankers does your family have, Mr. Zarhan? Amon asked. Close to 100. Zarhan said, scratching the back of his head. Well, now that you have been assigned as a spear bearer, there's nothing you can do to change that. Winston said with a shrug. Let's do our best, Mr. Zarhan. Amon exclaimed from the side. Zarhan, with a sour expression, nodded. Well, that takes care of that. Winston smiled in satisfaction. The fishermen training grounds weren't too far off from the mothership, only being about 10 kilometers or so into the west. Or at least what would pass as the west if one figured the movements of the floating ball of fire in the sky. It only took 3 minutes for Winston to reach the grounds. The training ground was a giant expanse with huge pillars erected up from the ground so high up as if they wanted to hold up the sky. Each pillar was a perfectly smooth white in color, the top of which was plain for the regulars to stand on. The total length of a single pillar was anywhere between 300 to 320 meters as per Winston's deduction. Winston looked around as he stood atop one of the pillars. The regulars that had been elected for the fisherman position were 18 in number, out of which only 4 would pass for the final position. It was worth mentioning that 5 of the regulars had previously been injured, meaning that they were currently not present. Winston looked towards the sky, where a lone figure sat atop a conch shell-like object. It was a woman, her face adorned by a giant glass helmet with 2 long pigtails extending from her head. Welcome to the regulars that have made their way to the fisherman class. The ranker spoke. My name is Hex, your fisherman teacher and one of the judges for the final position selection as well. As you might have been notified, each class carries points that will be added to your score. So, even missing single class can be disadvantageous. The ranker's voice echoed in the air. For the first day at work, I will provide you with a schedule as well as the basic principles of Shinsu and contracts. She said. The shell that she floated on began to slowly descend down from the air. For starters, let's begin with the Shinsu. She said, suddenly jumping down from her mount and landing upon one of the pillars without any damage. Shinsu is the world itself. It can be fire, water, light or any other conceivable form. It is what allows us to breathe and live. In fact, there is no single form of word that perfectly encapsulates the essence of Shinsu, and it is the basis of all energy. She said, her fist getting surrounded by a whirlpool of light. Winston hurriedly activated his spirit vision to look at her actions. The ranker Hex stopped for a split second, too fast for anyone to notice, save for Winston himself. And although her eyes couldn't be seen from below her helmet, Winston felt as if she had just looked at him. Did she sense the spirit vision? He thought to himself. The ranker spoke again without giving him any time to ponder. Shinsu can be used to anything. It can easily destroy an entire floor in the hands of someone capable enough. She continued, the light and waves around her growing more restless. Winston carefully read through the waves, noticing how the ranker wrapped them around her arms and fists. As such, on each floor, one needs to sign a contract with the administrator to utilize it. Any object that controls Shinsu already has an inbuilt contract that has already been signed in the workshop, that is why it can use Shinsu. For the first day, you will all sign a contract with the administrator. Mr. Winston, I believe, has already signed one with the administrator. Winston, at being called out, was a bit surprised. But his body language remained relaxed and nonchalant, a smile on his face. Well, yes. I have. He said. He had read previously about the conditions to use Shinsu, finding that he, as someone that had not yet established a contract, should not be allowed to use it. However, somehow he was. He gave that credit to his uniqueness in being an irregular, someone that defied the common sense and the rules of the tower. This led him to conclude the fact that he should simply lie through his teeth should anyone ask him about a contract. As for making the contract himself? Having read Lord of Mysteries, Winston wasn't too keen on making contracts with gods. There was also the fact that, why would he seek permission to use something, when he can already use it without? Close your eyes everyone and set your pockets to visible mode. The regulars did as commanded. Now, say contract with the administrator. The first day of the class ended with the administrator contract. And later, the schedule was sent to each of their pockets. There was also a brief session of Shinsu theory, amid which Hex explained to them about the various terminologies of Shinsu. It explained terms Lime Bang, Min and Su. Bang is the basic unit of Shinsu which is measured. It generally refers to a singular coalition of Shinsu made by a user. Min can be thought of as the amount, while Su can be thought of as purity. Winston sunk into his bed as he contemplated the happenings of the day. He held up his fist into the air, thinking over the ranker's actions and the ball of Shinsu he had made. It is very hard to manipulate Shinsu. Generally that is. With a simple though, Winston concentrated his thoughts and spirituality with the help of cogitation. Then, he coalesced the surrounding Shinsu into a small sphere by the side, a small ball of light. Winston stared at it for a moment with his spirit vision activated and then, a light bulb seemingly went off inside his head. Right in front of his vision, the ball of Shinsu began to undergo certain changes. Hey! Imagination is the limit in the case of Shinsu. He thought. It would seem that he would be pulling another all-nighter with his research. Chapter 20, Real Inventory. Winston stayed up for the entire night, shielding his room with spirituality and experimenting with the Shinsu. He also spent the valuable time getting familiar with all of his abilities more and practicing cogitation. The illusion-making of Swindler coupled with the Trickmaster is surely making for a great combination. And combined with the body control of a clown, I would surely be a nightmare to fight within close combat. Winston chuckled in his heart. Then, a bang appeared in the air in front of him. At first, it was a simple ball of light that floated around him at moderate speeds. Then, the bang itself, or the Shinsu inside it, began to morph up and slowly spread outwards, slowly spreading over towards Winston's fist. Winston's face was full of concentration, his gaze unwavering. The Shinsu bang eventually enveloped his arm on the outside as he focused on the Shinsu flowing through his own body. Shinsu flowed through everything that exists in the tower. Controlling the Shinsu in the tower is termed as Shinsu control, which itself has two types: flow control, which entails following the flow of the Shinsu and enhancing it to achieve various results, and reverse flow control, which includes reversing the streamline flow of the Shinsu and ceasing control over it to achieve various results. What he was doing at this moment was an application of flow control, body reinforcement. The ranker Hex had shown them the same ability just yesterday, and now, Winston had completely reverse-engineered the entire process through his ability to read the flow of Shinsu. Body reinforcement included the strengthening of the flow of Shinsu through one's own body, increasing physical capabilities through different body parts and boosting combat effectiveness, healing, etc. tremendously. Winston popped his neck, feeling the flowing power through his body. I can get used to this. He smiled and chuckled. Alright. Today we shall learn about real inventories. The ranker yelled in the air, overlooking the entire training ground where regulars were scattered like dots. The real inventory is one of the most important tools of a fisherman. In a way, it is something that even defines what a fisherman is. So mastery over it is a must-have to pass the final selection. As her words landed, Winston felt the air get heavier. He looked around warily. All of you have already been provided with an E-ranked real inventory, filled with 2 needles and a single hook. Everyone, set your inventory to visible mode. The ranker spoke again. Armed inventory, visible mode. Winston muttered. With that said, a floating object appeared beside him. It was flat like a table and shaped like an elongated wave, holding various assortment of weapons on the inner end along with a strange contraption at one of the ends. It was the armed inventory with the reel installed into it. Winston scanned the thing for a moment before breaking off his sight from it. Real inventories can be used for a variety of tasks. The most important of which is to attack from afar and grab objects with it. However, the most extensive usage of the real inventory is to pierce targets straight through with a needle. The ranker said. She floated down from the sky and an inventory appeared at her side. Then, one of the needles from her inventory floated up by herself. A proficient fisherman can automatically control all the movements of the reel through Shinsu, essentially making for an entirely separate opponent for the enemy to face alongside you. She extended her hand downwards towards the ground. Winston walked over and peered over the edge a bit. It was unlike yesterday when a clear ground could be seen. Now, under them was a complete liquid background, akin to a flowing river. Mist covered the river from their sight, blocking off the vision and making it appear like an infinitely deep chasm. But even at your levels, the trajectory of the reel can be changed along the path, but it can be extremely difficult for your level. For some, it might not happen at all. Holding the needle in her hand, she threw the needle downwards with a howl of the wind. Whoosh! The needle rushed forward with unquestionable momentum, appearing too fast to be seen for Winston. The needle cascaded downwards, plunging right into the river. What we will be doing today is practicing with the real inventory. As you can see, under you is a flowing river. There are various small Shinhu in the river. Your task is to catch a single one with the real inventory. The needle pulled back through the reel, pulling back the entire wire as well as a needle that had impaled a fish-like creature. Anyone that can catch a fish will be awarded 5,000 points. As her words landed, Winston suddenly felt himself feeling extremely motivated. Let's go. I will catch those fishes all right. He heard Starsea yell from the pillar right beside him. Then, begin. The regulars were somewhat hesitant, but then they gradually began to walk to the precipice and shoot down their needles. Winston observed their moves, finding each of them to be blindly throwing in their needles. Winston looked down again. Indeed, it was quite difficult and improbable that one of the regulars would spot the Shinhua from up here with all the mist blocking it. Possibly, the ranker had foreseen this and purposefully given a difficult test. Just then, Winston felt as if someone was observing him. He turned his head to look, finding the ranker turn her head to look elsewhere. So it's meant to gauge my spirit vision? Is that it? Winston felt a bit unwilling, but couldn't shake off the allure of 5,000 points. He shook his head. I will observe some more for now. He decided. Well, if it isn't Mr. I'm not one of the 10 great families. He heard someone behind him yell. He turned back, only to find the one and only Starsea on the same pillar as him. You jumped the pillar? Winston feigned a bit of surprise. Then, he chuckled. I guess that's the least I should expect from a princess of Jihad. He nodded. Starsea smiled at him. Why don't you clear out the mist down there? She asked with her chin raised. Winston raised an eyebrow. You mean? You can use Shinsu, right? You fired off a bang in the crown game. Use it to clear out the fog. She exclaimed. Winston shook his head and smiled politely. My control isn't good enough to do that yet. He said truthfully. And even if he could, doing so would only take away the advantage of his spirit vision. Starsea clicked her tongue. I think you're just making excuses. She pouted. Think of it as you will. Winston replied. Then, Starsea's eyes overtook a competitive glint. Say, why don't we have a little match? She said. Winston's interest was piqued. Match? Yes. How about we see who can catch the most amount of Shinhua? She asked with a toothy grin. Winston grinned a bit in response, then, he turned to the right. I think your relative has something to say about it. He said. To their right, a green-skinned young girl had appeared, in her hands a blood-red needle that connected to the arm's inventory. She held a glare on her face, directed at the other princess of Jihad. Family drama I see. Winston mused. What say you? Lizard? Starsea asked her, ignoring her glare on her face. And what would happen if I won? Anak challenged mockingly. You? Win? Starsea's sarcastic remark came right along. Anak grew a vein on her forehead, gnashing her teeth together. You. Freak eyes. She said. Who are you calling freak eyes, you jerk? Starsea roared. Well, they're easily riled up. A beyonder of the hunter pathway would have a field day with them. Winston lampooned. Then, he clapped his hands, turning their attention to them. Ladies, he spoke. How about instead of fighting with insults, we do some competitive exercise? Winston said, grabbing a needle from his inventory. What say you? We can all bet a set amount of points. The losers have to pay the winner the exact amount. Winston grinned. Anak and Starsea looked at each other. Deal. Both of them agreed without any hesitation. Winston's smile almost widened in giddiness. How much will you wager? He put his hand on his hip, asking nonchalantly. I will bet 800. Anak said without missing a beat. Damn. She has that much? I should have scammed her harder. Winston complained in his heart, but his facial expressions didn't express the same turmoil. Winston looked towards Starsea, finding her nodding. I have no problem with that amount. Seeing their seeming disregard for money, Winston felt a bit salty. If he was still on Earth, he too didn't care about any money. Because he was rich. But now, he was as poor as he could be. Oh, the tragedy. He sighed in his heart. Then, let us proceed. He smiled. In the sky, the ranker observed their interaction with interest. He's my type. I don't mind expressing a bit of favoritism. She muttered to herself as she saw the three figures get ready for the competition. She sighed. Let's see how this turns out. They all took their turns except for Winston to throw their respective weapons into the flooding river. However, because of the mist blocking the view and the constant turbulence of the water below, they couldn't hit anything, their needles floating needlessly in the waters. Winston quietly watched as they fought over needless things and enjoyed their banter to some extent. It served to be good entertainment. It was interesting how the princess duo could randomly find things to fight over, even during a friendly wager and competition. It was pretty obvious that they did not think anyone would be able to complete the competition. One would have to be some sort of super prodigy to do so on the first day of the fisherman training. What are you doing? Nervous competing with a princess? Indersea said with a smile. Winston laughed a bit. No. He got up from his seating position. Then, he walked to the precipice and activated his spirit vision. Immediately, a blend of waves and colors exploded in his eyes. He saw several silhouettes of fishes moving about the entire river, swimming leisurely. With the body control of the clown, Winston effortlessly twirled around the needle in his hand and held it above his head. Having the intuition of all three pathways combined, the body control of a clown and the dexterity from the swindler and clown, Winston could easily be considered as a master marksman, bordering on inhumane levels. He breathed out, calming his emotions. Don't sweat it. It's alright to not be able to beat the Princess of Jihad. Indersea said simply, though from her tone, one could detect the slightest hint of annoyance at not being able to hit anything. Winston didn't say anything. Locking onto a target, he tightened his muscles and fired. Whoosh! The needle launched like a bullet, going straight into the water and right through a Shinhua, piercing it without problem. Winston smirked. Well, Princess. Looks like your skill isn't up to par. He chortled. Seeing Indersea and Anauk's confused stares, he pulled out the needle, and the Shinhua along with it. Amid the surprised gazes of every regular present, along with the rancor hex, Winston held up the Shinhua and his needle into the air, a smile on his face. Winston Heath is the first one to catch the fish. For completing the task in just a day, I personally award him with 6,000 points. Hex declared. As the regulars' gaze turned from surprise and amazement to envy and jealousy, Winston looked at the princesses. Both of them sat wide-eyed and open-mouthed, unwilling to believe their eyes. Chapter 21, Skills. After not being able to catch a single Shinhua and losing the match, both Indersea and Anauk paid up their respective sums, leading to Winston's total profits reaching 7,600. Man. That was exhausting. Amon huffed as he sat down on one of the chairs of Winston's room. Winston smiled at him. Zarhan sat cross-legged on his bed, greedily eating every fruit he could spot in the room. The scout teacher is a weird man. He lamented. Why? Winston asked, intrigued. How should I say this? He is too petty? Amon scratched his chin. He doesn't like losing. Even on the first day, he didn't hold back at all. Winston chuckled. What about you, Zarhan? Winston spoke. Zarhan gazed at him from the corner of his eyes, chewing on an apple. We didn't do too much today. They taught us to use the spear. Something I already know since childhood. He said offhandedly. But what's the teacher like? Amon asked with interest. He's alright, I guess. Zarhan didn't show any enthusiasm. Amon turned his eyes towards Winston. What about you, Mr. Winston? What did you do today? We practiced how to use the real inventory today. Winston adorned a toothy grin. They talked some more inside his room, discussing various topics related to the teachers, the skills that would be taught to the different positions and so on and so forth. Without realizing it, dinner time arrived quite quickly. Amon followed by Winston and Zarhan opened the gates to the cafeteria. As they stepped into the hall, Winston immediately noticed all the regulars having been seated, with the exception of a few. Turning his head, Winston noticed Kun, Rak and Indersea standing in the line to the counter, with Indersea at the last spot right after Kun. Without further ado, they also joined the line to get their food. Feeling especially happy today, Winston had decided to eat well and enjoy his bumper harvest. Another thing that Winston had to mention was the fact that his swindler potion was somewhat stimulated upon getting the points into his pocket. Which, for him, came as a surprise. The deal he had made was a genuine match with stakes on each side. It was devoid of any deception on his side, yet it still somehow stimulated the potion digestion to a small degree. Well, if I actually used deception, then the potion might have digested further. Winston clicked his tongue, feeling a bit regretful at the mixed opportunity. After getting their plates, they sat down onto the table. His own seat, as Winston noticed, was quite close to where Indersea had been sitting. Winston looked at his extremely lavish plate of food, worth a whole 600 points. He could feel Indersea's slightly annoyed glare at the side of his head, along with both Amon and Zarhan's tantalized eyes. Winston rolled an eye at their antics and invited them for eating. Shortly after they sat down, Shibazu and his team came to the cafeteria. Shibazu and Hats were also in the same class as Amon, while Anauk quietly chose to glare at him, eventually resulting in them sitting all very close to each other and talking along about various random subjects, including but not limited to, the scenery around the mothership, the unfair pricing on higher-grade pockets, wanting to go sightseeing, etc. Anauk glared at both Winston and Indersea, who was seated some distance from them for the entire time. After having eaten his fill, Winston returned to his room to sleep for the night. The next day, Winston again stood amid the giant stone pillars of the fisherman training field. Today, we will be learning about body strengthening. Hex exclaimed, overlooking all the regulars. Winston smiled in anticipation. He had managed to figure out body strengthening and flow control by his own accord one night prior. However, it was still mostly unrefined and lacking finesse. Winston looked forward to further observing the skill behind body strengthening and integrating it to his own skill set. Body strengthening is another crucial ability to have for any fisherman. Save for rankers and higher rank regulars, whose physical capabilities have been enhanced through the Shinsu pressures of the upper floors of the tower, the natural physical ability of the people can't be used to fight extensively. The ranker continued. Shinsu body strengthening can allow your bodies to transcend their current limits, allowing you to jump extreme distances, pierce through stone and endure crushing blows. As Winston calmly observed the ranker with his spirit vision, he felt her Shinsu fasten up inside her body, a direct application of flow control. Without any weight, she immediately descended from the sky to land on the middle pillar. As she landed, she spoke up again. Body strengthening is performed through applications of flow control. Shinsu flows through every being in the tower. If that flow inside of your body or even specific parts of your body can be strengthened and made quicker, it bolsters your body through it. She held up her fist and punched down onto the ground. Bam! Cracks spread like spider webs from the place of impact, diverging from her fist that was embedded into the pillar. This right here is me using just a tiny bit of Shinsu strengthening. With complete strengthening, I could take apart this entire testing zone in just 2 minutes. She exclaimed. Winston looked on with unconcealed interest, intently looking at the way the Shinsu was flowing through her. Flow control through one's own body is largely easier than controlling it outside. As such, most regulars pick it up within 2 weeks of practice. She said. Winston smiled hearing her words. Since he had already displayed qualities of being able to generate a bing without too much trouble, he had no reason to hide his speed of learning here. He could openly showcase his talent and learn body strengthening at his own pace. He locked his hand and stretched them above his head. I do think I will enjoy learning the applications of Shinsu, he thought, a curious glint in his eyes. A large valley stretched out between the mountains, the abyss-like drop shadowed by mist and fog. The sun shone down, its light deflecting and scattering into a glorious rainbow somewhere down the valley. The shadows of the mountains stretched out across the valley, overshadowing a cliffside into a bit of shade. Many people stood atop the cliff, creatures of various sizes and shapes, some gigantic while others appearing more normal. The only similarity between all of them were the spears each of them held, blood red in color. It was the training ground for the spear bearers. All the regulars looked on towards a lone man seated atop a large stone. The man wore a white lab coat with black pants. He had a dark complexion with light hair, somewhat yellowish in color. It was the spear bearer's teacher, Bok Dal-Yu. The first day I taught you how to contract. He chimed. The second day I taught you how to use spears. I am a simple man, so let's put an end to the basics. He said. Hearing his words, the regulars grew restless. Zarhan smiled, eager to practice with his spear. Today, let's try something more fun. He smirked. Jumping off the rock, he walked to the edge of the cliff. And that fun thing will be to hit a really close target. As he walked to the edge, he pointed out with his hand. There, floating in the air about 300 meters from the cliff was a circular target board, appearing wooden in nature. Regulars. Do you see that target? He asked. The regulars looked on, one squinting his eyes to find the target. Close. You say? The regular said. Now each and every one of you will come forward to try and hit the target. Sound fun, right? Oh, and one more thing. The ranker broke out with a devious grin. Anyone that can hit that target within the next 4 days will pass without any other questions, he declared. A wave of shock traveled through every regulars present. That jerk. He's doing this on purpose. One of the regulars, green in color, said in annoyance. He clearly hasn't taught us enough for us to do that. The regulars beside him nodded in agreement. Finally. Suddenly, a boisterous voice came crashing down into everyone's ears. Then, a crocodilian creature stepped forward. A genius like me should pass the test before everyone. Rack declared egoistically. What? Are you saying you can pass the test? The green-skinned regular, Paracule by name, spoke, enraged. Rack huffed, ignoring them. Then, he walked to the cliff and threw his spear with all he could muster. Rah! He yelled. The spear flew like a rocket, traveling 150 meters without trouble, and then cascaded down towards the abyss. Rack's eyes widened as he heard the laughing voices of the other regulars, Paracule in particular. This can't be. He said. Ha! You're obviously not cut out for the task, you crocodile. Zarhan chimed from the side, rolling his eyes at the gigantic crocodile. Huh? Rak screamed. Without saying anything, Zarhan walked towards the edge and fired his spear. Ora! He yelled. The spear traveled for 130 meters without issue and cascaded down into the abyss. Silence. There was silence in the training ground for a moment, before the boisterous laughter of Rak rang out. Boo-ah ha 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 ha. Look at you. Ha 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 ha. Acting all high and stuff. Rak laughed in a great voice. You're just a turtle. Ha 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 ha. Zarhan gnashed his teeth in annoyance. What? You wanna fight me? You croc. He yelled, balling his fists. Ho? Are you sure? Rak exclaimed too. Just then, something passed right over their heads like a bullet. Swoosh. They looked towards the source, seeing a spear going right through the target, breaking it apart like glass. Both of their eyes widened in surprise. They turned almost mechanically towards the one that had thrown a spear. There was a towering behemoth covered in a dark brown robe, his face too veiled by a demonic mask with horrifying teeth. It was the regular that came along with the team from the other testing site, going only by the name, Ghost. Rak and Zahan's eyes narrowed with competitive spirit, standing upright towards the behemoth-like figure that towered over even Rak by 3 whole heads worth of height. A smile blossomed on Zarhan and Rak's faces. Chapter 22, Family Drama. In my dream, I was running. Tap 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 tap. I don't quite remember exactly what it was that followed me, neither do I remember if I was following behind something. I remember being somewhere dark, a lonely place. It was cold, so cold I felt as if my legs would freeze off. I built a large mountain out of stones, something that could reach above to a ceiling. Smash. Smash. It could never break through the barrier, no matter how much I smashed it with a stone, no matter how much I tried to go through it. Huff. Huff. I laid there, crying on the hill of stone I had built, laying in darkness alone. And then, something broke through. Are you okay? She taught me everything I knew. Language, behavior, feelings. Sometimes, she would tell me stories. Glorious stories that spoke of a great tower, incomprehensible in size and scale, tales of great heroes that climbed the tower. She sometimes told me the stories about the sky and the stars. Bam. Do you know what's at the top of the tower? I don't care. I had said. You don't have any goals. At the top of the tower, there's something called the sky. Sky? What's that? Lie down. Okay. Now close your eyes. I closed them. And imagine. The rocks above us are all gone. Gone? Then what's left? Nothing. Nothing? Yes. There's nothing blocking us now. There's a wide sky all above us. And at night, thousands of stars glitter in the sky. One day. I will go there for sure. I couldn't speak anything. Something blocked my throat. I didn't know what to say. Rachel. Stop saying silly things. Okay. Bam's body moved beneath the sheets, his eyes fluttering. Don't go. Don't go, Rachel. He muttered. Kun, who sat close to him, stood up in surprise. Bam. Are you awake? Rak also sat right beside Kun, eating all banana without a care. What happened? Bam tried to get up, but Kun pushed him back down, seeing his sluggish movements. You have been unconscious for the past 5 days. Kun said with a deadpan. Crocodile thought you were dead. He said. What? 5 days? Bam exclaimed. What about the test? The test had already begun 2 days ago. Kun sighed. Then. Did I fail the test? Bam asked, his pupil shaking in nervousness. Well. Kun droned on. You didn't fail, turtle. Rak said from the side, taking a bite from a banana. Don't you have any sense of mystery? Kun yelled at him. Bam heaved a sigh of relief hearing his words. But. How? Well. Kun proceeded to tell him about the way the positioning test was to be conducted, along with the fact that the wave controller teacher was to arrive 3 days late. So, your side of the test will start tomorrow. I was almost afraid that you weren't going to wake up. Kun smiled, heaving a sigh of relief. You were lucky. The other positions have already been through 2 classes. If you missed out on any of them, you would have lost a lot of points. Phew, that's a relief. Bam breathed out again. Yeah. Wave controller might be hard, but it's good anyway. Bam's expression turned a bit thoughtful. Mr. Kun. He called out, prompting Kun to look at him. What about? How's Rachel? He asked. Kun's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Oh? You mean that yellow-haired girl? Seeing Bam nod, he continued. She's fine. She even came to see you. Bam's eyes lit up in excitement and happiness. However, Kun said before Bam could say anything. Bam. She isn't who you thought she was. She doesn't know you, she even said that as she looked right at you. Bam's eyes turned confused. You might have been confused, that happens. Kun explained. With that, Kun adorned a cheerful smile on his face. But look on the bright side, I am sure you will find her somewhere along the way of climbing the tower. See? I even got you this super rare regular uniform from the Evankel store. Even a headband too. He exclaimed. At that moment, Rak, who had stayed quietly beside him, got up. I have decided. He yelled. Kun and Bam turned to him in surprise. What happened? Kun asked. I am going back to the wild. Don't stop me, turtle. He yelled and dashed out of the room right through the door. Kun and Bam stared at the exit for a couple of seconds before breaking out into a small fit of laughter. Then, Bam stopped and squeezed the sheets that covered him. Rachel. He muttered to himself. Winston stared at the small slip before him, his eyes turning to look up at Amon, who smiled awkwardly at him. There was a small tug on Winston's lips, amused at the variety of tasks each position received. Make 10 friends, huh? That surely ought to be a daunting task. Winston also looked over towards Hats and Shibuzu, who followed along. Yeah, it's pretty strange. We have been failing constantly due to Hats's terrible personality. Shibuzu admitted without shame. My personality? It's their fault for being so insufferable without a hint of warrior spirit. Hats huffed in annoyance, clicking his tongue as he did so. Warrior spirit? Winston looked at him with interest. Well, I can certainly see how he would spell trouble with some of the regulars. If not most. Winston admitted. Right? Amon and Shibuzu said simultaneously. Well, alright. I will be your friend. Winston nodded without batting an eye. Really? Shibuzu yelled, turning to Hats and hugging him. We finally made a friend. Thank you. Hats bowed while pushing Shibuzu away. Winston smiled. Don't sweat it too much. He shook his head and signed each of their lists. They couldn't sign each other's lists as the task was to specifically make friends out of the other positions. And with that, Winston became friends with Shibuzu and Hats. The next day came quickly. Everyone gathered in the cafeteria to eat, standing in the line for the food counter. As Winston walked through the door, immediately he noticed Amon, Shibuzu and Hats sitting on one of the tables. Along with that, he noticed the blue-haired Kun and Bam standing in lane. Winston smiled, pleasantly surprised that the boy had woken up. Without a worry, Winston walked towards them, getting into the line. Kun noticed him approaching from the back and greeted. Good morning. He smiled. Winston nodded in response, good morning. Bam also realized his presence and turned around to greet him. So you're awake now, huh? Is your head injury fine? Winston asked. Bam nodded with an embarrassed smile. Actually, it still hurts a bit. Winston chuckled. Well, I guess blocking a metal rod with your head isn't exactly great for your health. Bam laughed and Kun simply gave a smile. I heard you guys also became friends with Shibuzu, Hats and Amon. That's right. If possible, I wish to make many friends while I am here. Bam expressed. Well, they're annoying but manageable. Kun said tersely. As their turn came, Winston looked over at Starsea, who stood before Bam and Kun in the line. One bibimbap without any meat, she said. At that moment, her attention was drawn to the talkative table at which Shibuzu and Hats were seated along with a variety of other regulars. I already have 10 on my list. Shibuzu boasted. How did you manage to get all of them? Did you bribe them? One of the scouts yelled. Then, Lore, who was seated with them, spoke. Don't forget to buy me some food tonight, Shibuzu. He lazily spoke. The table continued into talking and discussing random topics. They're hanging out a lot lately. Is it okay for the rivals to be hanging out together? She thought with a thoughtful expression. Then, she shook her head. Kun came from behind and ordered. 1 bibimbap and 1 egg hamlet. Along with that, Winston also gave his own. A bibimbap for me as well. As they got their orders, they went ahead and got seated with their group. Winston noticed that at some point, Starsea had also slipped into their table, sitting between Bam and Hats. The group talked about how Amon and Hats still had 1 and 2 friends left to get onto their lists, respectively. Bam expressed his willingness to go along with them to become friends. At that moment, Bam called out to Starsea. Ms. Starsea, why don't you become friends with Mr. Amon and Mr. Hats? He smiled. Starsea looked at both Amon and Hats, who sat on the table. What? Are you trying to set me up on a date? Starsea's eyes overtook a seductive and mischievous glint. Well, they're certainly quite cute. This one can even be called a bit handsome. Starsea said, turning to Hats, who in turn turned his head away from her direction. Yeah. He's super muscular as well. Bam exclaimed. Bam. It seems as if you're selling a shady products. Shibuzu droned from the side. Starsea smiled sweetly. Sorry but no. She said. But why? Bam asked. Bam, I am not allowed to date. As her words landed, A confused stare followed along from Bam and a couple of other people on the table. Winston shook his head, realizing where this conversation was heading. It seemed that most people on the test floor did not yet realize that they were taking the tests with not one, but two princesses of Jihad. And well, it was common knowledge that a princess was not allowed to date anyone, lest the power of Jihad were to spread. Really? That's one dismal household. Bam spoke. Right? But can't do anything about it. My father loves his daughters too much. Indersea smiled cheerily. But isn't it okay to be friends? He asked with some hope. Winston didn't feel like stopping the conversation or taking any part in it. Well, I just don't believe in platonic relationships. I don't believe the fact that a man and a woman can just be friends. She expressed her belief. Then, she turned to Bam and spoke. To put it simply, it's like buying shoes that you really like, but then you put them on display without ever wearing them or taking them off. Bam gave her a puzzled look. That sounds complicated. Before the conversation could progress further, someone called out from behind Indersea. What are you doing here? The voice said. Indersea and Bam, alongside everyone on the table save for Winston, turned to look at the speaker. There, finding the green-skinned lizard girl, Anak Jihad. Having fun with these guys. Shame on a princess of Jihad. She said, walking past Indersea and sitting beside Shabazu, who was at the far end of the table. With that, there was an uproar on the table. Indersea sighed. Ya Jihad? There are two princesses here? Regulars on the table exclaimed. Jihad? Does that mean you and Anak are related? Bam asked her. Indersea smiled. Well, we're stepsisters, I guess. She stole a glance at Anak, who had started eating. You could say that we're luxury shoes put on display on the same shop window. The finest collection. She chuckled. Winston looked at her from the corner of his eyes, clearly understanding the metaphor with the shoes. He smiled. Chapter 23, Fisherman Battles. After eating their fill, the fisherman class commenced. Like always, Hex floated silently in the sky, mounted atop her strange mount that resembled a conch shell than any traditional mount. Welcome all regulars that have made their way into the fisherman class. Her voice boomed out, feeling especially strong and vigorous compared to her previous two classes. Today, let's go a small test instead of a normal class. She continued. The aim of this test is to be the last one standing. Starting now, you will all jump from pillar to pillar and make others fall off until there's only 8 regulars left standing. The only weapon you may use is the needle I have given you, and the results of this test will have big results on the final assessment. Winston looked at the blood-red needle that he and every other regular held in their hands. Any questions? Hex asked. Indersea raised her hand on the far pillar. I have one. People could easily die if they fall from this place. So is there any protection? Indersea asked. Hex nodded. There is some protection, but it's not too great. In fact, you could still injure yourself quite badly if you fall from the pillar, which would mean that you wouldn't be able to take the next tests and be at a disadvantage in the final assessment. Hearing her words, all the regulars' sweat dropped. They're being more cautious now that they know serious injuries are possible. Winston smiled and shook his head. Winston looked around and gauged the other regulars. There aren't many that can jump the gap through sheer physical capacity. And Shinsu body strengthening was only taught yesterday, meaning none of the regulars pose too much of a threat. As of now, only the princess duo can really pose a serious challenge, and even those can be defeated using all the collection of my beyonder powers. Winston scratched his chin in contemplation. But even for them, attacking me wouldn't be a wise idea. Passing the test requires 8 lasting candidates, and failing can have large repercussions. However, just then, a vision overlapped his senses. He saw himself get kicked forward by something that came crashing down towards him from the sky, a humanoid figure draped in orange. Winston's body tightened and he leaned back almost 130 degrees. Something passed above him, spreading along with it a gust of sharp wind that whistled in his ears. The object landed onto the ground right before him, smashing right at the pillar's surface and kicking up some dust. Snapping back into standing position, Winston eyed the perpetrator warily, seeing someone he wasn't quite expecting to see in a competition. What do I owe the pleasure, princess? Winston smirked, seeing Indersea walk out of the dust. I just saw someone familiar heading towards you. So I decided to give you a heads up. Understanding what she meant, Winston turned around, seeing a green-skinned girl jump across the pillars and land on his own. Winston's smile widened. Oh my. Isn't his quite unfair? He eyed the two princesses. Really? I don't think so. After all, it's a 3-way battle. Indersea smirked. Then, she turned towards Anak. Is your IQ that of a lizard too? You would challenge me? A princess of Jihad? She asked. Anak scowled. I am specifically targeting you because you're a princess. Having said that, Anak jumped into the air, leaping a whole 20 meters without too much effort. Then, with a swing of her hand she thrusted the needle towards Starsea, only to hit empty air. Whoosh! Starsea jumped back at the last moment, appearing some distance away from her. Every time I see that symbol of jihad on your head. Anauk smirked. I just want to break you to pieces. Anauk turned back and glared at Winston, her empty eyes appearing especially threatening. Hey, you! I will deal with you afterwards. Stay there like a good boy. Her tone was transcendently cold and unfeeling, almost appearing dead. Winston sighed. You're all so full of yourselves. He scratched his head. Blah blah blah, droning on and on about jihad and being a princess or whatnot. You seem like a couple of kids that have been granted power they can't control. For the first time, a glare appeared on Winston's face, his muscular control making his eyes appearing especially frightening. His muscles tightened up like a stressed string. You call each other fake, but is there even a real princess of jihad? Having said that, Winston felt their emotions towards him turn chaotic, especially Starsea. Winston sighed. Your skills are so lackluster, yet you claim to be some sort of big shot. Should I be humbled in your presence? Oh please. It seems the criteria for choosing the princess has really eased their requirements for people like you to become princesses. And that was the last straw. Starsea and Anauk dashed at him, their needles in position for a horrifying thrust that would pierce his entails and render him a vegetable. In both of their eyes, wrath lurked in such a primal form that it was even hard to describe. Such malevolence, such intentions of evil, were they in a single evil being then such an evil villain had never went unhung and his neck had never went clean. This was beyond simple meanness, for that could be found in the smallest of creatures. This was something different, pure desire to hurt the other party. Anauk thrusted with her needle, aiming for his abdomen. Winston turned his body, seemingly at an impossible degree and kicked out with his left leg hitting her right in the face. His leg caused a small sonic boom to appear as he kicked out and Anauk was thrown out directly. Wham! Crash! Starsea circled around him and quickly engaged into a fist fight with him. Winston smirked at having found a great outlet for his abilities. A flurry of attacks followed through from both the sides, each hitting several times a second, their needles, fists and kicks being deflected. With the body control of a clown, dexterity increase from the error pathway sequence 9 and 8 and the fool pathway sequence 8, couple with the strength increase of his potions, each of his attacks left small sonic booms in their wake. Winston had, at one point, felt that his strength might be the equivalent of a sequence 9 of the red priest pathway, hunter, who could also punch with a sonic boom. Starsea, contrary to what he had previously imagined, turned out to be somewhat of a competent fighter. She seemed to have some sort of a danger sense, or something close to that at the very least. Her strength seems to be just a level above that of Anauk's, though I can't say for sure. All I have to work with is the one kick I gave her in the face. Just as he was thinking, he felt something approaching from behind. Without any weight, he jumped into the air, right onto another pillar. Looking back, he saw the two stepsisters engaging in a battle, their needles ruthlessly stabbing out at each other. Then, Starsea jumped towards his pillar. Winston looked towards the previous occupant of the pillar, feeling somewhat sorry for the man. Boom. Crash. Wham. Shea. They jumped across from pillar to pillar, trapped in a three-way lock, their needles blazing towards each other with dozens of kick and punches being thrown. With his sense of intuition, none of the attacks were able to hit Winston at all, simply brushing past him or being avoided altogether. Many of the regulars fell as they moved across the arena, clashing from pillar to pillar in a constant state of frenzy. It was the first time since arriving in the tower, save for the time with the white steel eel, that Winston was actively engaging himself in a somewhat engaging fight. A smirk marred his face as he dodged through the attacks and hit the princesses with a punch to the gut, or perhaps a kick to the face. All this while, they grew increasingly angry. Starsea's eyes even flashed a bit of red, a large streak of red across her cheeks from her anger. Damn it! Anauk yelled. Why can't I hit you? Stay still. Starsea yelled alongside her. Winston smirked. I don't know, man. Sounds a bit like skill issue. Indeed. Winston was also well suited for a beyonder of the red priest pathway. Both of their faces flashed redder, appearing more like the faces of two demons than the young girls that they looked to be before. Their attacks sped up, losing their small amounts of finesse that they still had going for them. Seizing control of the opportunity, Winston ducked, avoiding the needle that brushed past his hair. Then, he embedded his palm right into Anauk's stomach, causing her to spit her saliva. Arg! Anauk flew backwards, her figure crashing right into another pillar. Then, before Starsea could get the chance to react, he punched towards her face. Starsea, in a surprising burst of speed, blocked his blow with her arms, and just like Anauk, she slipped backwards. Arg! What is that abnormal strength? She complained. Does it befit a princess to whine like that when you meet someone stronger? Winston raised a brow, chuckling as he did so. You have grown too accustomed to fighting weaker opponents, it seems. You are unable to even cope up with the fact that someone might be stronger than you. He shook his head. Indersea clenched the needle in her hand. Then, she pointed it towards him. You, she said. Winston didn't say anything, simply smiling. Before Indersea could reply, they heard someone behind them speak up. Oi! Anak yelled from the edge of the pillar. Winston ignored her, opting to take a look over towards the regulars. There were a total of 9 regulars still left, meaning one had to be thrown down still. Physically stronger, you said? Anak yelled. This time, Winston looked at her with a raised eyebrow. He tapped his thumb and ring finger together twice, activating his spirit vision. However, as he did so, his eyes widened in surprise and a massive smile adorned his face. Shinsu strengthening? You can already use it? He asked to no one in particular. I will show you the gap between us. She yelled and looked at Indersea. And you too. Having said that, she extended her leg backwards and took a running stance. And then, without any delay, she dashed out, her body gaining speed like a bullet shot from a gun. Winston's eyes widened a bit, seeing her speed elevated to such a degree. Then, he smirked. With a though and concentrating his spirituality, he cast a spell of the Trick Master potion, Tumble. The ground beneath Anak instantly turned slippery, making her slip and tumble towards the direction of Indersea. Indersea, who would have dodged otherwise, closed her eyes momentarily, seeing a bright flash of light whip past her eyes. Trick Master spell, light. With that, Anak Jihad slammed right into Indersea Jihad, taking them both off of the platform. You damn lizard. What do you think you're doing? Can't you hold me, you stupid freaky-eyed jerk? What are you doing? Both of them yelled at each other as they fell down towards the ground underneath. Winston shook his head, amused by their antics. In the air, Hex also shook her head. What are those two doing? She put a hand on her mask, feeling a bit unsure about her initial judgment of the two princesses. Well, Winston performed great anyway. I will just give him some bonus points. She muttered at the end. Chapter 24, 1 month ARG. That hurts. My pretty legs. I wish I had insurance on them. Indersea yelled, holding her legs close to her abdomen with her face twisted in pain. Beside her, Anak also laid on the ground, writhing in pain and holding her legs through her skirt. Insurance on those legs? You might as well set your money on fire. She managed to squeeze out through the pain. What? I can't even see yours. Indersea shot back. Hey. I am still young. Unlike you. Young? Don't kid yourself. I know you're older than me. So what? It's not like you're a kid still. You're as old as a grandma. Grandma. How can you say that? I am still single. With that, they quieted down for a moment, holding their legs in pain. Hey. Indersea called out. What? Anak Jihad. She died a long time ago. Indersea continued. She was killed by the Royal Enforcement Division 4. Stepping out of the king's display cabinet. She said melancholically. Anak clicked her tongue. What are you talking about? She barely managed to say. Indersea sighed. She fell in love with a man, right? And then ran away. You're not Anak Jihad, no. You're her daughter. Indersea turned towards her, now facing her back. My only niece in the entire tower. She said. Anak stayed quiet. Indersea didn't say anything, choosing to stay in silence. After some time, Anak spoke. My mother. She said, making Indersea's ears perk up. She liked eating chicken pies. There was this cook in her hometown, the only cook in the region that would make the tastiest chicken pies ever. Anak sighed, reminiscing about forgotten memories that were resurfacing. She loved eating all of his food. The man would make her everything she ever wanted to eat, always trying his best to fulfill her wishes. Anak's fist tightened around an ethereal hand, possibly a figment of her imagination. You're the greatest piece of jewelry I own, my dear princess. Something seemed to be stuck in her throat, for she could barely formulate any more words, much less get them out. That cook was murdered by the sisters of my mother, she said. With that, they again descended into silence. Indersea quietly looked at her back in quiet contemplation. Hey. She called out again. Anak stayed quiet. Hey. She called out again. What? Did she ever regret it? Anak turned over, looking at the sky quietly. In her eyes, pictures overlapped, vistas of the past that she wished had never transpired, events she wished had never come to pass, and memories she wished she could forget or on some way delude herself into falsification. She saw a burning house and her mother standing before it. Then, she passed her a small green pendant, the last gift she would ever give her mother. Maybe. She said finally. What type of answer is that? Indersea said, her tone devoid of the otherwise flamboyant and mischievous persona. Now, it sounded more like a child's whisper. "I want a clearer answer." They descended into silence for some time again. "That insufferable man hits like a tank," Indersea muttered in pain as she massaged her face and abdomen. As her words landed, Anna also felt a slight sting in the places that had been hit by Winston, possibly even more so than her legs. The news about the injuries the two princesses suffered spread quickly, and so did the word of Winston's absurd strength at being able to solo two princesses of jihad. Needless to say, Winston ignored all the attention he got. Amon came to him, looking to confirm if the rumors about him beating the two princesses were indeed true, of which he saw no reason to lie. Winston felt that doing so might put him under suspicion as his origins were less than comfortable, but as he had came to find out during the time he had been in Avankel's mothership, the tower was an expansive place, to such an extent that there were some regions that did not even know that they lived in a tower. For Winston, such news was pretty baffling to say the least. The test ground they were on was only a tiny part of the entire floor, which itself was further also a tiny part of the entire structure, considering how the floor of tests only included the inner tower and not the middle and the outer expanses. It all came together to make a structure that was incomparable in size to anything Winston could imagine the tower would be, completely transcending his expectations. Another thing that he had to mention was the fact that Kun, the mastermind, devised a plan for the scouts to pass their first assignment and for the two princesses to pass along. How? They bribed them with eel soup and told them to sign their papers. It was hardly honorable, but it was simple practical. Kun's intellect is always commendable. Winston smiled, thinking over Amon, who had his last friend in the list because of him. As he was thinking about the different regulars, his mind drifted over to Zarhan, the ever-energetic spear-bearer. After the third day of spear-bearer training, Zarhan was not seen by anyone. Same for Rao Wraithrazer the crocodile. For a moment, Winston even considered some sort of rivalry between the two that led to them piercing each other with their spears somewhere deep within the mountains. However, it was extremely unlikely. Possible, but not likely to happen. Shaking his head, Winston decided to stop thinking about it. Instead, he opted to think about the current task at hand. At the moment, he sat inside of his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed and his hands pressed on his knees. The room was quiet, shielded by his spirituality wall that isolated it from the outside. Winston gazed at the two orbs of bright light that floated around him at moderate speeds. There were two bangs of Shinsu. The amount of bangs one can make decides who gets the upper hand in battles. Because of my improved talent in all things spiritual related thanks to Fool and Door pathways, I can make two bangs plenty easily. Winston closed his eyes and focused his spirituality through cogitation. Then, the surrounding Shinsu began to bend to his will, transforming, bubbling and writhing into various shapes and forms, eventually twisting into a uniform shape of a sphere. As Winston kept concentrating, another ball of light slowly appeared around him and began to float around with the other balls of lights. 3 bang. And by a person cunningly on the test floor no less. Winston laughed wryly. If news of this were to get out, surely he would be suspected of being an irregular. Normal people can manipulate Shinsu in their bodies through flow control in about 2 weeks. As for making a bang, that can only be done after extensive practice and study, and even then it takes about 3 years. Irregulars are really unfair to the tower. Truly capable of breaking the rules of the tower. Winston nodded in contemplation amid his cogitation. Inside, he also felt that his ability to make 3 bangs was a result of his improved talent. If not, he might as well struggle with 2. Winston opened his eyes, slowly getting himself out of his cogitative state. However, as he did so, slowly, one of the bangs began to ebb out. Winston immediately began to focus on it, which led to one of the others losing its uniformity and degrade into the air. Winston shook his head. Sure enough, using 3 bangs in combat would be hard. Practice is needed for further bangs. Winston turned towards the table beside the bed, where a stack of papers were kept. It was his research about Shinsu. As of now, Winston knew that all of the information, measuring systems and terminology of Shinsu was worked out by a single person, Pobai-da Gostang, the head of the Pobai-da family and one of the 11 irregulars that entered the tower. Besides that, there was also Ashal Edwardu, the creator of the 13-month series, who wrote of the tower's weapons, which compiled his studies on Shinsu and how it compares to the outsider and how it behaves completely different in different situations. However, Winston opted to do his own research. He knew very well that there were things that were not taught to the general populace for security reasons, and a lot of information that the higher-ups held were mainly confidential information. Although on Earth, information could largely be shared without too much problem, there were still pieces of information that could cause more harm than good if it were leaked to the outside. And considering how potent of an energy source, nay, not just an energy source, the thing that Shinsu was, there was bound to be some facts that were not generally taught, most likely reserved for the people in power or the so-called 10 great families. Of course, there was always a chance that Winston was wrong, slim, but there still was. But even so, Winston was a discoverer at heart. Experimentation had become part of his nature at this point. And faced with something as limitless as Shinsu, he could hardly contain himself from studying it extensively. He cast aside the 2 bangs he had created and walked over to the research papers. Tales from the Lake, the upper cover read. He had chosen such a title purely for aesthetic purposes. Simply naming his research paper Shinsu Studies or on the Divine Water, although seemed somewhat logical, didn't sit right in Winston's own mind. As such, he named the research paper, Tales from the Lake, to depict the water-like nature of the Shinsu. Although such a title is inherently flawed, since Shinsu didn't behave solely like water in the first place. In fact, it would have been better to refer to the papers as Tales of Everything. Actually, when I think about it, that doesn't sound as cool. Oh well, it's not like I am going to publish it or anything. Winston shrugged his shoulders and decided to not worry about the name anymore. Opening the research papers, he decided to revise all the points he had researched up until now. He had his pocket appear beside him and began to search on the box for more information on the subject. That day, Winston spent the entire night researching again. The next day, Zarhan and Rak returned from somewhere. Both of them appeared exceptionally happy, even banding together to troll the other regulars and eat several chocolate bars and bananas. Just like that, almost the entirety of the regular group of the test floor became friends. And slowly but surely, an entire month had passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 25, Hide-and-Seek regulars participating in this joint position test. Congratulations to all of you. Lero yelled out to all the regulars that were gathered in the hall. 1 month had elapsed since the classes started for the positions, between which everyone mastered their respective skills and opted to make full usage of their respective advantages that their positions provided them with. Winston in particular was the best in the fisherman position, no surprise in that, just behind Andersey and Anna, who managed to not get disqualified from the test, all their injuries considered. Everyone's relationship had also progressed to some point, not appearing as distant as before. In particular, everyone that had their name on the friend list that was given to the scouts had come especially close. Winston focused on Lero, who was explaining what the test to be conducted would be. This joint test is for 30 of you, excluding the ones that have already passed, he said, pointing to the sofas that were erected at the end of the hall atop an elevated platform. On the sofas, 3 familiar figures sat. Boo-ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Do your best, turtles. Ye all ought to give it your all. You might not pass. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Zarhan and Rak sat on the sofa laughing to their heart's content. Their arms were slung over each other's shoulders, well, at least Rak's arm was. Zarhan's was too short to go over Rak's body. Both of them appeared extremely cheerful as they laughed out aloud at the regulars present, mocking them for not being able to pass the tests beforehand. Looking at them, Winston felt a hint of annoyance but brushed it off. He wasn't in the spear-bearer position anyways, so he had no reason to feel pressured by the fact that there was only room for one more passing regular for the spear-bearers. Winston looked at the last person seated atop the sofas, Ghost, the behemoth-like beast that towered a full 3 heads over even Rak. Winston narrowed his eyes a bit but then focused again on the test administrator. Of the 30 regulars present, there will be 2 teams of 15. The regulars should take the test in the team assigned to them. Lero continued. Teams have all been assigned based on the previous test results. There is an equal number of positions on both teams except for 1 more spear-bearer and scout on Team A and 1 more light-bearer and fisherman on Team B, so the teams are completely balanced. He said. You will be graded throughout the test and said grades will have the most say in the final assessment, so be at your best performance. He continued. For your information, the grading will be done both individually and as a team, by our position teachers and by the test director respectively. He pointed to the right, where a large desk with 6 seats was kept. On each seat was seated one of the position teachers as well as the test director Hans Yu in the last seat. However, curiously, one of the seats of the position teachers was empty. As for how the test will be conducted, what will be told by the test director Hans Yu? Lero pointed towards the man who took a sip from his coffee bowl. Hans Yu smiled. I will be telling you about your test, it will be called hide and seek. He smiled mysteriously. Hearing his words, murmurs went across the group of regulars. Hide and seek? Winston's mind materialized images of a game that he's seen kids play all the time. A game that he himself had never had the opportunity to play. Winston's eyes turned melancholic for a moment, almost imperceptible, before reverting back to normal. Yes, it is like the game that you all might have played at some point. But it's not a team competition. He chuckled. Each team will play with a seeker that we have designated to catch a hider that the team designates. Hans pointed to the window on the left, If you look outside from here, you will find a large circular structure floating. That is the stage for the test," he said. Every regular, Winston included, moved closer to the window to get a better look at the stage for the test. It was a large circular ship, divided up into 3 main areas. The center circle was the smallest, lying at the lowest level in the entire structure. It was labeled as the safe zone. From the safe zone, extended 2 sets of stairs that led to a larger circle concentric with the safe zone. It lied 1 level above the safe zone and had a small effigy of a humanoid figure standing within it. The effigy was marked the Seeker. This zone itself was divided into 2 concentric spheres, one higher than the other and connected with a flight of stairs. Beyond this zone was a deep chasm that separated it from the final circle. All that connected it with the main body was a narrow bridge and a small flight of stairs some distance diagonally under it. "The rules are simple," Hanyu said as everyone looked on at the structure. "Choose someone to be it among the fishermen. If the one who is it gets out of the safety zone and reaches the exit without getting tagged by the Seeker, the team wins. I will give you all 3 hours. Also, the game is over if the it is caught by the Seeker." Hans smiled and pulled out a red badge with an unusual symbol on it from his robes. "The person who is chosen to be it is required to put this badge on. If the Seeker touches the badge, the sensor will be triggered and the game will end." Then, his eyes suddenly underwent a thoughtful expression, intently gazing at the regulars. "Of course the Seeker will also be wearing such a badge." He smiled. "If the one that is the Seeker gets tagged by anyone, then the game will end right there and the fishermen on the team will get a prize of 2,000 points, enough to circumvent the results of the previous tests," Han said. To his side, Winston immediately felt Andersey's mood lighten up. Her eyes held a predatory gleam as they almost shone with greed. Winston imperceptibly shook his head. Shibazu raised his hand from the other team. "Test Director Yu, who is the Seeker?" he asked. At that moment, a frivolous voice boomed out in the hall. "Ha ha ha. That's my student. It's great that you asked such a nice question." The door to the far entrance of the hall opened up, revealing a dark-skinned individual in a white lab coat and black pants. He had bright red hair that almost shone in the brightly lit hall and his face held a wide smile from ear to ear. His eyes held a rambunctious vigor that seemed to almost materialize around him, and the sound of his laughter suddenly filled the hall. At that moment, Winston noticed how every position teacher, Laro Ro in particular, face-palmed with a sour expression. Well, that's not good. It could be accurately judged that Winston was not looking forward to the test anymore. Fighting against a ranker? What makes them think we can do that? Winston contemplated. What the hell? That's a ranker. We can't snatch the badge from him? This is rigged. He's the scout teacher, a ranker. And the reactions of the regulars spoke for themselves. Quant, the scout ranker, laughed aloud harder upon hearing the reactions of the various people in the room. "Ha ha 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 ha. Don't worry. I will make sure to go easy on you," he yelled. Every regular in the room, at that exact moment, had the same thought. "Like hell you will." Seeing all of their distressed faces, Hanyu chuckled. "Do not worry too much. We are well aware of the gap between you and rankers," he continued. "To make sure the test is fair, Quant is only limited to a single bang with 10 men and 10 su, so no body strengthening and no extra support from Shinsu. Furthermore, he would not go all out against regulars. That would be simply overkill." Hans shook his head and shrugged. Winston looked at him judgmentally for a second at the mention of overkill, but there was little he could do. The test had already been decided and it was plenty clear that they were going to fight the ranker. With that, they were separated as per the teams. 15 people were in each team, with the teams being named A and B. While they were escorted through the hall, Winston could clearly hear the laughter of Zarhan and Rak in the background at all times. It was to the point he began to feel a tad bit annoyed. Damn crocodile and pea-brain. He cursed in his heart. Then he shook his head and smiled with a light chuckle. Tima included Inuk, Kun, Lore, Shibazu and Amwan among their own group. The rest were filled by people Winston didn't know the names of, except for the red-haired girl who only had one eye because of the crown game, Hyun. While Team B was the team Winston was in, which comprised of Indersea, Heracule, Hats, Bam and Ho. There was also the strange girl Bam was chasing, who was named Michelle Light, a pseudonym by Bam's own opinion, as her real name was Rachel. Winston looked at the boy from the corner of his eyes with a thoughtful expression. Within the month he had spent on the floor of tests, the boy had made plenty clear his apparent lack of knowledge about almost anything in the tower, along with his more than questionable living conditions prior to entering the tower, saying how he only had the one girl to talk to. Aren't all irregulars supposed to be busted even at the floor of tests? I wouldn't even compare him to a jihad princess. Winston mused, scratching his chin. At this point, he had all but concluded the fact that Bam was an irregular. He wouldn't be deserving of having a brain if he couldn't even piece that together. First things first, He learned flow control within a day, without any prior knowledge of Shinsu control. As per the norms of the tower, even the prodigies among the wave controller learn Shinsu flow control to make bangs within 1 year. It made Winston remember his own feat of creating a bang on his first try during the crown game. Even if his monstrously frightening ability to learn Shinsu flow control within a day, as per Lore's words, was ignored, there was the matter of where he lived before entering the tower. If anything, it sounded awfully like the darkened caves that he was in for some time before he eventually went through the gate to the tower. All of that combined made Winston conclude him as the target for being an irregular. However, since he's an irregular, Winston's eyes traveled to the figure of Michelle Light, or better yet, Rachel. Since Bam tells about how he only had her in the dark place, that also makes her an irregular. The situation almost made Winston's head shake. It was 3 irregulars in the same testing spot. As per his knowledge, even a single irregular brought such chaos to the tower that the states before and after their entry couldn't be compared. Hey! How will 3 irregulars shake the tower? Winston chuckled. Chapter 26, Hide and Seek. At 1 p.m., the test for Team A began. Darkness prowled all around, blocking all light from vision. The darkness seemed so thick that it was better to describe it as pitch black than simple shadows, with the only real source of light being a metallic cube that floated in the air with a deep blue tinge. The lighthouse casted a direct light towards the ground, lighting up the plain white floor atop which walked a man with a purple tracksuit. The man had an average-looking face with a lean build that didn't suggest any muscle at first glance. Sigh. The man sighed, notions and visions flooding his mind unbidden. I am going to be hospitalized after this, aren't I? I hope he doesn't break a bone. I wanna go home. Shibuzu's mind was a mess, his consciousness and rationality like a piece of insubstantial fog that phased in and out of existence, the reason of which was his current predicament, as per which he was the bait. Team A organized themselves rather quickly with Kun at the forefront. Kun was truly a mastermind at planning, effortlessly formulating a plan that the ranker wouldn't expect and winning the trust of all the participants. However, to Shibuzu, his plan couldn't be said to be ideal. Why? Simple, their plan was unlike traditional thinking, which was to seize the ranker's badge and win the game without ever leaving the second circle. However, Shibuzu was the bait to draw in the ranker first, a way for them to prepare in advance when the ranker arrives and land a decisive victory. It's so dark. It's like he could pop up at any moment from anywhere. Scouts really aren't a great position. Shibuzu lamented at his fate. Should I change positions? He thought. Just then, something spoke into his ears. Hey! Can you hear me? Shibuzu jumped at the voice, screaming out in process. Bastard! You scared me! He yelled back. Why are you getting scared? You're supposed to attract the ranker. Kun said in reply. Shibuzu shook his head, readjusting the communication tool in his ear. Isn't it bad? What? That Bam is on another team. As his words landed, Shibuzu felt the voice on the other end go quiet for a split second. Too bad. But what can we do? It was designated. He said simply. Don't you know? If we catch the Seeker, there's almost no chance for Bam to pass the test. Shibuzu shook his head, feeling pity for the boy. I know. But we can't give up the test because of him, right? In a test, it's every man for themselves. He said. You're cold-hearted. Thank you. Shibuzu's expression turned a bit strange at the awkward topic of conversation. What about the ranker? He asked. Shibuzu looked on into the darkness, and then he focused on the observers, tools that aided scouts in mapping out the area and sending back information. I don't see anything. Nothing on the observers either. He said. Suddenly, he perked up. Why do you think he will come? It's pretty obvious I am the bait with this big lighthouse. He pointed to the lighthouse up above. However, the grim tone of Kun came in response. He come. For sure. Shibuzu's sweat dropped at his confidence. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Kun. Yes. He's here. Shibuzu adopted a combat stance, holding his fists in front of him. The wind around him seemed to get restless, which was strange in and of itself, since the Shinsu density inside the sphere was particularly dense, even making it hard for an Uchiha to move. The strange howl of the wind rang in his ears as strange whispers seemed to come from the darkness. And then, he turned to the right. His eyes met 2 glowing red dots, moving about in the darkness. Your 2 observers move about in predictable patterns. Easy to avoid if you're a good enough scout. A voice called out from the red dots. The lighthouse's light extended, illuminating the darkness ahead and eventually making the ranker appear from the darkness. Quant stood in place with a smile and chuckled. Why are you standing around like that? You're making it so obvious that you're the bait. He smiled. Team B sat in a room with a large round table. They were seated in a semicircle with a large television screen in front, displaying the happenings of the first game of hide-and-seek which the team were partaking in. Winston sat with Bam to his right and Serena to his left. Further to the right, next to Bam sat the Princess of Jihad, Starsea, who was getting flattered by one of the fishermen on the team. Winston shook his head and smiled compassionately as he looked on at his team. There was no need for him to do anything in the test, to be honest. Within the fisherman position, he had the highest chances to be promoted further and passing the test. Not to mention his points, which still stood at the impressive number of 4,800, far more than the amount the chosen fisherman was promised to get upon tagging the seeker. That was the reason that Winston was not worried in the slightest. He was going to pass anyway. All he needed to do was participate and show off some of his potential and strength. I hate this team. What am I going to do with all of their useless regulars? The regular that had been smothering Starsea with flattery and sweet words yelled suddenly. Then, his tone took a direct change and appeared almost subservient. Of course that doesn't include you, oh glorious Princess of Jihad, he said. Starsea smiled and her eyes momentarily wandered towards Winston, who sat just one seat across from her. Then, she shook her head. You're our team's only hope. The regular yelled again. Oh sweet. She smiled sweetly towards him. Then, Serena, who sat on Winston's left, pointed towards the screen and called out. Look! They have already met the seeker, she yelled. Everyone turned their eyes towards the screen, looking at the scene of Quant engaging in a conversation with Shibizu. They already found them without an observer? Are the rankers that fast? Someone yelled. Rankers are scary. Someone droned. Winston contemplated. Even if it's a ranker, the test has only just started 5 minutes ago. The ranker will take his time traveling to each contestant to gauge them out for assessment. At the end, the chosen it had only one way to go, which is the thin bridge that leads to the exit. He only needs to catch them at that point. With an UX speed, reaching that point can be said to be a moderately easy task, if not for the Shinsu density. Winston shook his head. With all those factors combined, it doesn't make sense for the ranker to be so fast in his approach. And that means a single thing. They're purposefully leading him into a trap. And he followed to see what they would do. Either Shibizu has acted as the bait to stall the ranker so Inauk has more time to reach the exit, which would eventually fail due to Inauk's reduced speed and the ranker's comparatively monstrous movement potential, or the second strategy. Winston's eyes sharpened suddenly. They're planning to snatch the badge right then and there. He smiled. Either one can be called an optimum strategy and neither has better chances at succeeding. But thinking of Kun. Winston's eyes traveled to the screen as his smile widened. On the screen, Quant talked with Shibizu for some time, about how there were spear bearers and fishermen close by for an ambush. And then, the red-haired ranker proceeded to dodge spears thrown at him and destroy the lighthouse in the air. Taking care of the light source to confuse the people and seize the initiative. Quite a nice strategy. I suppose I comes with experience. Winston mused. Then, the ranker moved about in the darkness unimpeded by the utter loss of vision. Suddenly, a lighthouse turned on in the distance, casting its light onto the ranker who was behind Shibizu. The light of the lighthouse extended to reveal a green-skinned girl with a real inventory floating behind her, Inauk. Winston watched on as Inauk threw a hook attached to the real inventory, wanting to tag the seeker and win the game right then and there. In that moment, Winston even felt that might just win, solely because of the surprise factor of the attack. However, just as the hook was about to touch the badge on the ranker, a howl of the wind sounded out. Woo! With that, the ranker disappeared into thin air, merging into the darkness around him in a burst of speed and camouflaging into the surroundings. Winston drew in a short breath, thinking of what might happen further into the fight. Quant, as he understood him, was an incredibly petty individual who did not like to lose and went all out even against regulars on the test floor. And the ambush to tag the seeker at this point was a blatant disregard for his strength. Winston chuckled as the regulars in the room were riled up, shouting things like "Take care of them already!" and "Way to go! Kill them all!" After that, the red-haired ranker gave them 30 minutes and 32 seconds to do whatever they wanted and to run. And so, the run was on. They underestimated the ranker. Their oversight in the plans led to them getting behind in the opportunity to go for the exit. Winston shook his head in disappointment. It's always better to overestimate an opponent than to underestimate them. Kun ought to have known the capabilities of the ranker quite well, given that he's from the Kun family. Winston scratched his chin and looked towards Bam, who was beside him. Bam appeared quite shaken. His eyes widened and his pupil shrunken down. Winston narrowed his eyes and looked on at the screen. Unless he has some other plans to speak of. Winston took another look at Bam and smirked. What do you think? He asked. Bam turned to him and turned his head quizzically. What? Team A, what do you think? Will they pass? He asked. Bam shook his head with utmost confidence. Yes. They will pass. Winston chuckled. Shouldn't you be hoping for them to fail? You're on Team B, they aren't your teammates now. He laughed. Bam looked down, appearing conflicted. Should I wish for that? He asked. Winston looked at him. Maybe. You tell me. He chortled. Bam didn't speak anything. To the side, Indersea looked at them with an unknown expression. Chapter 27, Hide and Seek. After the 30 minutes was up, the ranker was on the move. Shibuya moved about the darkness, a spare lighthouse lighting up the way before him. Sweat poured out from his temples as never before, for the situation was stressful enough. They had successfully managed to anger the ranker through their shenanigans at wanting to tag the Seeker. However, they had vastly underestimated the movement speed of the ranker, a crucial overstep that might cost them their victory. Where is Inouk? Shibuya yelled as he ran towards the elevator to the second circle. She's going up the second circle through the elevator. The ranker is on the move, so there isn't much time. I am already up there. Kun's voice came promptly from his earpiece. Shibuya breathed a sigh of partial relief, then he shook his head. He continued running along the darkened floor, the lighthouse in the air lighting up his way. A dark staircase led to an unknown upper floor, its narrow area and steep steps making it the easiest places to lay for an ambush. The darkened halls made way for little light and everything was increasingly harder to see. However, perched atop the stairs were multiple spear bearers, wave controller and a scout, Amon. They all looked on towards the bottom of the stairs, their lighthouse casting light onto the entire structure. Sweat trickled down from some of their faces because of the tense atmosphere. Amon stood at the back, a bag at his side. His eyes looked on in nervousness as notions about a potential loss filled his mind. Suddenly, he shook his head. No, I can't lose hope. Mr. Winston and Zarhan took a lot of time in training me. He exclaimed in his mind. Within the month of their stay in Avankel's mothership, Winston and Zarhan had taken it upon themselves to train Amon to the bone, resulting in a rapid increase of his strength. Amon as talented, yet failed to make his talent shine through in the earlier stages of his life. As of right now, Amon was one of the highest-ranking scouts in his class, just behind Hats and tying with Shibuya. His eyes held a resolute look as an announcement echoed in the surroundings. One of the light hearers with them yelled out. He is here. At the bottom of the stairs. Every regular that was present felt their hearts tighten. They all looked down at the bottom, where a certain red-haired ranker was walking about leisurely. Well, what an interesting place to lay an ambush. He smirked. How about we have a little lesson? He said, beginning to walk up the stairs with deliberate weight. As you know, I only have one bang with 10 men and 10 su, which isn't a lot really. It's not even enough to kill a regular man. He shrugged his shoulders. However, to escape from the likes of you. He droned. Then, the darkness around him seemed to come alive as it writhed and slithered atop his own body. The shadows beneath his feet cast by the lighthouse traveled up his legs and merged him into the darkness. Nay, it was not the darkness he was merging into, it was simply the environment itself. The regular's eyes widened in alarm. He went invisible. Attack anywhere. One of the wave controllers yelled, firing a bang from a staff they held. The spear bearers needed no further starting signal. The red spear they held in their hands were thrown down with speed, going down and embedding themselves into the stairs. A fisherman jumped down with his needle, only for Quant to reveal himself and backhand him into the wall with sheer strength. Then, one of the spear bearers, a hulking man with wings atop his back, jumped down and tried to engage in hand-to-hand combat. A spear bearer leaving his post? Why would you sacrifice your advantage of range and choose to fight in a way that you're clearly not adept in? Quant asked quizzically as he toyed with the regular with his speed. Needless to say, the regular didn't last very long. Quant traveled up the stairs dodging every other spear that was thrown at him effortlessly. As he reached the top, he laughed. I assume you were going to keep me here for at least 5 minutes. Come on. Where's your motivation? He yelled. How much time has it been? One of the regulars stammered. 1 minute. A regular spoke. In the team room, Winston felt as if the combat was happening all too quickly. The regulars didn't stand a sliver or a chance against someone that had climbed to the top of the tower. There was simply no way for them to win, at least not with so little strength. Perhaps if it was Inouk and Indersea working together they could pose a certain challenge. He mused. Back in the test, Quant took a little time to take care of the other regulars, eventually leaving only Amon and the light bearer that was with him. Amon looked at him in nervousness. So what will you do? Quant asked with a smile. You should be decisive in your action. Nervousness will get you nowhere in a place like the tower. He advised with a sincere tone. Shaking himself out of his thoughts, Amon took a combat stance, ready to face the ranker and stall for as much time as possible. Quant raised a brow at his display. Brave, aren't you? Are you sure you can face me on your own? He asked, a light chuckle following his comment. Amon shook his head and smiled. I don't need to defeat you. He said. I don't need to do anything to you. Truthfully, I don't think I can even lay a finger on a rancor like you. He smiled. Hearing his words, Quant felt his confidence taking a slight boost. He nodded with his eyes closed. That's right. Amon smiled seeing his reaction. In his mind, the objective was clear. Stall for as much time as possible. Whether it be through talking or fighting. Anything that can stall the seeker will provide them with more chances to pass the test. Amon raised his hands in front of him. But, he said, making Quant focus on him again. All I need to do is keep you here for as long as I can. And I will be sure to do that. He said. Quant nodded in satisfaction. As expected of my student. You have learned well. Quant exclaimed. Then, his eyes took on a glare. Then let's start. With that said, his figure dashed out, rapidly approaching the figure of Amon. Amon's muscles tightened as he punched out in front. His observer, a floating ball with a camera and a mini lighthouse installed in it, illuminated the area so he could fight. Quant stopped just before him, narrowly avoiding the fist he had thrown. Amon hurriedly switched to a drop kick and jumped straight at Quant. I will give you some tips as well. Quant spoke, sidestepping from the kick and punching Amon, who was in mid-air, into the ground. When in front of a stronger opponent, never leave your ground. Doing so makes you open to attacks from a skilled opponent. He said. Only do so if you are adept at utilizing the shinsu around you to alter your position mid-air, something that you aren't capable of just yet. Amon quickly got to his feet and dashed at him again. The rancor disappeared in a burst of speed, appearing behind Amon. Amon turned quickly, throwing a spinning back kick at the opponent. However, Quant blocked his kick with his hand and kicked his other leg, making his fall face first into the ground. Damn. He cursed and got up again. I would love to play with you more, but I have places to be. Quant smiled. And then, his fist embedded itself into his abdomen with a howl of the wind. Bam. Chaya. The air was blown out of Amon's lungs as saliva flew out of it. His eyes momentarily clouded over as he lost consciousness for a second. Then, he crouched down holding his stomach in pain. Heat rushed through his spine as his abdomen felt as if it had been set on fire from the inside out. Huff. Huff. He struggled to breathe for a second before he looked up to see Quant looking down at him with a smile. You're quite sturdy. A blow like that has knocked out every other regular so far. He nodded in acknowledgement. Amon smiled and got up from his seating position. Then, a crooked grin made its way onto his face. I have done a lot of durability training with my friends. He said and put a hand into the bag he had at his side. His hands rummaged through the bag for seconds, and then, he pulled something out. It was a large knife, just shorter than a shirt sword. He held it out in front of him and adopted a combat stance again. Quant chuckled seeing him ready to fight. Are you sure you want to do this? He asked. Amon smiled as he said, my job is to keep you here as long as I can. Quant looked at him for a moment. There was silence in the darkened expanse for a moment. Nobody moved. Then, both moved towards each other at the same time. Bang. Whoosh. In the team room, Winston watched on as Amon faced the rancor. He nodded to himself, quite pleased with Amon's progress. He and Zarhan had personally worked on his combat training as well as durability exercises, in order to better equip him with the strength to stand strong blows. It seemed that the training had actually paid off. However, even then, it was hardly a match for the rancor. Quant made quick work of him as well, taking care of everyone gathered at the stairs in a measly 3 minutes and 27 seconds, with the bulk of the time spent dealing with Amon. After that, Team B erupted into cheers as the rancor made his way across all the remaining team members, crushing them like a truck hitting a bicycle at Mach speeds. Eventually, the rancor came face to face with Shibazu, who held onto his legs for a good while to give Inaak a chance to escape. After that, the rancor ran ahead and eventually, he reached the bridge. It seems that they will fail. Winston said suddenly, turning his eyes to look at Bam. Bam was startled by his voice, but then his eyes turned droopy and melancholic. It seems so. He droned. Are you not relieved? Winston asked. Bam looked at him in puzzlement. The failure of the opposing team means higher chances for us to win. And that means... Winston smiled at him. That there will be more chances that you might find the girl you're looking for. His face morphed into a toothy grin as he chuckled. Bam's eyes seemed to turn edged brighter at the mention of Rachel, however, he turned to look at the screen again, not replying to Winston's remark. Winston shook his head. Choices are hard to make. Especially choices like these. He thought in his heart. Inwardly, he pitied the boy to some extent. Left in darkness all his life, with the only human interaction ever being a young girl with blonde hair. However, the girl left him behind to chase after the stars, and the boy was left without a goal to aspire towards, without the shining light that had guided his world thus far. And in such a place as the tower, there was no saying how and when a friend may turn into an enemy and an enemy turn ally. Winston looked towards Rachel, who still adorned the dark brown cloak atop her head. Eventually, I suppose you might need to make such a choice. He shook his head imperceptibly, feeling even more pitiful. Then, a smile blossomed on his face. But even still, the only thing you will ever be able to do is to smile through it. Chapter 28, Hide and Seek. Winston walked along the safe zone of their spherical test zone. Team A's battle had ended not long after Quant took care of Shibizu. He reached the final bridge upon which Nauk was supposedly treading towards, only to find Kun at that place. However, Quant supposedly saw through Kun's plan to hide Nauk on a lighthouse and wanted to drag him down towards the chasm below, only to then be shocked at the fact that Kun had expected all of this and was waiting for him to make his move. In the end, Kun and Nauk made their way back to the bridge while the ranker fieled down into the chasm. However, they failed to make through with the victory? How? Quant, in a move that even surprised Winston, ran all the up the chasm without the usage of Shinsu. I hadn't expected the ranker to be so strong even without the use of Shinsu. He shook his head. I don't know much about the strength of the rankers, but Kun must have been knowledgeable about it. It doesn't make sense for there to be an oversight in his plans 2 times. Though I suspect it has something to do with them being in an opposite team. Winston mused, scratching his chin. Come to think of it, didn't Kun leave the bridge after he came back up? Could he have helped the ranker get back up? Winston felt more and more sure about his theory. Even for a ranker, rushing up such a deep chasm seemed to be more than a chore, especially without Shinsu. Unless one was a ranker from the Ha family, known for their sturdy and strong bodies, or a princess of jihad, Winston wasn't sure if they would be able to jump up the height. He scratched his head and shrugged. There's no comparison I can make with any other ranker. In the end, I can only speculate. He shook his head. Then, he looked over towards the center of the safe zone, where every other regular from Team B was gathered. His eyes, enhanced by Marauder and Swindler Potion, saw perfectly through the dark, and with combined reinforcement from the Shinsu, it felt as if he stood in a perfectly lit hall, instead or the darkened place he stood at. It was also the reason there was no lighthouse around him. Having looked at the area all around, most of which was just plain, he made his way back to the center. Before the Seeker was released, the regulars were given a small buffer period for choosing it and sorting out their respective roles in the test. With Winston's unique position, he didn't want to partake too much in the test. He would pass regardless of the test results, the reason being his overwhelming amount of points in comparison to everyone else and the fact that, for some inexplicable reason, perhaps for his latent potential being seen, the ranker Hex favored him among the regulars of the fisherman class. As Winston reached the center of the safe zone, he saw everyone gathering around and arguing about being the leader. A variety of proposals were put forth by the different regulars, as was the willingness to become the leader of their group. However, none was willing to take the risk of potentially having a lackluster leader, especially the spear bearers, who only has one remaining place in the final passing batch. Some time elapsed within the darkness. Eventually, everyone began to shout at each other, with no one willing to back down and adopt the other person's strategy for the test. Winston could perceive that the regulars were themselves beginning to grow quite restless, appearing more and more nervous. He shook his head, feeling a bit regretful about them. Without cooperating you won't get anywhere in this test, he thought. Then again, this might as well be an individual test. What Winston had concluded had many reasons behind it. In the first place, however difficult it was to win, winning the game did not provide benefits to a single person. Instead, it equally gave out the points between all regulars. And each regular, because they were being graded individually by their teachers all along the length of the test, was seemingly on their own without any official allies to speak of. Since everyone was competing for a chance in their own positions, one not only had to compete with the other team, but also with those on the same position as one in their own team. Winston looked on as the group became more and more chaotic. He had no reason to help out, neither did he intend to. He was simply here for the participation award, one could say. At the corner of his eyes, he noticed both Pam and Indersea stealing glances in his direction, most likely hoping for him to take charge of the situation. Winston smiled as he looked on towards the ensuing chaos amidst the regulars. Then, at the crucial point, Indersea stood up with an annoyed snarl on her face. Gosh! You lot are annoying me. I will be it. You all follow my lead, she declared, her voicing silencing all others that spoke before her. Winston raised a brow at her act. With that, everyone expressed their tactic approval. What could they do if they didn't? Someone strong was needed to lead the team, and Indersea was just that. After the matters with the team leadership was sorted out, everyone began to move about as per Indersea's plan. The fishermen were to move all together, and were expected to change position as the ranker moved about the darkness. The spear bearers and hats were to intercept the scout at the stairs to the second circle, and finally, the light bearers and the wave controller were to collect information in the safe zone and assist the fishermen and scouts respectively. It was a logical plan in hindsight, but one that had all too many loopholes in place. And as a swindler, Winston was especially sensitive about such loopholes. Fishermen moving together, huh? Winston smiled as he figured out what Starsea wanted to do. As for the different regulars that were to delay the Seeker, simply put, they were the bait meant to stall until Starsea's plan could come to fruition. Naturally, Winston was not included in such a plan, since it would fail if Starsea targeted him, and she knew that quite well. Yet, here he was traveling with them still, only because he had made his position quite clear in the test. He would not interfere too much in the proceedings. The band of fishermen ran across the darkness with a lighthouse in front of them. The Shinsu density around them made the fishermen especially slow, as the pressure around them was much larger than they had accustomed themselves to. Winston and Starsea were the only ones that could maintain their normal speed, with Winston barely noticing a change at all. Winston stole a glance at Bam, who was running along beside them. The irregular boy also seemed to be not terribly affected by the Shinsu density in the area, appearing perfectly fine. Winston smiled. "Let's rest here for a moment," one of the fishermen said. Starsea only nodded and sat down, supporting her back against the wall. As they sat down to rest, the one that was showering the princess with compliments spoke out again. "How did you come up with such a plan, princess?" he asked. "I don't know. It just hit me, you know." Starsea flashed a charming smile at him. "Oh. That's it. You truly deserve to be called a princess of jihad." The other fisherman that was beside them held onto his sword and spoke. "We should quickly be on the move again. We never know when the ranker might start to move," he said. "Don't worry and relax. The princess said the ranker won't come to us until he examines all the other regulars first." The man replied. "Relax? In such a situation, that might lead to failure," he countered. "Princess. Looks like we have a non-believer." Winston cringed at his remark, instead opting to turn his head away from the situation. Alas, he couldn't turn off his hearing. Then. Hang him. Hearing her words, Winston couldn't help but remember the Habged man, Alger, and the true rapper. Or was it the true creator? "What?" the man with the sword exclaimed. "Lock him up," Starsea declared. "Haha. You're dead, you idiot." Winston shook his head in genuine annoyance. "What idiots? Can't even see their own doom," he lampooned. "I am excited for the second round," Hex exclaimed with a clap. To the side, the other potions teachers expressed their doubts through their expression. "What's wrong?" asked the wave controller teacher, a strange creature that looked to be a speaking rice ball. "I don't know. It's just that the regulars in Team 2 don't seem all that impressive," he said. Hex tilted her head but nodded after some thoughts. "What? We can't be partial against regulars," the rice ball exclaimed. The spear-bearer teacher, Bokdalyu, shook his head. "It's not that. It's just the fact that I don't see a lot of promise in the team. I mean, sure, there are two powerful fishermen, but the spear-bearers are..." He didn't finish his sentence. To his side, Hex nodded with her chest puffed out, as if in pride. "The fishermen in the second team are truly one of the most promising I have ever seen. I am confident they will perform well." She nodded. The other teachers still looked somewhat dispirited. The light-bearer teacher, Laro Rose, spoke. "Come to think of it." He turned towards Hanyu. "Don't the two teams seem awfully imbalanced? All the good wave controller were on the first team. The only good members of the second team are Winston, Starsea, Hats, and Michelle Light," he said. Hanyu flashed a friendly and compassionate smile, appearing full of energy as he took another sip from his coffee. No. Both the teams are incredibly well balanced," he said. The rice ball turned his head and spoke. "I think so too," he exclaimed. Every teacher turned to him, their jaws somewhat opened in surprise. Even Hanyu looked surprised, his team cup dropping from his hands and onto the ground. "Hey, you're not supposed to be surprised," the rice ball yelled in his mind. "Is there anyone that you might think will be useful among the wave controllers?" Hex asked. The rice ball flashed a beautiful smile. "Well, there is one," he droned. "Is that regular that powerful?" "I wouldn't say powerful." He shook his head. "More like, how should I explain? It's more like he's akin to a lottery ticket," he exclaimed. "Lottery ticket?" Bokdalyu asked. "Yes. Like the one I purchased yesterday," he exclaimed. "He's got a lot of potential for sure. More potential than I have seen in anyone all my life." Hex chuckled. "Well, it seems that both our classes have something in common. Ah, Winston Heath, right? A pity he isn't in wave controller class. Would have taught him some flashy moves." Hex shook her head. "No. He is best suited for the fisherman class, I believe. I think he can be put in any position really. Laro said from the side. Yeah, but the best for him is undoubtedly the fisherman. Hex declared with certainty. Chapter 29, Hide and Seek. A lone lighthouse stood alone in the darkness, illuminating a small circular area under it with an orange hue. Under the lighthouse stood two humanoid figures, one evidently male and one female. It was Serena and Ho, the scout and the wave controller. Serena looked over into the darkness, her eyes holding a complicated gaze. Phew. She breathed out. F. She braked out again, making Ho look at her strangely. Suddenly she spoke out. Hey, Ho. She said. What? I was just singing. Hey, Ho. Hey, Ho. Ha ha ha. She laughed at her joke, holding her stomach while doing so. Ho looked at her with an annoyed expression, but couldn't quite tell what was wrong with her to act as so. He stayed quiet and didn't speak. Hey, Ho. She called out. Ho didn't say anything, choosing to stay quiet. I am talking to you this time. Ho looked over towards her again. What? Serena sat down to the ground and cradled her legs to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. Then, she supported her head with her knees and looked sideways into the dark. Why? Why did you come to the tower? Ho looked at her in puzzlement. Pardon? Why are you choosing to go up? She asked. What this all of a sudden? He asked, his eyes narrowing to some degree, not in suspicion, but perhaps reminiscent of some old vistas and memories that remain a thing of the far past. No, it's just. Watching Tima take the test just made me think a lot. She continued. I feel so down. She sighed again. Ho didn't say anything, only looking at her. I was just an ordinary girl before this. I stole goods from ships in the outer tower. I was a thief. One day, on a ship we were planning on robbing, a ranker was there. Her lip quivered, as if in deep sadness. He was so strong. I had heard of them before, but never thought he would be so monstrous. My partner was killed without any chance of resistance. Serena looked over at Ho's face, seeing him stay quiet. I was barely able to hide in time, and then, I prayed. I prayed with all my heart like I'd never before. I said, if you're listening, please save me. My whole life has been nothing but crap until now. Serena looked towards the roof of the spherical structure, where darkness loomed like every other direction. And then, her eyes clouded over momentarily, a strange memory appearing in her mind. A real god appeared before me. She didn't say anything for a few seconds afterwards, perhaps reminiscing about something. I didn't hesitate to take his hand and enter the tower. During the first brutal test to cut us down to 200, I didn't hesitate then as well. Serena laid down completely onto the ground, her eyes looking at the ceiling. Every time I killed someone, I felt free. Every time, I felt closer to becoming a ranker. I wanted such power. I craved for it, I wanted everything that the top had to offer. Her breath hiccuped for a moment. I just had so much rage. I was lucky enough to pass the next test. And truly, I thought to myself, yes. I did it. She turned her head towards Ho, her eyes clouding over slightly. But then, when I watched Tima take the test so earnestly, they all tried so hard to pass, all of them are good people. I thought to myself, would it really be worth it at the top if I have to climb up all of these people? She huffed. At that moment, I realized the thing that had been holding me up all this time, even on the test floor. She gave out a crooked smile. Wow. This sucks, I thought. Ho continued to look at her face for a moment before speaking out. Everyone had to prepare for that moment when they first came into the tower. He clenched his teeth. Me, you, or anyone that ever came into the tower, they all knew the price and were willing to pay for it. He looked down at his feet. Everyone understands. So don't worry. He said. Serena stayed quiet for a moment. Then Ho. If I were to use you as a stepping stone. If I were to cause your fall, you won't blame me? She asked. I won't. Ho said without hesitation. I am prepared for failure. Eventually, someone else will use me as a stepping stone. Ho also flashed a crooked smile. Isn't that how it is from day one? He turned his back towards her. So let's not blame each other. Serena looked at his back for a moment, feeling unsure about her conflicting emotions. Hat stood alone in a narrow staircase, his swords drawn out as he looked towards the bottom. His eyes were narrowed down as he tried to get a clearer view of the darkness. Sadly, he had not yet mastered Shinsu Sense, something that could be used to sense everything around oneself, a must-have ability for a scout. The two spear-bearers which had accompanied him had just recently tried to turn on him and use him as bait, for something they called their spear-bearer revolution. It went without saying that they stood no chance against him. However, just when he was going to teach them a proper lesson, He felt the rancor appear. Sweat poured from his forehead as he looked on in wait for the rancor. Swords were especially hard to swing in a high-density Shinsu area, meaning in an environment like the current one, Hats was fighting at best 40% of his true combat potential, a skill issue in accordance to him. Along with that, he wasn't completely sure about the skill level of the two spear bearers he had instructed to lie in wait for an opportunity. If anything, they might choose to betray the team and run off. Hats tightened his grip on the sword, dispelling the thoughts out of his mind. All I can do right now is trust them, he vowed. His eyes looked on, waiting for the rancor to arrive. I thought he would be happy after taking care of Team A. But the waves of his fury are reaching me all the way here through the Shinsu. Lights to the front. He commanded the observer that rushed above him and cast its light to the front. Just then, something rushed out from down the stairs, climbing each step with frightening speed. Whoosh! Hats slashed with his sword, only to meet the air as the rancor ducked beneath it. Then, the rancor jumped towards him, throwing a fist at his abdomen which was blocked by his arm. Hats was pushed back, his arm badly bruised. The rancor didn't delay any longer, jumping ahead once more and throwing another punch at him, one that was again blocked by his arm. Then, making use of the opportunity, Hats slashed down with his sword towards the rancor, his sword cutting through the Shinsu in the air. Chaya! Crack! A small straight crack formed in the stairs, his sword again not meeting its intended target. Wow! I knew you were strong in my class, but such skill is commendable. The rancor praised. But compared to Ares' swordsmanship, it's not too great. He lamented. As he spoke, a storm rapidly brew in Hats' head. He punched me with all his weight and stepped back to avoid my strike at such a close range. And all of that was done on the same foot. He thought grimly. I see. I understand. He grinned a bit as he looked on towards Quent. His movements aren't just exceptional for a human. No, this man in front of me. He's no longer a human. He is a different species than any other that exists in the tower. The rancor. The rancor is here. Came Hats' voice from the lighthouse. Serena and Ho, who were sitting around in the darkness, immediately jumped in fright. Damn. He's here already? Let's go, Ho. Serena yelled as she began to run through the dark. However, just when she looked back, she couldn't find anyone. Eh? She looked around. Ho? The fisherman group walked along towards the exit, still traversing the second circle. Winston trotted along without saying anything. In his hand, he twirled a small coin, pale blue in color with frightening proficiency. Physical's currency in the tower was rare, at least in terms of dealing between regulars. Otherwise, it was plenty abundant in the middle and the outer tower. What he held was a silver coin, inland with 3% pure suspendium, something he had bought from Kun at the discounted price of 200 points. Winston smiled as he remembered the trade deal. With some research he had figured out that suspendium was especially pricey in all respects, no matter how impure it was. As such, the coin he held in his hands was of at least a value of 800 points. However, swindlers were indeed good at deception and trickery. Somehow, he had managed to cut off the deal to a measly sum of 200 points. He twirled in around his fingers, looking at Starsea and Bam, who walked at the forefront of the group. Slowly, he drew in closer to listen into their conversation. It wasn't anything worth Winston's benefits, only Starsea telling Bam about her background, which, for some reason, the princess deemed right to be discusses in the middle of a test. Suddenly, as the princess was busy telling her story to the boy, a voice yelled out from the lighthouse. Rancor found. It yelled. The brawny man who was complimenting Starsea looked at the lighthouse in alarm. Rancor? Where? Close. No. He's near the swordsman and the two idiots. As the words landed, the man turned towards the princess with a big smile on his face. You see, princess. The rancor is moving as expected. The plan is working perfectly, he exclaimed. Hearing his words, Winston suddenly felt a bad premonition. He stole a glance at Starsea, who smirked at the news. Yes. It's working perfectly, she said. Suddenly, she pulled out a red needle from her reel inventory and threw it out. The reel spun the needle around, making a large circle, about 10 meters in radius around her. The lighthouse which stood in the way was instantly pierced through, turning it off and isolating all contact with the rest of the team, engulfing their group in darkness. The lighthouse. What are you doing? The fisherman with the sword asked, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Starsea's smirk widened as she said in a sweet and compassionate tone. Anyone that leaves this circle henceforth, will die. She chuckled. Though you might die regardless. I am very moody after all. Winston smiled at her display, pleased that his previous guess had come to fruition. Princess. You should stop playing around. The brawny man said, drawing closer to the princess. Just then, Starsea kicked him in the chin, throwing him to the side, almost to the outside of the ring she had made. All the fishermen moving together in one place, all watching the ranker's movements. Geez, are you people really so clueless? She sighed. That is the reason you all don't deserve to go up the tower. She shook her head. Chapter 30, Hide and Seek. Winston smirked at her display, feeling a bit amused. And what of me? Winston smirked, adding a mocking tone to his voice. Princess? He noticed how a vein threatened to pop on her forehead, but she didn't take any movements towards him. You are the exception to this, she said. Walk out if you want to. But don't get in my way. She scowled. Winston chuckled. Then, he put his hands on the back of his head and stretched his body. You're surprisingly self-aware, he said. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Andersea's grip on her needle tighten, yet she still didn't move. You plan to eliminate us from the beginning? The man with the sword asked. The brawny man got up, blood flowing from his nostrils due to the kick he had received. Correct. Andersea smiled sweetly, turning her head away from Winston. If you all get eliminated, oh, look at that, there will be 5 fishermen left. The ideal grounds for me to pass. Andersea chortled happily. Andersea. Why are you doing this? Bam yelled out from behind her. Suddenly, Winston, who was about to leave the circle and go about his way, looked back at him, seeing his nervous look. So she did that to teach him a lesson, huh? She isn't normally so kind to do so. Perhaps she made a deal with Kun? Or, don't tell me she has a crush on Bam. Winston felt weirded out by his own thought process and stepped out of the circle without problem. He stepped out of the circle. Look at him. As he did so, the brawny man yelled after him, calling out to Andersea. Winston looked over his shoulder, his eyes finding Andersea, who stood with a needle in hand. Then he smiled and said, So are you really going to do anything, Princess? His tone was one of slight provocation. However, Andersea didn't seem to be the one to be riled up through such provocations. As Winston had observed, one had to comment on her face of body to provoke her properly. Andersea clicked her tongue in annoyance. Someday, I will really punch that grin off of you. Sadly, it won't be today. Winston chuckled and walked along. He held up his hand and waved to them. It's good to have dreams, Princess. But best not make them unrealistic. Andersea gnashed her teeth together as Winston eventually disappeared into the darkness. Somewhere along the line as he walked along, Winston heard a large explosive sound from the area Andersea and the other fishermen were. What was that? Was it Bam's latent powers awakening? He joked to himself, not sure whether such a thing could happen or not. All things about irregulars considered, Winston would not be too surprised to find out that Bam had somehow awakened a strange ability in the face of danger or stress. However ordinary the boy might seem to be, he was and will be an irregular, someone that breaks the rules and laws of the tower. Winston shook these thoughts off his head and went ahead. Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind. He smiled. Let's just make this game interesting. I have been on the sidelines long enough, I feel. He popped his neck and stretched his arms above his head. Then, he summoned his pocket and looked at his position. I am almost to the safe zone. Wasn't the seeker sighted close to the stairs that lead to the second circle? I wonder if I will meet him on the way down. He muttered to himself. Then, he shrugged and took out the bright blue coin out of his pocket. I will run into the ranker if I go to the safe zone. I will run into the ranker if I go to the safe zone. He muttered the sentence in his mind 7 times, and then flicked the coin into the air. Ding! The coin spun in the air and landed right onto his palm. Heads. Winston smiled in anticipation. Then, he started running towards the safe zone. I have a question, Mr. Light. A voice echoed in the darkness. Winston stopped in his tracks as he heard the voice. He propped his body to the wall adjacent to him and peered over the corner, his dark vision allowing for perfect vision. Right at the edge of the safe zone, where the light-bearer, Michelle Light, was stood 2 humanoid figures. One of them held the other one in a choke grip, a blade at the other party's neck. The one at the blade point was a young girl with blonde hair and freckles, donning a dark brown cloak. Ho and Rachel? Winston narrowed his eyes, feeling some deeper story behind the current predicament. I wasn't expecting to encounter such drama. Who is Bam? That monster? Ho called out. Isn't it weird? How is he able to learn Shinsu so fast? Was he blessed or something? Ho's eyes took on a crazed look, his voice cracking with a crooked tone. Why are you so quiet? Tell me. He chuckled. Because you're holding out hand over her mouth, idiot. Winston scoffed in his mind. What did God take from him in exchange for talent? I lost everything. And all I got was enough power to do some parlor tricks. Don't you think he deserves a bit of misery? At that point, Winston walked out from the corner. Who are you to decide that? His voice echoed in the surroundings, startling Ho, who was about to plunge the blade into Rachel's neck. Who's there? He screamed into the darkness. Winston smiled and slowly walked into the dim light cast by the non-functioning lighthouse. Mr. Winston? Ho's eyes widened a bit. I will ask you again. Who gave you the right to decide whether Bam deserves misery or not? Winston asked, a smile still on his face. Hearing his words, Ho was surprised for a moment before he gave out a slight smile. What? Are you here to stop me from killing her? He smiled. Winston's eyes scanned Rachel, who was sweating profusely. Honestly speaking, I don't really care if you kill her or not, personally. He scratched his head, feeling a bit annoyed. In his mind, the figure of a young boy flashed. But I guess I want to protect the strange innocence I was never able to experience. He droned. Ho raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? He asked. Winston's eyes suddenly took on a piercing glare. Let her go. You failure of a wave controller, he said in a cold voice. Ho's eyes trembled slightly under his gaze as he took in the contents of his words. He gnashed his teeth. You. I see. So, you're also with that monster. Why are you supporting him? Don't you see what kind of a monster he is? Ho screamed, the saliva flowing out of his mouth. Monster? Winston scratched his chin, looking at him quizzically. That's right. Don't you see how fast he picked up Shinsu? Compared to everyone else, he's way too monstrous. What did he lose to gain that talent? I lost everything. I lost everything that I had ever known all my life, and I still can't do anything. Do you think that's fair? Ho screamed in unbridled rage, his eyes clouding over momentarily with wrath. Winston narrowed his eyes at him. So? He tilted his head. What? Ho looked at him quizzically. So what? Winston asked again. All I can deduce is the fact that you're blaming Bam for your own inability. Winston began to walk forward with slow and deliberate steps. Why are you so deep into your own shell of demean that you overlook everything? You say that Bam hasn't lost anything and he deserves misery? Who are you to decide that? All you're doing is imposing your own loss to someone else. Stop blaming others for your own circumstances. There is no one to blame for your loss, no one to look for to take responsibility. Your circumstances, your loss, it is yours. Not anyone else's. Winston looked at him in pity. You're such a large failure that you would want nothing more than to cause misery to a naive boy? Get over yourself. You trash. Ho's eyes hook inside his sockets. The hand which held the blade began to tremble, appearing to be on the breaking point. Then, a single tear dropped from his eyes and slid over his cheek. You. He clenched his teeth. You know nothing. He pulled back the knife and held it behind Rachel's body. I will take from him what God didn't. I will do God's work and do this world a favor. He pulled back the knife, preparing for a strike. And just when Winston concentrated his spirituality and was going to cast freeze on the deranged failure of a regular, a powerful voice boomed out from the darkness, seemingly coming from all directions at once. Ho stopped, and so did Winston. You will take for him what God didn't? A mere regular like you? Winston turned his head, gazing through the darkness at the red-haired drinker, Quant. You should know better. Quant smiled, walking into the light. Behind him floated a yellow-colored lighthouse. The god on this stage is me. Ho looked at the ranker, flabbergasted. How did you get here? He asked in disbelief. Then, his eyes took in the image of the lighthouse. You followed the lighthouse she left? Damn it. That was sneaky of her. Ho cursed in his mind. But why did the ranker follow the lighthouse? Winston also narrowed his eyes at the lighthouse that was behind Quant. Why would we follow the lighthouse, when the priority is with Starsea, who could potentially escape? What the hell are you doing? Pointing a knife at your teammates? Quant asked, his voice conveying his annoyance perfectly. It doesn't seem like you're competing for the same position too. What do we have here? Winston suddenly felt a chill travel up his spine. The Shinsu around him seemingly waved and bubbled, traveling all around with the ranker as the focal point. That's dangerous. Winston's forehead was suddenly full of sweat. Something's not right. It's as if he already knew about my plans. Ho thought grimly. Damn it. Ho yelled, trying to dash back into the safe zone. At that moment, the ranker moved. In the span of the blink of an eye, the ranker dashed all the way to Ho, appearing right before him. However, just when he was about to hit him away, something dashed out from the side, targeting both the ranker and Winston. The ranker leaned back, dodging a bright red spear that was thrown at him, allowing Ho and Rachel to retreat back into the safe zone. Meanwhile, Winston sidestepped and extended his hand, and in the middle of the air, he grabbed the spear from the air. Winston looked at the perpetrators of the act, looking at the green-skinned spear-bearer, Pericule, and the other spear-bearer that accompanied them. What are you doing? Winston asked coldly. Pericule looked at his friend as if he was an idiot. Why are you attacking him? I told you to attack the ranker. Sorry. The other spear bearer bowed his head towards Winston. Winston chuckled coldly, looking over towards the safe zone. Chaos isn't so bad, I guess. Maybe Mr. Fool was onto something. Chapter 31, Hide and Seek. Winston looked at the two people who were tied up behind Pericule and the other spear bearer. It was evidently they had taken hostages to put pressure on the ranker. Without wasting any time, the two spear bearers hurriedly told Ho to collude with them, which he was happy to do. Mr. Quent. If you resist, I can't guarantee the girl's life, he said, his hand shaking in nervousness. Winston clicked his tongue and looked towards the spear bearers. Annoying, he said. Then, his figure turned into an after-image. His body, enhanced with Shinsu, dashed at full speed towards the spear bearers who stood 80 meters away, reaching their position in a little less than a second. The spear bearers, in a frenzy, tried to go for the two hostages, onto to freeze midway. Freeze spell of a trickmaster. Winston stopped in front of them and kicked them in the head, promptly knocking them out. Then, he looked over towards the ranker, who raised an eyebrow at his impressive display of speed. I was hoping to meet you. Winston smiled. Quant smirked. Is that so? Want to try your luck? Luck? That's a whole other domain. He chuckled. I prefer testing myself against destiny. That's more in my domain. Winston held the spear in his hand and took a combat stance. Quant looked at Ho, who stood pointing a knife at Rachel's neck. Are you really going to do this? Your teammate's life is at risk, you know? He asked. Winston looked over at Ho. Just then, as he was about to freeze Ho and free the girl, a voice called out from the side. Mr. Ho? What are you doing? With the voice, a young boy emerged, his figure covered in crimson. All these interruptions are getting annoying. Suddenly he shivered. Coincidences, coincidences. Should I be wary of a certain quill? Winston joked in his mind, feeling a chill travel up his spine at the remembrance of the first volume of Lord of Mysteries. The first volume really triggered a lot of traumas of illogical things. A couple being pregnant woman and coincidences. With Bam's arrival, the situation turned awkward for Ho, who, at first, stammered over his words. Then, as Bam continued to question him and drew in closer and closer, Ho eventually began to scream at him, demeaning him for his talent and luck. Eventually, as things turned bad, Ho pulled back the knife and plunged it deep into Rachel's back. Rachel let out a muffled scream as Bam pulled back his steps in fright. If you want her to keep breathing, stop those two. Ho yelled at him. Hey! Don't you think this has gone far enough? Winston's voice came from behind Ho at the moment. Ho suddenly felt his hair stand on edge and he pulled back the knife in order to slit Rachel's throat. However, at the critical moment, he suddenly felt his blood turn cold. His movements slowed down and his body lost all its heat, turning as cold as ice. His eyes trembled as he struggled to make sense of the situation. A strong hand held the back of his hair and pulled him and, throwing his frozen body to the ground. Crash. Arg. Ho let out a small scream in pain as he stabilized his body and looked back, only to see Winston towering over him. Sweat poured from his face as he looked into the almost dead and cold eyes of this demon. What are you? He stammered. Winston didn't answer. Suddenly, he pulled back his leg and kicked Ho right in the face, causing blood to pour out of his nose and mouth. Then, Winston smiled at him. Your plan has failed. Now stay put. We will deal with you later, he said, and then, he walked back towards the ranker, out of the safe zone. Shall we begin now? He asked with a smile. Quant chuckled. Is that remote reverse flow control? It feels a bit different, but I can feel the shift in the Shinsu. Quant asked in intrigue. Winston smiled. You can detect that? Of course. A great scout can always tell the subtle shifts in Shinsu. Quant nodded. But your reverse flow control doesn't seem so refined. Want me to give you some tips? He broke out with a toothy grin. I certainly wouldn't mind them. Suddenly, Quant rushed straight at him, in his hands, a small ball of light gathering up. Winston prepared himself, the spear in his hand ready for combat. Just then, a vision rapidly surged into his mind. He saw Quant's palm touch his chest, the bang flowing into him, and then, all his movements ceased while Quant retreated back. Seeing the vision, Winston didn't do anything as Quant approached and slammed his palm into his chest. Quant raised a brow at Winston not dodging the attack and saw him smiling. Seeing his wide grin, Quant chuckled. Regulars these days. He muttered and jumped back. They keep getting crazier. Winston felt the Shinsu that flowed inside him turn chaotic and out of control, even his spirituality. And then, the Shinsu stopped. He felt his body freeze up and seize all kinds of movement, not even being able to move a finger. And then, with some effort, he seized control over his flow and got rid of the stiffness. That bang I gave you, can you feel it? Quant asked, to which Winston responded with a nod. Replicate the same flow in an attack using a singular bang. If done correctly, even a bang with only Tensu can freeze a regular for a few seconds. Though you recovered quite quickly, taking less than a second. Winston remembered the flow he felt inside his body, remembering the intensity through which it streamed through him. For some time, he experienced something breaking down inside him and fusing with his spirit to some extent. He smiled. I think I got it. Winston looked back, feeling a gaze at the back of his head, and saw Starsea walking towards them with the sword of the sword-wielding fisherman. Behind her, Bam laid sobbing while holding on to a bloodied Rachel, all while a lone body stayed on the ground, a knife sticking out of his chest. He committed suicide? Winston raised an eyebrow. At the corner of his eyes, he saw Serena, who had freed herself, walking over towards them, limping as she did so. He turned his attention to Starsea. Winston smiled at her. Well, if it isn't the princess, he said. Starsea smiled. Shall we take the badge now? She said, holding up her sword. Take the badge? Just you? Quant laughed. Finally, without a word, everyone involved took on a combat stance. Serena sat beside Ho, looking at the three people that were getting ready to fight. Bam, who was kneeling beside Rachel, got up and looked towards the three figures. Serena stole a glance at Ho, and her eyes held a sad expression. People lose their reason to live when they lose something they cherish. Serena looked at the battlefield again. Doesn't like suck, Ho? She called out, knowing that no one was hearing her. The world doesn't care when I am losing. But when I try to make others lose, it stops me. Isn't that unfair? Ho? Winston held the spear in his hand and dashed straight at the red-haired ranker. Starsea took it as the signal and also dashed forward with speed not too inferior to that of Winston. Quant strode forward by a single step, getting too close to Winston for him to attempt a stab and not close enough to attempt a kick or a punch. Winston suddenly smiled and a bright light flashed in front of the ranker's eyes, causing him to close them. Trickmaster's spell, light. Starsea, who was at the side, took advantage of the opportunity and slashed with her sword. Narumada. Ignition. She yelled. Then, a flux in the Shinsu around them came. Winston jumped back in time, narrowly avoiding a large explosion of Shinsu that came with the sword strike. Are you trying to catch me in the collateral? Winston smirked. Starsea chuckled at his words. Are you going to be caught even? She inquired. Winston shook his head, looking towards the ranker again. Slamming his fingers together, he activated spirit vision to see the Shinsu flow and read the ranker's moves. Actually, I can't remember a time where I had to fight seriously. I always made excuses, saying that the world was unfair. Winston's eyes widened imperceptibly, the same smile on his face still. The ranker walked out of the large dust cloud that had been made due to the Shinsu explosion. His figure remained completely unscathed. You're tough. Winston commented. 400 years in the upper floors. The Shinsu has stopped my aging and made my body tougher than steel. Quant laughed boisterously. Though I have to say, having to face an ignition weapon, especially in the hands of a jihad princess, wasn't something I was expecting. Without another exchange of words, they all dashed at each other. An explosion of waves happened in Winston's eyes, overlapping with his normal vision, outlining the next moves to be of everyone in his line of sight. However, Winston quickly noticed a problem. The Shinsu. It doesn't seem to be moving as much with his body. Normally, as the body moves through the Shinsu, waves outline the movement that will be followed. However, his case is a bit troublesome. The three engaged in a 2-versus-1 battle, their figures rapidly phasing about the battlefield. Freeze. Winston yelled in his mind, at the same time, casting the reverse flow control he had just learned. Quant stopped suddenly, his figure stuck in an awkward moving of jumping up from the ground. Starsea moved forward without weight, quickly igniting the sword and slashing down towards the ranker. But then, I always regretted not having fought with my life on the line. Boom. Crash. Another bout of explosion happened, and with it, the ranker dashed out of the dust cloud right towards Winston. You're troublesome. I will deal with you first. He yelled. Winston smirked. Just as Quant was about to reach Winston, he stopped and leaning back. Whoosh. A bang whirled past his face, smashing into the wall at the far end, leaving a football-sized depression. Quant looked sideways, where a bloodied and battered boy stood with his hand stretched towards him. Without giving him any time to think, Winston moved again. Freeze. And stop. Quant froze again, and with that, Starsea dashed from behind and Winston from the front. What would have happened if I had taken the risk despite the dangers? What would have happened if I had at least tried? It might just have been a life full of losses, but my heart wouldn't have been so empty right now. I would have at least been happy. Quant, who was frozen, quickly seized control over his body again, an action that took a blink of an eye. Even Winston was surprised by his recovery speed. However, that time was enough for Winston to get right up and personal with him. They both engaged in a rapid fist fight. Starsea slashed her sword at Quent. Both Winston and the Seeker ducked under it to avoid the hit. Then, Winston muttered something. "I have a feeling she's more into targeting me and you." "I felt the same as well," Quent agreed. For a moment, Winston was at a loss of words. He was only joking, but getting Quent's confirmation seemed to be a wake-up call. Tumble. Winston concentrated his spirituality and cast another one of the Trickmaster's spells. Quent's footing trembled and he slipped forward. "So we need to keep on living. Because eventually, in that long life that we have ahead of us, maybe, just maybe we will be able to find something of meaning. Perhaps, we will find one or two reasons to keep going, won't we? Like them." Quent slammed his hand into the ground, supporting himself up and throwing himself into the air. Just then, a beam of light impacted his back, throwing him forward. A bang of Shinsu, thrown by Bam. Quent clenched his teeth. At the ground, Starsea yelled out the name of her weapon again. Narumada. Ignition. Shinsu roared around the sword, as if given a strange consciousness that promised nothing but pain to all that touched it. Then, she swung the sword. A brilliant slash of light traveled through the air, going right at Quent, who still hovered mid-air. Just then, the Shinsu around him reacted. It whirled around his body, the waves altering his posture mid-flight. In the blink of an eye, his body completely turned around in the air, avoiding the slash altogether. As he landed onto the ground, Quent suddenly felt his body freeze up. "Got you," came the voice of Winston Heath. He dashed out as the maximum speed he could muster. As his hand was about to reach the badge, the ranker took control over his body and his eyes turned to look at Starsea, who stood some distance away. Without missing a beat, the Shinsu around him reacted again, the waves piling about and facilitating his movements. Immediately, his speed, which was comparable to Winston, turned at least 3 times faster. Whoosh! His figure dashed right past Winston, leaving a trail of dust behind it, rushing straight towards the princess who held the badge. Suddenly, Winston smiled. "Shea. Fie." The sound of a rope being drawn suddenly rang out, prompting Quent to stop in his tracks as he reached Starsea. His eyes widened as he looked towards his coat. The badge silently hung to his cloak. However, slowly, it disappeared into a mystical illusion. He hurriedly looked back. Besides Winston floated his real inventory, atop which was a hook that held the badge of the ranker. With a smile, Winston spoke. "Checkmate." With that said, he pressed the button. Serena quietly looked at them with sad smile. Then, she looked at Ho. "Why did you have to die? When you have a full life ahead of you?" She shook her head as her hand closed the still open eyes of Ho. Beep. Chapter 32, Talks. The hide-and-seek test ended in a victory of Team B and loss of Team A. After the test was over and the injured were escorted out, Winston could not help but notice the slightly despondent feeling everyone held on their faces, especially the bloodied boy, the 25th Bam. Winston shook his head, not understanding the source of their sadness. Winston looked on as Ho was carried off, and remembered the list the scouts were given. His eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he smiled. I suppose he was really so naive to take everyone as his friend. Winston's mind was suddenly filled with images of Amwan, Zarhan and the other regulars he had spent time with on the test floor. He could not help but let his thoughts wander, thinking up the various possibilities the future may hold. Then, he closed his eyes and sighed. He felt the progress of his potion digestion, and finally his mood elevated to a certain extent. It seems even lying to the ranker about knowing reverse flow control was fine for the swindler potion to trigger digestion. Amid every single member of the B team, Winston was the only one that held a smile on his face. Winston struggled in his bed, rolling about the covers as the sunlight filtered through the partially closed curtains. He blinked for a few seconds before stretching and getting out of bed. Then, he suddenly heard a voice echo through the room. "Mic test. Mic test. 1 2 3. Attention all regulars. This is Laroro. Congratulations for making your way through the previous test. I am sure all of you are very tired by taking the position test, but make sure not to stay in bed all day and have your meals. Because the tests are now over, the meals in the cafeteria are now free, so those that didn't eat as well to save points can let themselves loose. However, I will say, the food here isn't that great." As Laroro continued to speak, Winston got up and stretched his slightly stiff joints. Then, he practiced some rough cogitation to focus his spirituality and materialize 2 bangs around him amid the announcement. The bangs floated around him in a circle, speeding up gradually. Winston closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Now to tell you the reason the announcement is being made, the results for the positioning test will be revealed today at 6 p.m. in the main hall. Kindly be present on time. Enjoy. With that, the announcement ended. Winston kept his eyes closed, not letting his thoughts wander. The 2 bangs around him sped up more and more, spinning around rapidly, even making a slight breeze in the room. Slowly but surely, a third bang also began to form around him, joining the other two. The third was noticeably smaller than the other two at first, but it rapidly grew in size to match the other two. How Winston breathed out. With a small mental command, the bangs around him stopped immediately. Then, he got up and headed for the bathroom. Winston sat on the tables of the cafeteria, with Amon and Zarhan to his sides. They all had lavish food plates on their table, eating without a care in the world. All three had full confidence for passing the test without trouble. Winston not only performed well, but had the highest number of points among the fishermen, not to mention Hex, who seemed to favor him. Amon, being the top 3 in the scout rankings for the test floor, along with performing well in the test against Gwent, his position teacher. As for Zarhan, he had already passed Hurley. And he has made all the effort to rub it in both Winston and Amon's faces. Winston chewed on the eel meat, his eyes wandering about the room, spotting Starsea and Kun, who were heading for the empty seats diagonally across from them. Winston quietly chose to eat his food, not bothering to call out to them. As both of them seated, they began to talk. "I didn't know you were so ruthless. Destroying all of your fellow fishermen like them." Kun droned with a chuckle. "Weren't you the one who proposed that you will help me with my business?" Starsea raised an eyebrow. "I was. Didn't you promise to keep Bam from meeting Rachel?" Kun took another bite from the rice. Winston's ears perked up hearing this. So they did make a deal. So, in exchange for keeping Bam with her, Kun would help her in a business? Going up the next floor, I assume? Winston mused. "I did. But I couldn't stop him." Starsea chortled. Hearing her words, Kun got up immediately. "You ruined everything," he said, and went in his way, taking his food along with him. "That was a disaster," Zarhan said suddenly. Starsea perked up, looking at the three of them. "Were you listening around?" Starsea yelled at them. "You aren't exactly subtle with how you talk," Amon said, taking a bite out of the eel meat. "If anything, it seems like you just don't care who listens in." "I am surprised you didn't notice us," he said. That was the truth. In actuality, Winston even suspected that Kun purposefully chose the seat diagonally across from them because he wanted them to hear their conversation, for reasons unknown to Winston. As for why that could potentially be the case, he could not say. But there was one thing he knew for sure, it was the fact that Kun wasn't so immature or careless to have just anyone listen into his conversation. Winston smiled, pleased at the cunning of the blur-haired young man. "Are you all right, princess?" Winston chuckled. Starsea raised an eyebrow. "Pa. What could be wrong with me? A princess of Jihad?" she asked boisterously. "You seem sad. You even have dark circles under your eyes." Zarhan spoke nonchalantly from the side. Starsea suddenly froze. "What the hell are you saying? Did you say I have dark circles? I will have you know I take great care of my sleep routine." Starsea yelled in a blinded rage. Winston sighed, and so did Amon. Starsea was too easily riled up. One had to comment only on her appearance or age. "I don't know about the dark circles, but you do seem slightly despondent." Winston took a bite. "You should smile more. Being all sad isn't gonna get you anywhere," he commented. Amon nodded at the side. "That's right. At least with a smile, one can gain strength to face the challenges." Starsea scoffed. "Smiling in front of a challenge? Instead of that, I prefer to eat up whatever is bothering me." She shook her head and got up, picking up her plate alongside her. Then, she walked away from the table. "She's definitely feeling off," Amon commented. "Yep." Zarhan expressed his agreement. With that, they continued to eat their food in silence and a bit of idle chatter. Winston sat in his room by himself, lost in thought. He looked at the time. 5:32 p.m. It was not too long before the test results would be out. With the test results out and Rachel being injured, wouldn't she be declared unfit for climbing and therefore fail the test? He mused. Then, he shook his head. Whatever happens between her and Bam, that is now their own concern. He concluded. He had made the effort to save Rachel because they were taking a test and she was his teammate. There was no other reason involved whatsoever. Or at least any that he was willing to name. He sighed. "I am hungry," he thought. Just then, a knock was heard on his door. He got off the bed and spoke. "Come in." The door opened with a strange hum, revealing a young man with bright blue hair and dark blue eyes, adorning a plain white shirt and khaki-colored pants. Winston raised an eyebrow. "Kun?" he asked. Kun nodded. "May I come in?" Winston nodded and invited him in. Winston sat cross-legged on the bed while Kun made himself comfortable on the chair in front of it. "So? What brings you here?" Winston asked with a smile. "Nothing in particular. Can't I just feel like seeing a friend?" Kun smiled back. Winston chuckled. I might have believed you if it were any other time during the 1-month stay here. Winston gazed at him. But not after the small display you put up for us earlier today. You're here for something. You need something from me, he said. Kun didn't object. Then, I will get straight to the point, he said, his eyes suddenly gaining a strange pierce. I want you to train Bam and aid us in something we will do. Winston raised an eyebrow at Kun's request. Train Bam? Aid you? How so? And more importantly, what do I get in return? Winston smiled, pleased at having the opportunity to swindle Kun again. Aside from Gwent, Kun was the ideal person to swindle, solely because of his sharp mind. The greater the difficulty of swindling someone, the greater the feedback. Kun smiled mysteriously. The request is exactly as it sounds like. I want you to train Bam. As for the second part, it's a bit complicated. For a few seconds, Kun explained their next course of action that they had decided upon, and how he was to play a role in that. After the explanation was done, a short silence followed. And what do I get in return? Winston asked, the same smile never leaving his face. With a shrug, Kun chuckled. How does a needle from Kun Eduan's personal treasury sound like? And along came his voice like the devil's whisper. Winston was stunned for a moment, his eyes widening imperceptibly. He was silent for a moment. Then, he smiled. That's a bit too less, don't you think? It seems even the devil has demons he's plagued by. Chapter 33, Results. There was banter between Winston and Kun for a whole 20 minutes about the price Kun would have to pay for Winston's help. Even Winston would admit without doubt that Kun was not an easy person to swindle anything of monetary value out of, but eventually, it seemed that the swindler potion won through it. Winston looked at the time. 5:54 p.m. He smiled and Kun as they both got up and shook hands. Pleasure doing business with you. Winston chuckled. Kun nodded in agreement. I look forward to cooperating with you. He smiled. At that moment, there was another knock on the door. Knock knock. Hey. Come out. Zarhan yelled from the other side. Mr. Winston. Let's go. And along came Amwan's voice. Winston looked at Kun, ready to commence, I guess? He asked. Kun gave him a devious smirk. Of course. With that, Winston, Amwan, Zarhan and Kun headed for the main hall of the mothership, where the test results were to be told. Two figures walked along a long hallway, both having a similar yellowish blonde hair. One of these figures wore a blue robe adorned with yellow embossing, while the other wore a white lab coat. It was the test director, Han Yu, and the test administrator Laro Ro. As they walked, Laro Ro broke the silence. It's finally the time to give out the results for the last test. This time's regulars were really too good. Honestly speaking, I wouldn't want to drop any of them. Laro Ro chuckled. I suppose I have grown too fond of them. He smiled. Director. Yes. The dangers of the tower you mentioned before. Are there any among the regulars here? He asked. Han glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Mr. Laro Ro. He spoke. Laro Ro looked at him, both continuing to walk still. Did I ever tell you about how tests were conducted before? He asked. Laro Ro shook his head. The tests on this floor used to be conducted in a similar format to that of the other floors. A more complex testing format was adopted after the incident with Phantominum. Laro Ro's eyes widened a bit, looking at Han Yu in surprise. You do know about Phantominum's invasion of the Jihad castle, right? He massacred the best of Jihad's rankers. Everyone in the tower was shocked by the overwhelming power he possessed, power that directly propelled him to the top of the tower's rankings. And then, there was Yurek Mazino. He also displayed monstrous powers, to the point that the group he created, Wolhuksong, is so strong that even the 10 great families fear them. Han Yu chuckled. At that moment, the great rulers of the tower found out that the tower they cherished so much could crumble through the appearance of a greater power. If the individuals who were unsatisfied with the tower and individuals with mysterious power were to enter the tower, then the balance of power would crumble down. He shook his head. But what decides if someone is dangerous or not? If that someone needs to be weeded out at the test floor itself? Laro Ro questioned. Han's smile widened just a tiny bit. That's what we determine here, Mr. Laro Ro. What better way to do that than a life and death struggle? What better way to gauge someone's threat level than to put that person into a competition where their own life and existence is at risk? Don't you think that's fair? If they can bear all of that and emerge victorious, it can be said that they're chosen by the gods and hence, are fit to climb. If they die in between, they were better off not attempting to climb in the first place. Han laughed. In simpler words, the floor of tests is a massive seawall, so save the tower from a turbulent tsunami. He said. They both reached a giant red door, beyond which lied the main hall. I don't really like that idea. Laro Ro droned. Is it really helpful to sort those out who might pose a threat to the rules of the tower? Isn't everything in the tower subject to change in the first place? He glanced at the director. An ocean without waves, isn't that just a pond? He said. Rather than to die in slow decay, isn't it better to live fighting the waves? Hansen was quiet for a moment. If you don't like it you can quit, he said, making Laro look at him strangely. The tests on the test floor will carry on. Whether you give your approval or not, whether anyone is dissatisfied with it or not. It simply does not matter what anyone thinks. He shook his head. Laro narrowed his eyes. Then. Test director? Yes. What say you? Who in the current batch is dangerous to the tower? Laro asked. Hansen chuckled. I can count a couple. He hummed, pinching his chin between his thumb and index finger. But if I had to name a few. I suppose an Uchiha, and that small miserably boy. What was his name? Bam? He laughed. Oh, and I almost forgot. He shook his head. That fisherman. Winston Heath. With that, Hansen opened the doors and walked into the hall. With a heavy expression on his face, Laro followed. Winston walked into the hall alongside Kun, Amon and Zarhan. His eyes wandered towards every regulars that sat around. Most of them held a nervous expression, some even chewing their nails. Winston shook his head and walked to a free bench along with Zarhan and Amon. As for Kun, Rak and Bam seemed to have saved him a seat. Excuse me? Did the crocodile grow smaller? Winston asked with a dumbfounded expression. His eyes were a bit unfocused as he looked on towards the chibi figure of Rak who had shrunk to 1/3 his original size. At that moment, Zarhan spoke up. That's right. He said the test director did this. He exclaimed, which made Rak turn to him with a pissed snarl. Then, Amon commented, though most regulars that are too big to move around comfortably will choose to willingly shrink themselves down through the floor guardian's permission. He said. Winston nodded in enlightenment. As they sat down on their seats, the doors to the front, right beside the giant screen opened up, revealing two figures walking in. It was Hansen and Laro. Laro stood at the podium while Hansen sat down on a chair behind a table, calmly sipping tea from a teacup he had managed to somehow conjure up. Good afternoon, regulars. Laro began. Starting now. I will announce the results of the position test. He exclaimed. And with that, the screen behind him lit up suddenly, showing pictures of the regulars that had passed, based on their respective positions. Among the regulars, someone gulped in nervousness. Fisherman, Winston Heath, Anuk, Undersea, Death Ryan injured, failed, Kian Hua Hong. Spearbearers, Ghost, Rak Wraithrazer, Zarhan Zu Lascale, Paracule. Scout, Shibazu, Hats, Amon. Light Bearer, Kanagari Agnes, Michelle Light Injurer, failed, Levin. Wave Controller, Fonsicalor, the 25th Bam. A wave of exclamations washed over the regulars. Some exclaimed in happiness and relief that they had managed to pass, while the other exclaimed in regret and disbelief, some even in anger that they had failed. One regular in particular was especially vocal about it, who was Paracule's acquaintance who had partaken in the Spear Bearers' revolution with him. Because of that, the test director, Hanyu, got up from his seat and walked to the center of the podium. Then, extending his hand, he called him to the stage. The regular walked to the stage amidst everyone's stares. Winston activated his spirit vision, having a feeling that something interesting was about to happen. As the regular climbed onto the stage, Hanyu challenged him to get off without losing his mind. The price was him passing the test. Just then, his shoulder snapped. Arg! He screamed in pain as he fell onto the ground, clutching his shoulder. Winston's eye widened as he felt the Shinsu close to the test director roar and twist in unnatural patterns. The waves around him seemed to turn almost ferocious, relentlessly rushing into the regular's body, shredding it from the inside. My leg. The regular screamed again, crawling desperately to get off the stage, tears going down his cheeks. Arg! My balls. Not my balls. He yelled suddenly, before passing out from the pain. Nobody spoke for a few moments. Winston's eyes remained wide open, overlooking the strange waves that the Shinsu moved. A smile was plastered on his face. So this is the sliver of a ranker's power, he thought. The hall was quiet for a moment before Hansen spoke. Is there anyone else dissatisfied with the results? He asked, throwing a casual glance at all the regulars. Every regular that hadn't passed the test suddenly felt themselves tremble unknowingly. No one was willing to speak out, lest they met the same fate as the regular before. Damn. Winston heard Zarhan mutter from the side. Then, as Hansen was about to head back, a lone hand propped itself up, and a voice called out. I am dissatisfied with the test results. Everyone looked over towards the speaker, finding none other than Kun, the cunning young man standing in his seat. Kun held a smile on his face as his eyes met that of Hans. Sigh. A tired sigh escaped from Hans' mouth. Please come up here, he said. Amon, who was beside Winston, suddenly whispered to him. What could he be trying to do? He asked. Winston shrugged his shoulders, shaking his head as he did so. I don't know. I can't tell what's going on in that devious mind of his. Amon looked towards the stage again. Kun slowly walked over to the stage, both his hands in his pockets. What were you dissatisfied about? You passed, didn't you? Don't tell me you want me to fail you? Hans asked with a tired sigh. Kun shook his head. No. What I have a problem with is Michelle Light. I want her to pass on to the next test. Michelle Light? But she's one of your competitors, isn't she? She's important to my friend. Kun smiled. Hans went quiet for a moment before he burst out into laughter. I am sorry, I didn't take you to be able to make any friends, he said. Kun didn't mind his comment, only looking on for his reply. But she's injured, Hans said. By the rules of the tests, she cannot partake in the next test and hence cannot pass. Kun's devious smirk seemed to widen at that moment. That's right. That's why I will take the administrator's test, he continued as a wave of surprise and horror washed over both the regulars and the position teachers who were seated to the right. I heard that although the supervisors carry out the tests now, the administrator has the supreme authority over any test. The rules can be changed as per his discretion. That's right. Hans nodded. So, I will take the administrator's test and get permission for Michelle Light to join the test. Hans was quiet for a moment. Since you know all that, you must also know why everyone doesn't take that test, right? He asked. It's because the test is too difficult for everyone else. Though I don't think it will be a problem for me. He chuckled. You're very cocky. But that's not the only reason people don't take the test. Hans continued. The real reason is because there is a requirement. As he said this, there was silence in the hall for a moment. Requirement? The requirement for taking the administrator's test is that, like Jihad and Yurek Mazino, you have to be an irregular. A large smirk made its way onto his face as he whispered in a voice that echoed throughout the hall. Winston cringed, seeing Kun's plan fall apart so easily. Well, can't say he didn't try. He shook his head in disappointment. Too bad there's no way I am going to reveal myself, or even. Winston's thoughts stopped for a moment. He looked at Bam from the corner of his eye. Actually, he might just do that, he thought. Hans instructed Kun to go back to his seat, however just at that moment a voice boomed out in the hall. Wait. Everyone's eyes turned to the figure of a young boy. The 25th Bam. I will take the test, he yelled. Mr. Bam, did you not hear me? Hans raised an eyebrow. However, Winston noticed a curious thing in his spirit vision. The test director. He seemed almost happy. What is this? It doesn't matter, Bam yelled. Because I am an irregular. With that, Winston saw Hans' emotions turning, getting happier and excited. He narrowed his eyes. Something's not right. Chapter 34, Administrator's Test. I felt something was wrong with Bam. But I didn't guess that he was an irregular. Shibuya spoke, breaking the silence among the regulars that stood around the stage. Bam's confession came as a surprise for everyone. No one had suspected him for being an irregular, except for Winston, who had all but concluded the fact already. After Bam's confession, Han Yu agreed for him to be able to take the administrator's test and sent him to meet the floor administrator. As for the rest of the regulars, Han gave them a choice. Either take the test with Bam, or take the next test separately. Even if one could pass the administrator's test, that would entail that they had helped an irregular go up the tower. If they didn't, it would probably result in Bam's failure, as no one would be able to assist him in the test. Excuse me? A small girl with a backpack raised her hand. What's an irregular? And why is everyone so surprised? She asked. Shibuya replied, an irregular is someone that isn't chosen to climb the tower. They open the gates by themselves and arrive into the tower. They are considered dangerous, as every time an irregular arrives into the tower, chaos has followed. They are all known to possess strength beyond that of any regular. The small girl nodded in enlightenment. Then, she turned her head towards the others and asked. Then, what should we do? Pericule, who stood quietly, spoke up. Of course we won't help. We can't ruin our lives to bring some girl up. What has he done for us anyway? Pericule yelled, think about it. It will be insane to help him. Don't you agree? Just when the others were about to speak up, a singular comment shut everyone up. Yeah. I agree. Everyone's eye turned to Kun, who stood with his head lowered. His eyes couldn't be seen, hidden by his hair. Winston smiled, seeing his calm and collected emotions. I feel sorry for Bam, but I can't help an irregular. Oh Kun. Even now, manipulating people to your liking. Winston shook his head with a smile. Hats turned to Kun and snarled. Kun. You sick piece of crap. He yelled. How can you say that? I don't like it either, okay? Kun yelled back. But it can't be helped. If it gets out that I helped an irregular, I will be ruined. I might even get expelled from my family. Hats gnashed his teeth in anger. However, just as he was about to move, a rough sound rang out. Crash. Kun fell down onto the ground, his lip bleeding crimson. Everyone looked in surprise towards the small crocodilian creature that had smashed its head right into Kun's face. What the hell are you doing, you crocodile? Kun yelled. Rak looked down at him, his eyes filled with unbelievable contempt. Look at you turtles. Cowering beneath your shells in fear. He said. That's why you're nothing but a turtle. You're too afraid to hold your heads up. Kun propped his upper body up from the ground, taking support with his arms. You don't know what you're talking, I don't care. The black turtle is my prey, so I will follow him. Rak declared, his voice echoing through the hall. You turtles keep cowering inside your own shell. I am following him. I don't want to lose my prey. Rak yelled and began to walk out of the hall. As he closed the doors behind him, Winston walked forward. I am going with him as well, he said, making everyone look over to him. His eyes scanned Kun, who was sitting on the ground with a guilty expression. Winston's eyes were clear as he said with a strange smile, I don't think anyone would want to be with a cowering traitor that betrays his friends to keep his family name. He shook his head. Zarhan held his hands behind his head and turned his head. I agree. Let's go. With that, all of three of them began to walk out. As they did, many other regulars also followed. Anak, Shibazu, Hats, Indersea and everyone else that was in the room, even Pericule at the end. Everyone left, leaving Kun laying on the ground at the end. Kun looked towards the ceiling, lost in thought. His eyes were slightly glazed over, appearing a lighter shade of blue than normal. Then, a voice sounded from the side. Hey! Turtle! Kun's eyes turned to the speaker, finding Rak standing with his arms crossed. Stand up. All the other turtles are joining the test. He said. Kun, with a smile, stood up and said, You're pretty intuitive. Rak? Rak's smile adorned a strange smile that looked more menacing than happy. I am the only crocodile that knows what's inside the shell, he said. Kun smiled in response as he looked on towards Rak. He could not help but reminisce about the moments they had spent together. You know. You just called yourself a crocodile, he said with a chuckle. What? No, I didn't. I am Rak Wraithrazor. Kun laughed, making Rak fume in annoyance. However, as he watched on for a few seconds, he too began to chuckle. Then, both began to laugh together. A sweet melody of a deep friendship, reverberating through the test floor. Winston stood alone in a hallway of the mothership. His eyes were lying in wait, looking around the corner of the path where a door stood. After some time, the door opened up and out walked a young man with short brown hair. The young man didn't notice him and walked forward without issue. You should be more aware of your surroundings. Winston chuckled. The young boy jumped in surprise and looked back. Ah. Mr. Winston. He scratched the back of his head. Winston smiled. Everyone will be joining in on the test with you. You can rest assured. Bam's eyes widened a bit in surprise. Really? That's great. Winston walked towards him, prompting Bam to walk along. Their footsteps were the only thing heard in the hallway for a few moments. Everyone was pretty shaken up about you being an irregular, he said. Is that so? Bam's face held a rare expression of regret. What about Mr. Kun and Rak? They were too in some ways. But they were the ones that didn't take any time to consider following through with you. Bam heaved a sigh of relief. Winston quieted down again for some time, before speaking out again. Bam. Bam looked at him. Are you really sure about this? Winston's eyes met his, a strange smile still on his face. Bam nodded in resolution. I am. The tower doesn't take well to irregulars entering it. You could very well be in for a world of pain. It doesn't matter. Because I will take Rachel to see the stars. He nodded. But is it even worth it? Winston asked, tilting his head. Are the stars worth risking your life over? Is that girl worth risking your existence on? Is she worth all of that importance you place on her? Bam nodded again. She is. Winston sighed. He looked at Bam again. What if the stars aren't as beautiful as they say? What if what's up there doesn't satisfy you? It doesn't matter. Because Rachel will be there with me. You're like a lost puppy. You wouldn't get anywhere with that attitude. Maybe. But I will make it work. How? Bam went quiet for a moment. I will. Somehow. Winston's eyes narrowed at him. He was unsure of what to say next. He wasn't sure why, but the boy's overdependence on the girl was sure to cause some problems down the line. It didn't matter what, or how, but it was surely going to cause some, That was what Winston felt from his intuition. And one thing was for sure, anything Winston's intuition told him, he would follow through with it. Eventually, Winston nodded. "Then I say good luck to you," he said, motioning Bam to keep walking. Bam nodded and walked away without another word, except for a particular phrase. "Thank you," he said. Winston stared at his back for a few more moments, the same smile on his face still. The stars. He remembered how Bam rushed towards Rachel in the hide-and-seek test, his face enveloped by confusion and fear. Fear of losing the person most important to him. "I suppose you already have your star." Winston reminisced about the sky. The thousands of colors, pale-colored dots littering the sky, covering the black canvas in an ocean of light through which occasional pieces of black space peeked through. He remembered himself trotting through lands, barefoot for miles and miles, looking for a place to find food and shelter amid the watchful eyes of the stars. He looked over again. Bam had already disappeared at the edge of the hallway. Winston's thoughts were a mystery. With Bam getting the permission of the floor administrator to take the test, along with the agreement of every other regular to take the test alongside him, the last test for the test floor was to be conducted 2 days after. Within this day, the regulars were to recover and train for the test, getting ready for it. Within this time, Winston got better acquainted with his mystical powers and the abilities Shinsu provided him with, getting stronger overall. He had already tried using ritualistic magic to pray to himself, and the results were also somewhat satisfactory. The first thing he noticed was the fact that Mixithian could indeed be used to trigger the power of nature around the user, and could be substituted for Hermes and Ancient Hermes, or any other mystical language in Lord of Mysteries. The second thing he noticed was the fact that ritualistic magic was made stronger through Shinsu around him, allowing for an increase in efficiency and decrease the expenditure of his own spirituality. And finally, the Shinsu around him could be substituted for the spirit world of Lord of Mysteries. He had already had some doubts about it from the moment he had first activated spirit vision, but now, his doubts had been made clear after the use of ritualistic magic, but there were still obvious differences between the two. Spirit world and Shinsu in the tower were completely different domains. One was a different aspect of reality that transcended the very concept of spatial dimension, while the other transcended reality in some forms. Spirit world houses creatures of various forms and could be used to travel in the blink of an eye, while the Shinsu does all of that and more pretty commonly all over the tower. There were also a lot of differences to name, but all of them were crossed by the utilization of Shinsu. There was nothing the spirit world accomplished that the Shinsu could not. The resource seemed almost omnipotent. This made Winston conclude one thing. The Shinsu was not, in fact, synonymous with the spirit world, but only acted as such because he needed it to. It perfectly fulfilled the role of the spirit world in terms of both ritualistic magic and divination, along with the empowerment of even mundane language like Mixithian, allowing it to blaze up with power of nature. Shinsu truly was a power source that could be described as limitless. It also made him conclude a very important question he had since arriving in the tower. The difference between spirituality and Shinsu. Honestly speaking, there was no conceivable difference, solely because Shinsu could simply act as spirituality and more. In fact, it had somehow managed to transform his spirituality to mimic its own properties, making it stronger. That was the reason there were no differences to name in case of spirituality and Shinsu. Chapter 35, Submerged Fish Hunt. The Submerged Fish Hunt? Zarhan said, looking at Hans with a raised brow. Hans nodded. At the moment, all the regulars that had agreed to take the administrator's test were standing in a room. Hanyu and Laro stood in front of them, explaining the rules of the test. That's right. You have to hunt the submerged fish and catch them. Hans spoke. At that moment, Rak exclaimed, "Ha! Hunt some fish? That's my speciality." Indersea and Anaak also expressed their expertise, remembering all the training with the real inventory. Winston stood quietly, listening on to the explanation of the test. "Sorry to burst your bubble, but you won't be the one hunting the fish," Hans said, instantly making the regulars stop talking. "That's the header's job." He pointed behind him where a picture of a black seal-like creature was kept. The creature had bright sea-green eyes and a layer of fur on its neck of the same color. "That's the herd fish? It's kind of cute." As always, the reactions were variable. "The name of this fish is the goby dolphin, also known as the chaser," Hans explained. The picture behind him changed to now display a strange creature, eerily resembling an elongated jellyfish. At the center of this downhole is the queen of the goby dolphins. And beyond this hole, lies another hole filled with water. Below the deeper hole lies a small tunnel that connects the structure to underground waters. At 10 a.m., the water level rises, and at 5 p.m., it drops due to changes in the tunnel water. Due to the structure's shape, we call it the wine glass. Hans smiled. When the wine glass is full of water, the fish will gather here. That's when it's meal time for the queen. The goby dolphins can weave a net of shinsu in the water, and when the wine glass is full they will stand around in a circle that will start to narrow. Eventually, the net will reach the mouth of the queen and it will feed. Winston spoke out, that's how the goby dolphins hunt, but what's our role? Hands nodded. What your role is to protect the goby dolphins. Protect? Shibuzu asked. That's right. You need to protect the net until Bam and Rachel, who have become fishes, can reach the queen. Become fishes? What do you mean? Bam's voice came with a stutter. When the test begins, you both will be placed in a shinsu bubble that will be placed in the big circle. When the herding begins, the bubble is designed to move along with the shinsu net weaved by the goby dolphins. Your goal is to reach the queen's mouth and come out through the other end. Don't worry, the bubble is especially made to withstand the digestive juices of the queen. Winston raised his hand. Then what do we have to protect the dolphins from? He asked. Hans grinned. The goby dolphins are not without their natural predators. The screen behind him changed again, now displaying a strange humanoid monster with a lizard-like mouth. It stood around with a worm-like organism, orange in color. The first is the thief. He said. Its real name is the barnacle goblin. They don't eat the dolphins but they steal the fish that the goby dolphins have herded. The worm that they grow can extend its mouth freely. It can extend its mouth through the shallow soil and scoop up water from the wine glass, bringing along the fish with it. His eyes looked across the regulars. The thieves get the fish by cutting open their stomachs. If Bam and Rachel are caught by them, everyone will fail the test. The screen changed again, now displaying a pig with dark brown fur on its body, stripped by lighter shades of brown. Other enemy is the dog. Its real name is the striped earth pig and it eats the goby dolphins. Because of that, it does not get along with the thieves. The screen changed yet again, this time displaying a silhouette of a humanoid entity with a long tail behind it, and what looked to be a needle-like appendage that it held in its head like a weapon. The bull. It's a strange creature that dominates this ecosystem. It's named as so because of its ferocious nature and bad temper. Some time ago, some regulars ran into it by mistake and were all eaten. Hans narrowed his eyes and smiled at the regulars. If the bull wakes up and decides to go on a hunt during the test, things will become very dangerous for you all. He said. Winston nodded. Seems easy enough to understand. He smiled. Hans chuckled. Then, let the submerged fish hunt begin. Winston walked through a cave-like structure, the overhead rocks connecting down through gigantic pillars that held them up. One side of the cave structure was open to the outside, making the light filter through the air, dimly lighting up the entire area. Winston held a rare expression of annoyance on his face. Amon had been assigned with hats to keep an eye on the barnacle goblins, while Zarhan was with the other spear-bearers, stationed up top in order to impale the worms when given the signal. Kun was in his lighthouse overlooking the entire test, while Shibuzu was stationed in another part of the cave, on the lookout for both the thieves and the bull. As for him, well, shut up you freaky eyes. Who are you calling freaky eyes? You vertically compromised jerk. He was stationed with Anak and Indersi Jihad, the two princesses of Jihad, and standing in station for the possible invasion of the bull into the wine glass. He looked back to see them still arguing. Among the two, Indersi seemed to be the better one at insults. The only thing Anak had on her was the fact that Indersi was easily riled up by comments on her appearance. Though Indersi was also not too great at throwing insults. She was just better than Anak, which wasn't too high of a wall to cross. Would you two shut up already? He said with a pissed smile, the corner of his mouth almost twitching. Almost. You stay out of this. This is between us. The two princesses shot at him with scowls on their faces. Winston shook his head with a resigned sigh. For a moment, he even felt like knocking them out after casting freeze on them, or making them fall repeatedly by casting tumble over and over again. But he decided against it. Infighting was something he wanted to avoid in a test. Though the offer was always tempting. Winston. Any updates? Kun's voice came from the floating pocket near him. Why did I have to be with these two idiots? Shibuzu would have been much better company. He said with a hushed tone, not wanting to alarm the two princesses and have them shouting at him. He didn't think he would lose in a battle of provocation. As he said, he didn't wish to engage in a fight as of now. Well, it can't be helped. If the bull appears, you guys would be the only wall between the dolphins and it. He said. Winston shook his head. It would have made sense to spread us out more and have us operate individually. With our speeds, if anyone spotted the bull, we could have rushed there on the moment's notice. He sighed. We can't be underestimating the bull. It is an unknown variable and it can't be assumed that any of you wouldn't be injured by the time the other two get there. Besides, the greatest chance for the bull to appear is by the site where the dolphins dive into the wine glass. That's why you're all near that area. Kun explained. Of course, Winston knew about that. He was just feeling wrong about being grouped with the princesses. He didn't know why, but he just did. Hey. Is it my intuition warning me? He joked. Whatever. He said. Kun went quiet for a moment before his voice boomed from the pocket. Everyone. Bull spotted. It's near Shibuzu's position. Head there immediately. Kun yelled. Winston's expression, along with that of the princesses, immediately turned serious as they all collectively began to rush in a direction. Their footsteps echoed in the moderately dark cave. It's so beautiful. It feels as if we have really become fishes. Rachel droned as she looked on towards the waters in which schools of fishes floated. Hundreds of fishes shone with a strange gleam in the shinsu, making them appear like magical lights in the dark water. Rachel sat with her back supported by the frame of a bed. She laid there, unmoving, her legs enveloped by the bed sheets. Bam stood behind the bed frame, silently looking on towards the water. His eyes were unfocused, seemingly lost in thought. Ever since I came here, he thought. It feels like a strange force is flowing into me. He looked down and clenched his fist. It feels weird. He narrowed his eyes. Just then, he heard Rachel gasp. He turned back. What happened? He asked. Rachel pointed upwards towards the water surface, where strange movements seemed to be happening as holes drilled into the water. The thieves are moving. Bam exclaimed. It was a strange place. On a precipice stood a variety of people, one of them giant, one dwarf and a boisterous-looking young lady. There were about 6 people in the group, all looked down from the precipice towards the abyss it held. So, I just have to jump from here to get into the regulars testing area, right? The lady asked, her red eyes shining strangely. That's right. The sliver-haired dwarf next to her scratched his head. The lady looked back and said, I recall telling you to lead the way, but I don't remember saying I want to go to hell, Evan. She said distastefully. The silver-haired man, Evan, flailed his hands around. It's not my fault. This is the only way to get to the testing spot without getting caught. I know it looks more like a cliff thought. But every other way we could have potentially gotten caught by Evankel. He said. But didn't you previously say Evankel wasn't on the test floor for the time being? She asked. That doesn't mean there are no observers. Being a ruler of a floor comes with its perks. Evan shrugged. The lady nodded. Then I guess we have no choice but to go from here. She said. Suddenly, her eyes held a mischievous glint. Then, she kicked Evan in the back, throwing him off the precipice. You go first. She said offhandedly. Arg. You crazy princess. He yelled as he disappeared into the abyss. The other members of the team sweat dropped. There wasn't a sound of him hitting the ground. The fall's quite deep. The lady nodded. Chapter 36, Submerged fish hunt. A guttural roar echoed throughout the caves, following along with a crazed scream. Help. Somebody help. Please. Shibuzu yelled as he ran as fast as his legs could carry him. Behind him was a large behemoth colored in red and black. It was a strange creature, humanoid in shape with a tapering tail behind it. From its head extended another appendage that it held in front of it, the top of which holding a small light. Its maw was vertical in alignment with the rest of the body, appearing odd, and it held a strange spear-like object in its hands, something that was an extension of its tail. Roar. The roar of this strange creature seemed alien to anything one may try to associate it with, unlike any other roar that could traditionally be recognized by a normal man. The creature extended its maw, wanting to bite off Shibuzu's head. Wait. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. He yelled, narrowing, dodging the bite. Then, the tail of the creature, as if possessed or with a life of its own, moved to wrap around Shibuzu's tail and lifted him off the ground. Crash. The bull slammed him right back into the ground with a large sound. Cracks spread over the ground as his eyes momentarily lost their luster. Then, just as the creature was about to open its jaws again to gnaw on his face, it stopped, as if frozen in time. Eh? Shibuzu said dumbfoundedly, looking at the creature that was shaking slightly, as if trying to break out of a binding. Just then, a voice called out from the side. You okay? The voice said. With an imaginary tear in his eye, Shibuzu looked towards the right, where a peculiar man with dark hair stood tall. The man had a relaxed disposition and a smile on his face. W. Winton. My savior. You're way too happy to be saved. At least pronounce my name correctly. Winston shook his head and chuckled. The bull wasn't too hard to freeze. Although it could break free within 30 seconds, he just had to cast reverse flow control again. And along with the Trickmaster's freeze spell, the deadline was extended to a whole minute. Winston himself was very pleased with his rate of progression. Such strength might not have arose if not for the digestion of his Sequence 8 potions, enhancing his talent further and making the spell stronger. I am sorry for pronouncing your name wrong. Shibuzu yelled as he broke free from the bull's grasp and ran towards him, his arms spread out as if wanting to embrace the world within them. Winston didn't dodge, letting Shibuya hug him. However, after about 3 seconds, it became awkward. "Aren't you getting too comfortable?" he said with a displeased tone, the smile still on his face. However, now, the smile held a slight edge. "Sorry." Shibuya backed off without a word. Then, his eyes shone suddenly. "Winston," he yelled. "Yes. Can I call you my son from now on?" "No way in hell." Shibuya slumped his shoulders. Then, voices came from behind them. It was 2 feminine voices arguing over each other. "They're here," Winston said. With that, 2 beautiful-looking young women walked out from the dark, their eyes locked in a crazed battle and their mouths constantly moving in tandem to throw insults at each other. Stopping for a moment, they looked over towards the frozen bull as well as Winston and Shibuya. "See? I told you he would take care of it." Indersea shook her head, throwing a glance at Anauk. "You just don't want to move your heavy body." Anauk scowled. "Who are you calling fat?" Indersea yelled. "Did I say fat?" "Your words, not mine." Winston and Shibuya both deadpanned at their display. Winston. "Yeah? I am glad you came with them." "Somehow, me too." Both of them breathed out, feeling annoyed at the princesses. Although the duo was supposedly their strongest, save for Winston, they could not work together at all. Roar. The bull broke free, regaining the command over its body. Immediately, it rushed straight towards the biggest threat it could feel, Winston. Freeze. The bull stopped again, its body in an awkward motion of going in for a bite, the spear it held in its hand also ready to be thrown. "It's easy to freeze a target like this." Winston smiled. Indeed. When one could make 3 bangs, reverse flow control could turn the tides of the battle in an instant. Shibuya called Kun from his pocket. "Kun, the bull has been neutralized. It won't cause a problem anymore," Shibuya said. Kun from the other side breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the princess duo hadn't somehow messed everything up. It seemed sending in Winston with them was a good idea. Kun nodded to himself, sitting in the lighthouse. Shibuya chuckled. The princesses continued their useless banter while Kun provided them with a status report of the rest of the team. The herders had started to move, while the thieves had started their own shenanigans. The worms, it seemed, had already begun to drill into the soft dirt to steal the fishes. When the herding begins, the flow of Shinsu would automatically guide the fishes, and possibly Bam and Rachel right into the worm's stomach, thereby failing the test. And where are the dogs? 70% of the paths have been blocked. They might encounter each other any moment. Kun explained. The idea behind the test was simple. The little girl they had with them was an anima user, and using Lore's help, they would find the burrows of the dogs and crash them, eventually drawing them towards the thieves and causing conflict. With that done, the spear bearers would impale the worms from above and eliminate all chances of failure from the equation, securing a victory. Feels like a perfect plan. Almost too perfect? Winston mused, still feeling a bad premonition in his head. He looked over towards the bull, who had been frozen for the 7th time. Winston narrowed his eyes at the beast, feeling a bit unsure about it. Isn't it a bit too weak? He scratched his head. Just then, Anauk and Indersea came forward towards him and proposed something. A short game they could play while they wait for their victory. The prospect was quite simple, each one of them would take 5 minutes to battle the bull. Whoever could kill the bull first would win the game and could request something that the other 2 had wagered from them. Anauk had already bet the Black March to Indersea, while Indersea had bet her freedom to Anauk. Hearing their words, Winston immediately shook his head. "No chance," he declared with a stern expression. The smile on his face, which seldom leaved, was absent. "Why?" they both screamed. Winston continued to look on with an uninterested expression. "There are several reasons, but I won't bother explaining them to you. Now run along and argue with each other." "Shoo." Winston waved his hand, shooing them away. With that said, the princess duo both had a vein pop on their heads. Their eyes held murderous intent. If looks could kill, Winston felt that he might be dead 10 times over by now. "You're a mood killer." Indersea poked her tongue out to him. "And you're an idiot." Indersea froze as she was going back to stand at the side. Anauk snickered. "Damn." Shibuya's sweat dropped at the side. Indersea mechanically turned her head back, a strange smirk on her face. "What did you just say?" she said calmly. Winston raised an eyebrow. "You're stupid," he said. "We know." "I said you're an idiot. Not stupid. I mean, it doesn't really matter since they all mean the same." He scratched his chin. Indersea clenched her fist. At that moment, Winston suddenly felt weird. Why? Am I provoking her? He wondered, his eyes widening a tiny bit. A strange premonition again welled up inside his heart. However, as he was contemplating, a vision overlapped with his senses. He saw himself getting punched right in the face, his body sliding back several meters. Winston ducked without a second thought. Whoosh! A punch passed above his head, making a whistling sound as it did so. Winston looked above. Starsea stood in front of him, her arm outstretched. "What are you doing?" he asked, having already cast the freeze spell of lesser intensity. Just then, a roar interrupted his thoughts. He hurriedly turned his head, finding the bull dashing right into the darkness. In the moment of confusion just now, the control over reverse flow control had waned, making the creature regain dominion over its body. He stretched his arm towards it and prepared to cast another spell. Just then, his intuition warned him of another attack. He jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding a kick aimed at his back. He turned to the princess with a pissed smile. "Are you actually insane?" he asked. Starsea huffed. "Let's go, lizard. We will make do with hunting it like this." 5 minutes. She yelled and ran into the darkness behind it. "Wait. That's not fair." Anak yelled in frustration, dashing behind her. Winston and Shibuya stood still for a split second, unsure of what had just transpired. They looked at each other. The princesses ruined it again. Shibuya limited. Indeed, they did. Winston shook his head. Then, the Shinsu around him moved and reinforced his legs. At the same time, he activated his spirit vision and dashed into the darkness. Whoosh! Boom! An explosion of air rang behind him as cracks spread out from the ground in the form of spider webs. "Wait for me!" he heard Shibuya yelled from the back. However, he wasn't keen on waiting. As he ran, one thought clouded his mind. Something's wrong. Why did I provoke her without reason? He looked on with the help of his night vision and spirit vision. Is the bull able to influence thoughts and emotions? Turning people rash? Or is it something else? As he ran, he prayed that it was the bull that had messed with his thought process and not something else. He. A low chuckle rang out in the cave. A rice ball-like being sat atop a rock, a burger packet and a drink box scattered at its feet. They took the bait successfully. Though I almost thought I would need to do something extensive. The rice ball, the ranker teacher of the wave controllers, shook his head. Then, his smile opened up a bit, revealing 2 pale dots shining in the darkness inside. "Let us commence the cleanup," he bellowed. Chapter 37, Submerged Fish Hunt. Anak ran through the dark cave, looking around frantically in an attempt to find where the bull and Starsea had ventured. "That little jerk!" she yelled, using Shinsu to strengthen her legs and sped up her search. Her figure rapidly blitzed through the cave, leaving a slight whistling sound as she passed. Hundreds of meters of distance was passed in the matter of a few dozen seconds. Anak huffed in annoyance. "I need to find the bull before she does. Or she might have already found it." She clicked her teeth, jumping across different pillars, avoiding diving into the water. "I would use Shinsu sensing, but the bull is likely traveling through the water, making it hard for me to detect it." Just as she jumped towards another pillar, a small light flashed by her eyes. Shang! Anak turned her head on instinct, finding a lone light, like a will-o-wisp dancing in the air, surrounded by darkness. She smirked and summoned a hook from her reel inventory. "Found you!" she yelled, throwing the hook towards the light. Whoosh! The hook dashed through the air with frightening speed. However, it narrowly missed the small light that moved to avoid the attack. The light proceeded to jump across the pillars, getting further away from the attacker. Anak quickly followed. "Damn it! Stop running away!" she exclaimed. After some time of empty chase, the light eventually disappeared from her vision as she landed on a stone platform that extended further into the cave, no longer surrounded by water. Anak looked around, using her Shinsu sensing to look through the area. However, finding nothing, she shook her head. Just as she was about to jump off again into the dark, a voice called out. "What are you looking for? Miss Anak Jihad?" The voice called out. Anak's eyes widened as she turned around. In the darkness, a dim light emerged, and with it a guttural growl too. Something slithered around in the air, something large and shaped like a snake. Then, 2 dead, cold and unfeeling eyes gazed at her from above. A strange sound was produced by this large creature. The creature was indeed like a large snake, the only clear difference being its head, which was like that of a crocodile. Its golden scales shimmered in the dim lighting, making it appear all the more menacing. Slowly, footsteps began to echo around it and a white object, shaped like a rectangular rice ball, emerged under the creature. "You're?" Anak's eyes widened just a tiny bit. He. "Surprised to see me?" The ranker chuckled. Shinsu Sense can pick up any entities and sense the environment with ease. However, for a wave controller ranker, deceiving the senses through false Shinsu input is a piece of cake. I can't imagine any regulars below B rank doing it though. The rice ball droned. Anak looked at him for a moment before shaking her head. "Humphrey. I thought you were the bull." She turned back, intending to jump off the platform and resume her search. Wait. The ranker yelled from the back. Anauk turned with a scowl on her face, her anger and annoyance visible through her expression. What? I am busy. Get lost. Hearing her words, the rice ball shook its head. A shame you're in a hurry. I felt that we could bond, you know? You do resemble your mother. When she died in front of my eyes. Hee. The rice ball said crookedly. At that moment, Anauk's pupils shrunk into needles, an expression of disbelief and confusion marring her face. What? She managed to squeeze out. What? Did you say? The rice ball chuckled in response. Hee. Now, let's not get too far without proper introductions. I will go first. The smirk on the rice ball seemed to get all the more wider as it spoke. I am a member of the Royal Enforcement Division, Unit Number 67. My name is Ren. The rice ball chuckled again at the end. Then, its mouth opened up slightly to reveal a small pendant. It was a small sphere, emerald in color. One of your enemies, Ren said. The pendant flew out of his mouth, somehow floating beside him without falling. Where? Anauk said as her eyes remained riveted to the necklace he had just pulled out. Did you get that necklace? She asked. Hee. Did you not hear me? It was me. Ren declared. I was the one that killed your mother. The necklace flew back towards his mouth. A red tongue poked out and held the necklace, pulling it back inside. You want this, don't you? Come and get it. Anauk's eyes held a crazed look. She summoned her armed inventory and pulled out the green April through it, placing the other hook back inside. Give it back. She yelled. The green April immediately extended as she slammed it right towards Ren. However, instead of impacting him, a low clank of metal rang out. Anauk's eyes widened as a larger version of the rice ball, this one with a gigantic red eye at the place of its smile, came out from the darkness. Besides, it floated a claw-like appendage, orange in color. This is my favorite pet. Though I enhanced him a bit too much, so he's a bit dangerous. Anauk clicked her tongue as the claw beside the creature shot out with a large concentrated bang of Shinsu. Boom. An explosion happened, and with it, the entire area behind Anauk was obliterated. Anauk, who had dodged the attack at the last moment, looked back and then towards the creature. Then, she yelled. Green April. Ignition. Shia. The Shinsu in the environment surged with a strange power as the weapon in her hands roared out with strength. The weapon tore through the air and right towards the creature, hitting it square inches the face. Boom. Crash. The attack uprooted the ground, throwing around the rocks and debris and kicking up dust. How's that? She asked, a crazed smile on her face. That was good, but... Ren droned. Just then, Anauk felt her hair stand on end. Hurriedly she jumped forward, avoiding a claw attack from the creature that now stood behind her. Even an attack from the green April's ignition is ineffective. Just then, something clicked. Anauk looked down to find a needle sticking out of the left part of her chest. She threw up some blood from her mouth as the needle pulled back. Another one of the same creature, both connected by a chain, floated in the air. Ren came forward and scooped up the green April without a care in the world. Now. It wouldn't be fun to just kill you. So let's make this interesting. Ren yelled, and from the darkness, a familiar figure emerged. Anauk's eyes widened as she took in the image. There it stood, the bull in all its glory. Standing on its hind legs, it towered at a staggering 7 meters in height. In its tail, it held a peculiar figure with short brown hair and an orange dress. It was Starsea. Hey! Ren's low chuckle echoed through the darkness. Winston ran through the cave, jumping from one pillar to the other. As he did, the strange feeling in his chest began to amplify, making him feel a bit breathless. The premonition of danger he got from his intuition was unlike anything he had experienced until now, making him realize the severity of the situation. This can't be just the work of a bull. This is something else. He clicked his tongue, not liking the situation that had arose because of his negligence. He had already figured out the way to go using his needle and divination, however, the question remained. Should he continue? He jumped atop a pillar and stopped. His smile had already receded into a small smirk, no longer appearing as prominent. He scratched his head, his expression one of inner conflict. Why do I hesitate? He wondered. Hey. If it were the teenage me, I wouldn't have hesitated to dive headfirst into danger, like a blockhead. He gave a deprecating sigh, chuckling as he did so. He looked towards the ceiling and sighed again, purposefully delaying making a decision. Shaking his head, he opened his real inventory and took out what seemed to be a collection of bells, something he had bought from the Evankel store. As he held them with him, the bells suddenly began to ring with a soft chime. He jumped ahead towards another pillar. The chiming of the bells amplified, now sounding the slightest bit more urgent. He again held the look of contemplation. Eventually he sighed again, and took out a coin. Ding! The coin flipped up with a metallic click, spinning around in the air and landing right onto Winston's hand. He stared at the result of the divination for a moment, his eyes glazed over just a tiny bit. Shibuya ran through the darkness, his breathing rushed and forceful. He stopped for a moment, supporting his body with his knees. Huff. 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 He shook his head. Those monsters. There's no way I can keep up. He yelled, offering an excuse to no one but himself. He stared at the pocket and called out. Kun. What's the situation up there? He asked. The dogs have already encountered the thieves and the spear bearers have started their assault. There was some trouble for a moment but that's all resolved. What about the bull? Did you find it yet? Kun asked from the other side. Shibuya shook his head with an annoyed click of his tongue. No. They have really run off somewhere, they're even out of range for my observers. I can't find them. He huffed. On the other side, he heard Kun sigh for a moment. Alright then. Do this just then, the connection was abruptly cut off. Shibuya stared at his pocket for some time, hoping for a continuation of his words. Kun? Hey, Kun? He called out. No answer. He held his head and sat down on the ground, feeling all the more annoyed. Just what the hell is happening? He yelled out into the darkness. Just then, he trembled. Quickly standing up, he adopted a combat stance, looking over into the darkness. His body trembled incessantly, refusing to listen to his commands as his senses were pushed into overdrive. This pressure. This absurd pressure. It feels as if my body is about to break apart. He yelled in his mind. What is this? Just then, a sudden voice rang out. Hey, you fashion terrorist. A feminine voice said. And with that, Shibuya's eyes met two shining dots in the dark, gleaming with a baleful red light. I am gonna have to ask you for directions. Chapter 38, Submerged Fish Hunt. Winston walked through the darkness, his destination unknown for the most part. His legs, boosted through Shinsu, carried him effortlessly through the damp and watery cave. He jumped from one pillar to the other. Jumping onto a rather broad pillar, he stopped and took out a standard red needle, and to do with that, he took out one of Indersea's hairpins. Then, keeping the needle vertically on the ground, he prompted inside his mind. With that, he let go of the needle that stopped falling after tilting a bit to the right. Grabbing the needle, Winston leapt again, going to the right. As he went about his way, he could not help but question his decision again. Suddenly, he shook his head and smiled. Whatever it might be, I will just have to face it with a smile. He chuckled. Eventually, he saw faint silhouettes in his spirit vision, various colors that ranged from that of glee, fear, calculating and regret. In truth, there were about 3 people present. Winston raised a brow as he drew in closer. As he did so, he heard a faint chuckle reverberate in the surroundings, along with a gasp of pain. Winston's face contorted a bit as he took in the scenery before him. There he stood, the teacher of the wave controllers, with his foot planted on an Uk's throat who was writhing under him, gasping in pain and for breath. In the left side of her chest was a bloody injury, through which blood leaked out without stop, pooling under her and dripping her clothes in crimson. Some distance from them, amid a large crater in the wall, lied Undersea with her back pressed to the rocks. She held her side with an expression of pain and discomfort and gasped for breath too. She looked on towards the spectacle unfolding before her, her eyes widened to the extreme as she yelled at the rice ball to let the green-skin lizard go. Winston didn't quite understand the situation in its entirety, but the scenery before him told him one thing, and so did his own intuition. The rice ball was the enemy. And he was dangerous. So very dangerous. Sweat poured from Winston's forehead as he silently waited behind a pillar for a moment, his grip on his needle tightening. The bells that were now tied to his pants did not offer any chimes, because he didn't want to lose the surprise factor, but he knew that he was about to step into a very dangerous situation. The might of a ranker was not to be contended with by a regular on the test floor. And although he stood in the tower as an irregular, he had yet to bloom with his full potential. Winston hesitated for a moment. And then he sprang into action. Whoosh! With a piercing sound of the wind, he strode forward, covering a distance of 50 meters in the blink of an eye. The rice ball abruptly turned its head, but then, it stopped mid-motion. Winston appeared right in front of him, however, the freeze spell lost its effect at the last moment, which led to the ranker narrowly avoiding a needle that threatened to pierce right through its head. Winston felt some annoyance. He had purposefully refrained from using reverse flow control, solely because the fluctuation of Shinsu might have been noticed by the ranker and mess up his surprise attack. However, even casting only the freeze spell, the ranker had managed to break free after only 0.2 seconds. The rice ball ranker stood some distance away now, having moved away from Uk. Winston. Both the princesses exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up in relief and joy. Winston didn't answer them, only smiling at the ranker. A ranker attacking a regular on the test floor? If news of this gets out, won't your image be rolled into the dust? He chuckled. The ranker, with its perpetual smile, spoke. Winston Heath, right? You're also quite a promising individual. If you could just turn around and leave, I wouldn't mind sparing you. The ranker shook its head. After all, I had some plans for you to join the Lopobaya family. Winston raised an eyebrow. So you're from the Lopobaya family? Isn't that even worse for your position and image? He asked. Am I to assume you won't be leaving? The ranker said in some regret. Though, Winston noticed in his spirit vision an unmistakable emotion. Unparalleled glee, excitement and happiness. Winston's eyes narrowed a bit. Hey! He called out. Tell me one thing. You're not a sadist, are you? The ranker stopped in his movement and mechanically turned his head. What gave you that impression? Just a hunch. Sigh. With a sigh, the rice ball's mouth opened up a bit, and out from it crawled the gigantic snake-like Shinhu. Winston adopted a combat stance, as did Starsea, who had managed to recover some of her strength. Though, from his spirit vision, Winston noticed her bones being badly injured, mainly the ribs. Can you continue with the fight? Winston asked, turning his body slightly to look at Starsea. The woman in question nodded with a word. Winston stole a glance at Naruto, who was desperately trying to get up from the ground. Winston shook his head. Then, he asked the critical question. Where's Green April? He said. He had turned off his spirit vision while observing the scene, solely because the combined aura of the two weapons were too much for him to accurately see anything else. I have it. Starsea raised a green hook in her hand. And Black March? Starsea threw something at him, prompting him to catch it. Winston raised a brow as he caught the Black March, its black head shimmering even in the dark environment. Seeing the ranker not moving and letting them finish their conversation, Winston opened his real inventory. He smiled and took out a pale blue needle, one with a dark blue handle. The needle had various wave patterns embossed on it, making it appear rather unique and intimidating. Faint ripples of Shinsu bounced off the needle as he took it out, tracing a bright blue phantom behind it. Time to dual wield, I suppose. He said and broke out with a vicious grin. Starsea also took a combative stance, her eyes glued to the ranker. The rice ball ranker in front chuckled with a malevolent tone. The snake-like creature that floated above him looked at them with its baleful eyes that looked to have been summoned straight out of the abyss. The hulking creature offered such an offensive glare of evil and malevolence that it somehow chilled Winston's spine. There was silence for a moment, before everyone moved as if a starting gunshot had been rung. Shia. Winston dashed straight at the rice ball, Black March in one hand and the needle gifted by Kun, cerulean tied in the other. In just a moment, both of their figures met in the air. Clang. The rough sound of metal rang out as Winston heard someone yell behind him. Green April. Ignition. With that, he felt a giant pressure overtake the surroundings. Immediately, he cast Shinsu strengthening to his legs and jumped out of the way, just in time for a gigantic attack to slam into the ground, taking the rice ball ranker with it. At the exact moment, the great behemoth that loomed silently in the air until now moved with a frightening speed. Hiss. The snake-like creature hissed, dashing right towards Starsea. Winston's eyes narrowed as he focused his spirituality onto Black March. Hey lady. Mind if I use you for a bit? He asked, feeling his perception slowing down as he accelerated his thoughts with Shinsu. The response came just as quickly. Oh my. Saying such a thing to a fair lady? Someone might misunderstand if they overhear this, you know? The voice chuckled. Go on. I will lend you my power. The voice continued. Then, without skipping a beat, Winston leaped forward towards the beast, yelling out while doing so. Black March. Ignition. He yelled. Immediately, he felt a strange power flow through him, coursing through his entire body and rejuvenating his spirit. The needle in his right hand exploded into a whirlpool of Shinsu, dark black in color that enveloped almost the entirety of his spirit vision. Without any delay and without any time to ponder over the power, Winston thrusted with the needle, right towards the creature's head. Boom. Crash. Shia. A series of explosions rang out as Winston saw Starsea leap back, Naruto held beneath her arm like a sack of potatoes. Winston landed back onto the ground and looked on into the dust, his spirit vision seeing through the dust. As of right now, his spirit vision worked better than it would have normally, solely because of the weapon he held in his hand. The Black March elevated his powers, amplifying them beyond his limits. His spirit vision, which had partially been blocked by the giant presence of the Black March and Green April, now cleared up to better reveal the waves. He could read all the waves all the more better than before. Winston broke out with a maniacal grin, looking at the two figures in the dust that were relatively unharmed. Well, at least the ranker was. Two figures emerged, one shorter than a normal human, the other a giant snake. The rice ball was unharmed for the most part, with the only real damage done being the dirt marring its surface. As for the snake, drip, drip, hiss. The snake hissed with a gaping hole in its head, leaking blood incessantly that pooled onto the ground. The blood was a sickly purple color, staining the ground in a strange hue. Winston smiled, satisfied at the power the Black March could display when ignited. My. That's pretty dangerous. The rice ball shook its head. Then, it opened its mouth and a snake was sucked back into its maw. Winston raised a brow. Afraid that your little pet will die? He asked with a mocking smile. The rice ball chuckled. The Black March can really display different dimensions of powers in hands of different people. Very well. The rice ball spoke. The grin on its face seemed to get more prominent and widened. Then, a chuckle rang out in the cave. This is self-defense, you know. You attacked me first. The rice ball yelled, then, a strange wave traveled through the air. Winston immediately dashed at him, simultaneously casting freeze and reverse flow control. The ranker froze in his act for a split second, his attack stopping in its tracks. Cerulean Tide. Ignition. That's right. The Neil Kun had stolen from Kun Ed Yuan's treasury was an ignition weapon. Not only that, it like that once in the right hand, could pierce even the defenses of a barracuda, or better yet, pierce the shell of a mountain turtle on the 78th floor by itself. A blue wave traveled along the length of the needle, carrying with it an intense force that ran through Winston's body. Without wasting any time, Winston stabbed towards the rice ball, both his ignited weapons simultaneously merging together and working in tandem. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. Starsea and Anna covered their ears, wincing at the ear-destroying explosion. The time it took for the rice ball to break out was exactly 0.67 seconds, while Winston had already initiated his attack in 0.5. A direct hit. Winston dashed out from the dust cloud, landing right beside Anna and Starsea. Is it done? Starsea asked. Winston turned to her with a smile. You're not supposed to say that, he said. Chapter 39, Submerged Fish Hunt. As Winston's words landed, a giant pressure suddenly descended onto everyone in the cave. Winston suddenly felt his hair stand on edge, his spirit vision seeing the gigantic wave that washed over everything like a tsunami, as if wanting to crush everything in its path. Winston did not feel the pressure, yet the waves that pressed onto his body was enough of an indication as to how much oppression the Shinsu may have caused. If not for him being an irregular, Winston doubted that he could move. He narrowed his eyes as the rice ball ranker walked out of the dust cloud, the perpetual smile still plastered on its face. Mimicking the ranker's costume, Winston also smiled. The condition of the ranker still remained fine for the most part, yet there was a hole in its costume, revealing a giant black void inside through which crimson blood flowed out. He heard the ranker chuckle, and with it, a plethora of colors appeared around him. It was 3 spheres of light that surrounded the ranker, 3 bangs of Shinsu. You're really troublesome, the ranker said, and with that, its mouth opened up for dozens of creatures, Shinhua of various shapes and kinds to crawl out of. Danger. Winston's spiritual intuition went into overdrive as the bells on his pants began to ring uncontrollably, even though Winston was not making use of divination at all. He stole a glance behind him, seeing Starsea and Anna almost crushed due to the pressure. However, being princesses of Jihad, they could still move. I am surprised you can still move. I will just give you one last chance. How about it? Want to join the Lopobaya family? The ranker's comment accompanied a strange chuckle, bringing a sense of promised pain if Winston dared to refuse. Winston was quiet for a moment. He heard Starsea struggling behind him, wanting to speak something but ultimately deciding against it. Winston's smile could not help but twitch as he rapidly felt the digestion of his clown potion in such a stressful environment, almost completely having been assimilated. Alas, even if he could digest the potion, there was no way he could attempt a promotion. He weighed his options for a bit. Even if he had both the Black March in the Cerulean Tide and 2 princesses of Jihad, he did not think for a moment he could win against these odds. Well? The ranker pushed for an answer. Black March upon ignition could grievously wound a Shinhua of the ranker. Against dozens, they would be defeated in seconds. And there was also the matter of the ranker himself. The ranker could theoretically make up to 10 bangs, which was the average for a ranker. However, as someone from the wave controller position, Winston would not doubt if he had more than double that amount. Not to mention the min and su contained in each bang transcended each and every bang he could make combined. Sigh. Winston sighed and scratched his head, looking at the ranker who tilted his head at him quizzically. How should I say this? He droned for a moment. How about no? Immediately as his words landed, the ranker attacked without a hint of hesitation. Winston wanted to cast freeze before he could, however, the one of the bangs ran straight through the air and impacted against him, a blow he could barely block by putting Black March before him. Boom. Winston smiled as he was blown off his feet and thrown back through a pillar, wincing slightly in pain. Starsea and Naruto suffered the same fate as the Shin who rushed upon them without weight. Instantly, Winston felt something inside him breaking down and merging incessantly with his being. As he felt the all-too-familiar and addicting sensation of a full potion digestion, he landed onto the ground and stabilized his body. Without having the time to think of the changes he had due to the potion digestion, he jumped to the right, dodging another bang that smashed onto the place he had stood at just a moment ago. Winston clicked his tongue, rapidly dodging a plethora of attacks from both the Ranker and the Shin who. "You're pretty nimble for a regular, not even past the 20th floor." The Ranker chuckled. Winston cast freeze and reverse flow control to get out of the encirclement and reach a safe distance, at which point he began to look for the two princesses and formulate an escape plan. However, all his hopes were crushed when he saw the two princesses enveloped by a snake in a coil. Winston deadpanned at them, wondering why they were so useless. He jumped back and cast another spell, lightly dodging another Shin who. Having cast bounce onto himself, his jumps were more agile and faster, and along with the spell breeze, the air around him also aided in his movement somewhat. Slowly, a faint mist seemed to overwhelm the area. It started in some areas slowly, however, as Winston dashed across all the areas, the mist covered the cave more and more. The Ranker found the particular peculiarity. Utilizing his bangs, he fired them off to take care of the mist. Only to see the mist reappearing just a second after. Interesting. Ignite. Winston yelled, piercing right through a Shinhua's head with his needles. At that moment, one of the snakes dashed at him, enveloping him whole in its gigantic maw. Boom. Shaya. Winston broke out of its mouth, a shower of blood and gore behind him. He landed only the ground and cast fog once again. The mist seemed almost opaque at this point, appearing pure white in color. Winston's expression shifted slightly, feeling the constant drain on his spirituality at having to maintain the mist despite the Ranker dispersing it over and over again. Winston landed again, surrounded by 9 more Shinhua. They're acting more cautious now. Eventually, I will run out of strength and die. I can't keep up the mist for long, and even if it blocks the Shinhua for now, the Ranker remains able to see clearly due to Shinsu sensing. The situation is completely against me. Just when he thought this, he felt another sense of strangeness. He felt something. Something strong heading his way. It was dangerous for sure, but not in the same way he felt the Ranker to be. What is this? Winston turned his head one way. The Ranker seemingly also noticed the subtle change in the surrounding Shinsu. The Shinsu seemed to offer a strange suppression, the waves going out of control and shaking all over, as if the Shinsu itself was freaking out. Then, a strange red light dashed across the cave, illuminating 2 bright red dots in the distance. "Hey! You!" The voice called, and with that, the mist dispersed immediately. Winston's eyes widened, seeing the strange suppression the voice itself seemed to carry. He did not replenish the mist again. "What do you think you're doing?" The feminine voice came again, this time with a slight edge. "Those girls you have got tied up over there. They're my sisters." The sound of footsteps echoed in the cave, a slow and deliberate walk. And as the sound came closer, in the dim lighting, a beautiful figure made itself visible. "Ha, you're Jihad?" The rice ball spoke, bafflement in his voice. Winston raised his eyebrows, surprised at the Princess of Jihad and the owner of the Black March arriving here on the test floor, and to rescue them no less. Though he was plenty sure she was only here for collecting the Black March. Behind the princess came a familiar figure dressed in a purple tracksuit. "Shibizu. You have a nice sense of direction. Unlike my guide," Yuri said. Hearing her praise, Shibizu smiled. "Thank you, princess," he said, his disposition like an obedient butler. The rice ball Ranker bowed a bit. "My apologies, princess. Let me introduce myself," it said. "I am Lopo Byron, from the Royal Enforcement Division, Unit Number 67, here to retrieve the Green April and dispose of the enemies of Jihad," he said. Nobody else spoke anything aside from these two as they engaged in a conversation. "Red?" Yuri asked for confirmation. Ren nodded. "That's right." Yuri raised an eyebrow. "And why is a member of Red here? What if the test director finds out? I don't remember Red being able to bend the rules of the tower like this, no matter how important of a duty they are on," Yuri declared. "Leave right now. Before the administrator notices. I will retrieve both the Black March and the Green April." The Ranker was quiet for a moment before he spoke again with a chuckle. "Such a pity." It sighed. "I had thought that maybe someone like Yuri Jihad would be mature enough to understand the duty of Jihad's forces. It was understandable with Princess Starsea who is inexperienced." It shook its head. "King Jihad will be very disappointed to hear of this." From the corner of his eyes, Winston saw Starsea and Naruto, who were still in the snake's grasp, curse at the Ranker. And looking at the rancor, Winston noticed the strange emotions it held, especially the glee it seemed to experience at this moment. He narrowed his eyes. Yuri, hearing the rancor's words, was silent for a moment. But then, an unimaginable pressure descended onto the cave. It was so intense that it felt as if a mini-earthquake had occurred at the space. Winston felt his muscles spasm from the pressure, his body slightly tightening up. It was the first time he had ever felt real pressure from Shinsu. "Hey!" Yuri's voice rang out, laced with a terrible intent. Her red eyes that glowed with a malevolent crimson light shone down upon the rancor with an unmistakable glare. "The name of Jihad is not something to be used so freely," she said. The pressure on the surroundings increased. Threatening a princess of Jihad with the name of Jihad? How foolish. A bit of advice. "Don't try this with me." Yuri broke out with a cruel smirk. "Or I will kill you." At that moment, Winston saw Ren's emotions rapidly going through spasms. And then, without any chance for him to react or formulate thoughts, every beast that was around them and in the area suddenly turned rabid, rushing towards Yuri Jihad. Splat. "Hey! Red!" came Yuri's voice. Winston blinked, unsure of what he had just witnessed. In the blink of an eye, Yuri had taken care of every single beast that was outside, along with the dozens more that had come out of Ren's mouth. Winston smiled a bit, seeing the power the Princess of Jihad held. All over the ground before the princess lied blood of all the creatures. They had not just been killed, they had been turned to mush through a single attack. So this is a high ranker. Just then, Yuri appeared right in front of Ren, nobody even noticing how she had appeared at that place. Then, she extended her hands and made a flicking gesture with her fingers. "Now this is self-defense." She smiled. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out, throwing dust everywhere and destroying everything in front of Yuri. Winston stared at this spectacle without a change in expression. It had happened so fast he did not even have time to change expression. "Why did you dodge?" Yuri spoke. However, it seemed to be more of a warning than a complaint. "Come here." Again came her chilling voice. In his eyes, Winston saw the emotions of the rancor going from excitement to fear and confusion, turning a bit chaotic. However, just as he felt that the situation might turn even more in their favor, Yuri stopped. She stared into space for a moment, at which point Winston felt that she was listening to something in her ear. And then, she turned towards him. "Hey you!" she called out. Winston straightened his back, paying complete attention. "Give me the Black March," she yelled. Without a word, Winston threw the Black March over. However, in his mind he heard a distant cry. "No!" the voice yelled. Alas, he had already thrown the needle. Yuri took the needle from the air and looked at him for a moment. "You're somewhat handsome as well." She shook her head and then turned to leave, throwing a pissed glance at Black March. "You sexist needle," she cursed. She glanced back at Ren. "Do whatever you want, I am leaving," she said. Winston stared at her in confusion. However, Ren turned to them with a chuckle, not before making a remark about Yuri. "This is great, princess. I will be sure to report to Jihad about this." With that, the rancor turned to them. Winston didn't bother to get into a stance in contrast to Undersea, Anauk and Shibizu. Instead, he smiled. "You're fucked," he lampooned. With that, Yuri whispered, "Do it." At that exact moment, a gigantic pressure came from the ceiling, compressing the Shinsu in the air into a tangible plate and crushing the rancor right under it. Crash. "Good job," came Yuri's remark right after. Chapter 40, Submerged Fish Hunt. Silence ensued in the cave for a bit. Winston, Anauk, Undersea and Shibizu, all of them didn't dare make another sound in front of Yuri. The lady in question turned around again, and with deliberate drawn-out steps, she slowly walked over to the rancor that had been crushed under Shinsu. She smiled. "Looks like you're done here." Ren chuckled in response. "You're quite cunning, princess. You even brought your crew here. This way, you won't even leave any evidence against you. Hee hee. You might have noticed this as well, princess. But this isn't my main body." The body of the rancor had been thoroughly crushed into a pulp. Red blood pooled around him, dyeing his rice ball suit with a thick shade of red. The rancor coughed. "Though that's not to say I have lost." Suddenly, Winston had a bad premonition. "The bull." The rancor squeezed out. Winston's eyes widened, and so did everyone else's. "Bam!" Undersea yelled in alarm while Yuri clicked her tongue in annoyance. Ren laughed and said, "I do apologize, princess. But that irregular is too dangerous for the tower. All irregulars have always brought chaos to the tower." Yuri turned around with a scowl. "Damn it!" she cursed as the rancor quieted down, this time for good. Shibizu turned to Winston. "Winston, can you dive into the Shinshu to help them?" he asked. Winston stared at him as if he were an idiot. "Are you retarded?" The Shinsu pressure in there is too large. I would sink right down to the bottom. He replied with an annoyed expression. Shibuzu's expression turned dumbfounded. Oh. Right. Sorry. He said. Suddenly, Yuri yelled out. That's it, Evan. Her voice boomed. I will tear this entire floor apart. She whispered, her soft words traveling all across the air. Winston felt a chill travel up his spine as he watched on. Suddenly, Yuri quieted down again and stared off into space for a moment, as if listening to something. Then, she shook her head in resignation. Hey, regulars. She said. All of them straightened up unconsciously, except for Winston, who held transcendental control over his body. The test is held by the administrator, so I can't provide any help. Sort something out. She shook her head and walked over towards Nauk and Undersea, then, she genuflected and took the green April that was in Undersea's hand. This is too heavy for you still. She said. Nauk, who had stayed quiet until now due to excessive blood loss, widened her eyes and screamed in retaliation. When you have become a ranker, come and find me. I will give this to you then. Yuri smiled and stood up. Nauk continued to yell back at her, despite being stopped by Shibuzu and Undersea. Stopping just before stepping into the darkness, Yuri looked back and threw something towards Shibuzu. Hey, fashion terrorist. Here. Shibuzu caught the small object, which was in actuality a metallic wing. This. Shibuzu's eyes widened. Wolhak-song? Winston mused in surprise. Tell him Yurek Mazino is waiting for him on the 77th floor. She smiled. If he survives, of course. She sighed. Just then, Undersea, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. He will survive. She said. Yuri raised an eyebrow, as did Winston. Why are you so sure? Winston asked. Undersea only smiled in response and said, I promised I will date him if he comes back alive. I won't let him miss that opportunity. She chuckled. You're gutsy. Winston chuckled. Without another word, Yuri disappeared into the dark, not even getting caught in Winston's night vision or spirit vision. Bam and Rachel floated along the net made by the goby dolphins, their bubble heading up towards the queen's mouth. Bam stared off into the abyss of water down below, his eyes glazed over still. That feeling. It's getting stronger the more time I spend here. It feels as if a wave is flowing into me from somewhere. Bam contemplated, opening and closing his fist, feeling the power that coursed through his body, relishing in it almost. Rachel quietly gazed at his back from the corner of her eye, looking from the side of the bed she was on. Suddenly, Bam shook his head and broke out of his stupor. He looked above towards the goby queen. Rachel, we are about to arrive at the queen's mouth. He said cheerfully. Rachel smiled and nodded in response. You have changed, Bam. She chuckled. Bam smiled. Well, I take a bath regularly now. I have many friends and have learned to use Shinsu. He broke out with a toothy grin. Rachel looked behind her, her face devoid of expression. I have also gotten some muscle. Bam flexed his arm, chuckling as he did so. Rachel smiled. But you still need help from others. You haven't changed all that much. You still can't do anything without me. She laughed. What? That's not true. Bam exclaimed, then, he began laughing along with her. How are your legs now? He asked. Rachel looked down at her legs in melancholy. They don't pain anymore, but I still can't move them. She shook her head in regret. Don't worry, Rachel. I will take you to the top. Bam yelled to console her. Rachel smiled at him. And just as she was about to acknowledge his words, something dashed out from the abyss. Crash. The bubble shook apart, as if a gigantic force had rammed into his, almost tearing it apart. Bam almost lost his balance but stabilized himself. He looked over towards the perpetrator of the act. It was a large creature, with 4 limbs and a tail, its maw vertical with one large eye that shone red. Its back held large flipper-like organs, which in the water looked no different than large, tenebrous wings, dark red in color. The bull. Bam exclaimed in terror. How did it even reach here? He thought, his mind in a jumbled mess. As he took in the vision of the bull turning around to dash at Ben again, his mind suddenly underwent a cold and unfeeling clarity, turning tranquil. It doesn't matter how it got here. I need to protect us. Bam thought with a grim determination. The bull blitzed through the waters, the Shinsu bending around it in a way that propelled it forward like a bullet out of a gun. Its streamlined shape when swimming, along with the wings that seemed to take apart the Shinsu around it, made its speed in water all the more frightening. Bam extended his hand, immediately casting reverse flow control. Quiet, the bull stilled in the water, its maw spread about, just 3 meters away from the bubble. Sweat poured out of Bam's skin. His legs shook a bit from nervousness and stress. Rachel's pupils shook, shrinking uncontrollably in fear. She did not say anything, fearful of making the boy lose concentration. I need to attack. Bam thought, and without missing a beat, he extended his right hand and tried to use another bang. Crash. Sha. The bull scraped the bubble, dashing forward as the bubble exploded from one side, cracks spreading on its side. Arg! Bam exclaimed in pain, clutching his hand which bled in red. A giant gash spread across his hand, making blood drip out from it. Bam. Are you okay? Rachel asked from behind him. Bam gnashed his teeth in pain. I am okay. Bam managed to squeeze out. Rachel looked over in worry. Bam stood up without another word and gazed at the bull that traveled towards them. I need to do this, he thought. Then, extending his hand, the bull stopped. Once again, 3 meters from the bubble. Huff huff. Bam huffed, sweat pouring incessantly from his forehead. He glittered his teeth and concentrated. Roar. The bull roared as the reverse flow control was thrown slightly off its body. And then, a bright ray of light flashed across the water. Shia-a-a-a. Shing. Boom. A flash of light, and with it, the bull fell down into the abyss below, disappearing into the darkness. Bam genuflected, breathing heavily. Bam. Are you okay? Talk to me. Rachel yelled from behind. Hearing her words, Bam managed to smile through. It's fine, he said. The bull. I took care of it. He laughed. Then, he turned back and extended his bloodied hand to Rachel as the bubble slowly extended up towards the queen's mouth. Rachel. Let me be your legs. I will take you to see the stars. He huffed. Rachel looked at him for a moment, and then, she smiled. A smile that reflected off from Bam's eyes, a smile that he would give anything in the world for. He smiled in response. Then, as Rachel extended her hands to take his. Shove. Eh? Bam blurted out as his feet lost their footing. Rachel stood on her legs, her arms in a pushing motion. Rachel? Sorry, Bam. But you should stay here. The bubble went up above to the light, while the boy fell down into the darkness. Anak finally quieted down and laid onto the floor, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. Everyone ignored her. There was silence for a moment as everyone sat down on the ground, getting a moment of relief. Well, that was dangerous. Winston exclaimed. Shibuya chuckled. You can say that again. Starsea turned her head to look over and asked. How did you find us so fast? I thought we avoided you quite nicely. Winston shook his head. Not nicely enough apparently. Be thankful for that though. It saved your life. He chuckled. Ha. We were doing just fine. Starsea snorted. Shibuya shook his head. Your condition suggests otherwise. Bam. And just like that he was booked on the head. Even still, I never expected a teacher to be a member of Red. Shibuya said, rubbing his head. Me too. Winston smiled. I felt something was wrong. Almost made me not come here and stay at a safe distance. Starsea and Shibuya raised an eyebrow. Winston explained, I have good intuition. It works as some sort of danger sense. He laughed. So I made a gamble and flipped a coin. Sigh. And here I thought you fell for me and came to save me like a knight in shining armor. Don't misunderstand. The result was a tails. Winston held a smug look on his face. Starsea and Shibuya raised an eyebrow. Then why made you choose coming here? Shibuya asked. Winston smiled enigmatically. Who knows? He said. Starsea and Shibuya looked at him for a moment before they both smiled. Thank you. Starsea whispered silently. However, in the quiet environment, everyone heard it. Winston wanted to make her repeat that somehow, but he decided against ruining the moment. What was that? I didn't hear you. Never mind that. Starsea turned her head with a smile. It's best not to make a princess repeat her words. Winston. Shibuya suddenly yelled. Yes. Please let me call you my son. He yelled again. No way in hell. PFFT. A low laugh came out of Anak's mouth who lied some distance away from them. Then Shibuya too chuckled, and then Winston too along with them. Starsea stared at them for a moment before she too began to laugh. Winston's laughter was contagious, eventually overtaking them all. All of them shared a small moment of repose and friendship, a quiet instance that would soon become inconsequential. However, none of them cared for what would come next, neither did they bother to think about it. They just laughed. They laughed at the strange plays of fate, they laughed at their own moment of joy, they laughed, a smile on each of their faces. It was a happy smile, an exaggerated smile, a ridiculous smile. Chapter 41, Premonitions. Huff. Huff. I breathed heavily as the bubble tumbled around within the queen's stomach. The cracks on the bubble made me worried that the structure might collapse and leave me to be slowly digested in the stomach acids of the giant Shinhua. After some time, the tumbling subsided and the bubble softly traveled through the innards of the beast. I sat back down onto the bed, breathing a sigh of relief. My eyes turned unfocused for a bit as a smile stretched itself ear to ear on my beautiful face. I had done it. I had finally become the heroine of this story. Bam, the one that stole everything from me. The one that had no more purpose in life than to follow me, yet still the one that had taken the place of the hero from me was gone. I had finally become the heroine, destined to see the stars one day. Ha. Ha ha. A low laugh escaped my mouth, eventually transforming into a full-blown laughter. Ha 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 ha. The sole sound of my laughter, music to my ears, rang in the surroundings. I laid onto the bed, my limbs sprawled about and closed my eyes with a gigantic smile gracing my lips. I remembered what the angel had said. The boy is the one that took the risk, and so did the young man. And so, that boy will become the hero of this story, and the man an outlier, a being unbound by it. And what of you? I hummed a sweet tone, shaking my head side to side, unable to contain my excitement. I chuckled in a high-pitched tone, slamming my face into the pillows, squealing as I did so with my legs rapidly kicking the bed mattress. I will make you the heroine of this story. In exchange, you just need to do something for me. The angel had chuckled at the time. My eyes glazed over slightly as images of Bam flooded my mind. The giddiness in my heart could not be stopped. Everything I ever deserved would be mine now. That monster was never worthy or everything I would be capable of getting. He was a mistake, something that shouldn't even be alive. But now, I had done God's work. Then, images of someone else overlapped my vision. It was a dark-haired young man with dark black eyes. He stood at a height of 1.85 meters and had an enchanting and laid-back disposition. The outlier, Winston Heath. I giggled. Soon. I said to no one in particular, my eyes taking a strange emotion. I am going to have everything I ever wanted and will want in the future. After all, I am the heroine of this story. Everyone exists only to serve me. I am destined to see the stars. Everyone waited at the bottom of a large structure, in front of which the Queen's anus was exposed from where Bam and Rachel were to be shot out. Winston sat onto a nearby bench along with Zarhan and Amwan, as did Anuk. The rest of the regulars stood some distance away, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the two people. They did not have to wait too long, as in just 5 minutes worth of time, the bubble came out along with all of the Queen's undigested food. Splat! The bubble cracked upon impacting solid ground and a soul female supported herself on her arms, her hair and body drenched in a green fluid. Every rushed towards her, eager to greet them. However, as they drew closer, they noticed something. "Where's Bam?" Amwan asked, his tone shaking a bit. Rachel didn't speak, only gritting her teeth in response as if holding deep emotions within. Winston, who was at the back, stared at her, his spirit vision activated. His eyes reflected the figure of Rachel in its entirety, a plethora of colors blazing at her body. Besides her legs, which were blackened in spirit vision, suggesting a lack of operation, the rest of her body was perfectly fine. Her emotional colors were in disarray, expression deep sadness and regret. Seeing this, Winston had a bad premonition. "Hey! Yellow turtle!" Rak yelled. "Where's the black turtle?" Winston felt Zarhan tightening his grip on the spear, watching on at the scene that was unfolding. Rachel spoke in a sort of hushed whisper, however, it was perfectly heard by everyone. "Bam, he fell off the platform while fighting off the bull." Rachel choked on her breath, a singular tear streaming down her face. He sacrificed himself to save me," she said. Everyone was quiet for a moment. "No. Turtle!" Rak yelled out in despair. Everyone else felt a weird emotion arising in their stomachs, feeling extremely unsure about the situation. Winston stole a glance at Kun, whose eyes were covered by his hair. Without a word, Winston began to walk back. Then, he took out a coin from his pocket and flicked it up. "Bam is dead," he repeated in his head 7 times. The coin landed onto his palm, and as he opened it, the coin displayed a clear tails. He closed his palm and kept the coin back into his pocket. Everyone passed the test. Apparently, Bam had made a deal with the administrator, which entailed that even if Bam failed the test, everyone else would be allowed to ascend to the next floor and not fail the test. That sole fact made everyone feel a great debt towards the boy. Rachel had passed out after she descended from the Queen's stomach and thereby rested in her room. Everyone else gathered in the hall to think over their next course of actions. It was at that moment that Kun proposed something. He would take Rachel up the tower with him, in order to fulfill one last wish of Bam, due to which he was going to pass the test. Everyone else also agreed through subtle communication tics and deception from Kun, though it was hardly needed. Winston was the only one, aside from Zarhan, who had not outright agreed to the proposal, but since he did not object to it, everyone assumed he would also participate, an endeavor that he was not sure he would partake in at the moment. However, as everyone left the hall, Winston was approached by the blue-haired young man. "Winston." he called out. Winston raised an eyebrow. I have something to talk to you about, he said. Winston nodded and they headed back to his room for further discussions. After they reached his room, Kun continued with the conversation. It's about Rachel, he said grimly. What about her? Winston was unsure where the conversation was going. Kun's eyes held a slight edge, something Winston was not used to seeing. Through his spirit vision, he noticed a strange emotion of rage and unclarity flowing through his psyche. I talked with Mr. Rowe about her condition. Although the official reports say that she can't walk and the cure is only on the upper floors. Kun took a slight pause. Through Mr. Rowe's own observation, along with a doctor he had asked for a report, her legs are perfectly fine. Winston's eyes widened in bafflement. You mean? He asked, unsurely. Kun nodded. She lied, he declared. The wound was even that fatal. It did no damage concerning her legs, neither did it damage any major tissues. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Winston walked along a hallway, walking in front of doors that led to the rooms of several regulars. Eventually, he stopped in front of Rachel's. With a strange expression, he gazed silently at the door, his spirit vision peering through the wall. Rachel, who was laying on the bed and sleeping, had her entire body clad in white, a symbol of excellent health. The black color he had seen was all but gone at this point. Someone. Or something. It messed with the information traveling through the spirit world. He thought with a rough face. He gritted his teeth as he looked at her emotions. Happiness. Contentment. Cold clarity and glee. He shook his head as he remembered what Kun intended to do. Apparently, he planned to tell Shibazu about the fact too. Winston walked back. His emotions were in a mess. Things just got a lot more complicated. His spirit vision scanned his surroundings, trying to see through anything that might still be prying at him. He put his hand into a pocket and took out the coin. Bam is dead. Bam is dead. He repeated 7 times. Then, he flipped the coin. Ding. The coin danced in the air and fell towards his hand, however, it fell right off to the ground after bouncing off. The divination had failed. Winston picked up the coin, his face devoid of any real expression. Coincidences. So that's why. Winston felt that he had uncovered some strange secret, a game that was happening constantly in the shadows, which he had somehow managed to uncover. Then, he felt his Sequence 7 potion, an object that felt closer to him yet infinitely far away. He shook his head, feeling hundreds of possible explanations arise in his mind. From the forces of jihad to the strange rabbit head, there was nothing he could confirm at the moment. He sighed and decided to head back to his room, practice cogitation and calm his emotions. As for progression to the next sequence, he decided to do so after ascending to the next floor. For some inexplicable reason, the floor of tests seemed like a giant trap, someplace he did not feel comfortable in to try and ascend. As he was walking back, he suddenly smiled. A smile that carried a million emotions. A smile that masked every other emotion under it. A smile befitting of a clown. On an unknown floor of the tower, in a dark cave-like place, something stirred. A strange red light flashed onto the walls and the surroundings, illuminating the various murals embossed onto the wall and the plethora of statues with demon-like faces in a baleful crimson glow. A large hole was in the ceiling, revealing a large moon that shone with a dark light. A humanoid figure got up from the ground, stretching its arms and body with a groan. Then, it scratched its back with its flexible arms. The figure stood at an intimidating 7 feet tall and was increasingly muscular, making it appear intimidating in the red light. Slowly, the figure walked fully into the light. And there he stood, a massive hulking man, his skin a pale silver in color with albino hair and a pair of red eyes. His face was stretched into a wicked grin, revealing white teeth. His face held features that looked somewhat similar to a young man, yet he also held various wrinkles on his face. Tired, he said. It's been long since the directions of fate turned to violently, they're barely being held together. Man. I haven't had to move personally since that guy pissed me off. The man bellowed with a strange, beast-like growl. Then, he laughed. I suppose being a silver dwarf isn't all that great after all, huh? But I guess I have been inactive for long enough. He said and walked off. I wish you all luck, regulars. Hanyu smiled as he saw off the regulars. Before you go, I would like you give something to all of you. With his words, a plate floated onto the platform where everyone stood. The plate held various black rings. This is a token of remembrance for all of you. I hope you all achieve great things. He said. Everyone took the rings and donned them on their fingers. And then, they were teleported to the next floor.